Reincarnated as a villainess in a dating sim, I'm willing to die for my younger sister, but she is aiming for a Yuri ending. Volume 1, by Mizuki AI, translated by Larv, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, the villainous older sister who loves her younger sister aims for the guillotine. I am the villainous sister. That's not something anyone told me. However, one day, I suddenly realized it. This world seems to be the stage of a romance simulation game, or some kind of theatrical performance called Moonlight Liberium. I came to know what would happen next. There is a protagonist in this world. It was my younger sister. A half-sister whose existence I hadn't even known. From now on, the story begins. My sister, gaining noble status as the daughter of the Duke of Vanderwal's, the family I head, will fall in love and together with her lover will confront the calamity that will befall this country, the Kingdom of Eustasia. That's the plot. A typical love story, the kind I've seen countless times. The slightly unusual aspect is that the story doesn't dictate who my sister falls in love with. There seem to be 3 candidates, and it seems the protagonist, apparently called the player, can choose who she ends up with. A romance simulation game, it's like reading a novel where you are the protagonist, or like a participatory play, it's an unfamiliar concept, so there are parts I don't quite understand. But for now, I've interpreted it as meaning there's some sort of fate governing this world. In that story, I was destined to be executed. The role assigned to me is that of the mean half-sister, a haughty young lady who doesn't understand the kindness of others. Apparently, as a result of bullying my sister, I'm sent to the guillotine. After my execution, my sister becomes the head of Vanderwal's, marries someone from a distinguished group including the next king, the highly trusted knight captain, or the sincere chief physician of the royal court, and they live happily ever after. That's the plot. First, I understood that my role was quite unfavorable. However, simply put, I just need to avoid being mean to my sister. It's a strange feeling, but the moment I learned of my sister's existence, I felt a protectiveness towards her. If someone told me some kind of fate was influencing me, I would believe them. However, if fate is omnipotent, it could just manipulate my personality. There's no need to inform me of the future in the first place. It would simply arrange things so that I would naturally act that way. Fate is that simple. Me being mean to my sister? Even if she's a half-sister, there's no reason for me to do such a thing to my own flesh and blood. But what if there was a reason? If I were to be mean? If I were to advance the story according to the game, according to the script of fate? Then, my sister's happiness would be guaranteed. A happiness befitting the protagonist of a story. I decided not to resist fate. I have a younger sister. Just thinking about it makes every day enjoyable. What is the purpose of my life? It's a question often used as a theme in stories and poems. I knew the answer. For the Vanderwal's family. For the country. That's all. Vanderwal's, bearing the gecko as its crest, is a single-wall lizard. Our job is to cling to the walls and keep an eye on the dark underbelly of this country. Simply put, it's a state-sanctioned shady business. My mother died when I was young. My father also died shortly after I turned 18, and I succeeded him as head of the family. My sister is 16, 6 years younger than me. My mother was alive when she was born, which makes me think she's the product of my father's infidelity, which is somewhat complicated. But my sister is cute. I know her story, the scenario of Moonlight Liberium. My sister is incredibly cute. Pure, kind, lovely, spirited, and proactive, yes, as expected of a protagonist. Someone like her deserves to be happy. It should be that way. Trials will come to this country. But almost everything will go well. Except for the mean older sister, who was probably placed there because someone thought it would be boring if the romance progressed smoothly. If I follow fate, everything will go well. I will make the story I saw a reality. I will give my sister happiness. It would be a lie to say that it doesn't bother me at all that I didn't inherit the blood of my beloved mother. My father, the former head, was strict and devoted to his work, so we weren't particularly close, and knowing about his infidelity makes me feel a bit, well, you know. But she's my only sister, my own flesh and blood. What I feared wasn't being beheaded on the guillotine, if I followed the script of fate. It wasn't that. I was simply afraid that it might all be a delusion. I no longer have any blood relatives. I just live for the sake of the family, as ordained. I was afraid that I might be harboring such an elaborate delusion and relying on it for emotional support. But fate began the story. It was 3 years ago that I realized I was the villainous sister. And today, 3 years later, my sister is before me. In a room in the slums, holding a pocket watch engraved with the Vanderwal's crest, the wall lizard gecko. From this moment, Moonlight Liberium begins. It wasn't all a delusion. All the information I didn't know back then was true. There were no dates in the game, but I figured it was about time, judging by the ages and the opening line, as winter approached. If nothing had happened and winter had arrived with the snow, my heart would have become a winterscape. I am Adelheid von Vanderwals, head of the Vanderwals family. I speak the predetermined game text. I had a slight expectation of some paranormal phenomenon, like my mouth moving on its own and speaking the predetermined lines once the event started, or being unable to utter anything else, but nothing like that happened. I'll experiment with that in detail later. For now, I decided to introduce myself as the game dictated. I wanted to hear my sister's self-introduction, just like in the game. Nice to meet you, Leticia. Is my name Big Sister? I wonder if it's okay to hug her? Chapter 2, Meeting of the Sisters. I stared intently at the girl before me. In a sense, it was a familiar face. I know the story of Moonlight Liberium. I followed the 3 stories, each featuring the protagonist girl falling in love with one of the 3 capture targets, like reading a novel where I was the protagonist, like watching a play performed just for me. I know how this girl will live out the story from now on. What she will think, what she will say, how she will face difficulties, everything. But this was the first time I had seen her with my own eyes. The first thing that caught my eye was her short, tangled, and dull blonde hair, different from my long, wavy silver hair. Like me, she had the fair skin common in the snowy kingdom of Eustasia, but the moisture and firmness were incomparable. Her clothes, too, I felt a pang of guilt for even thinking this, but they were worn out cheap. This is the back alley. How harsh it must be for a girl with no parental protection, no backing whatsoever, to live in these slums without losing her pride. It would be misplaced to pity her. There are countless people like her, many girls who had no choice but to resort to whatever means necessary to survive. I wear well-tailored, aristocratic clothes, my hair and skin are well-maintained, and I even have a maid with me. She is alone, in soiled, tattered clothes with unkempt hair and skin. Standing face to face, the difference between aristocrat and commoner was stark. The only real difference in our physique, despite me being taller, was that, wait, am I the one who's malnourished? There was that much of a difference. In the chest area, for example, I couldn't help but stare. It's a wonder she's safe in such a dangerous area. She is safe, right? Shaking off my anxieties and distractions, I looked her straight in the eyes. Blue eyes, just like mine. The eyes that stared back at me were the same color as the ones I always saw in the mirror. I felt the blood flowing through my body whisper. It told me that the person I must protect was right in front of me. Embrace her, cherish her in my arms, and if anyone dares to harm her, destroy them. I felt like a mother bear with her cub. Is this the power of fate? Or is it the connection between those who share, even if only half, the same parents? She is my younger sister. With a quiet certainty, I decided to proceed with the official lines. The idea of hugging her at first sight, acknowledging her as my sister, and proceeding casually did cross my mind for a moment. But that would be a bit outside the performer's discretion. Miss Leticia, are you claiming to be related to the Vanderwals family? Yes. When I turned 16, my mother gave me a small box, telling me to look inside. Inside were a letter and this pocket watch. We exchanged the official lines, probably word for word. Then, the silver chain pocket watch she offered is taken by the maid I brought as an attendant, the head maid, Seal, with her long black hair tied in a bun at the back and tucked into a cap. Seal examines it and then hands it to me. It seems I can speak lines other than the official ones. What I just said wasn't much of a line, but at least I can vocalize normally. I can deviate from the script, just a little. Then, if I accumulate these small differences, perhaps I can change fate. Perhaps I will be able to. I looked at the small pocket watch resting in my palm. It probably hadn't been cared for. The edges were slightly rusted. I don't know how many years it's been, but it should have been kept in a box, and even before that, regular maintenance would have been out of the question, so it's only natural. The crest engraved on the lid of the pocket watch was a wall lizard gecko. The wall lizard gecko, clinging to walls and moving silently, is the symbol of Vanderwal's. As one of only 3 ducal houses, it is a noble family with power second only to the royal family, and a family that symbolizes the dark side of this country. Its nickname is the cold-hearted Vanderwals. That is the kind of family I head. The infamous, feared yet respected crest is embroidered in gold thread on the badge on my chest, and a small silver gecko hangs from a chain on Seal's neck ribbon. Naturally, the crests of noble families are strictly controlled, and only those related to them can use them. And this watch looked exactly the same as the crested pocket watch I now keep on my chest. My father's pocket watch, now a memento, was much larger. My crested pocket watch was a gift from my father. Click, I opened the lid. The hands were stopped, but the glass covering the dial was clean. The inside is the same, or so it seems. I thought this watch was one of a kind. Wasn't it a gift meant only for me? And this photograph was with it. A worn photograph. There's talk that color photographs will be possible someday, but for now, they're still black and white monochrome. The photograph given to her showed a man and a woman standing side by side. The woman was sitting in a chair, and the man had his hand gently on her shoulder. The man was wearing well-tailored clothes. The woman was in a dress, but she seemed somehow unaccustomed to wearing it, but it's a small photograph. Photographs are expensive. This one looks like it's from more than 10 years ago, and no one but a nobleman would think to take a photograph. The man looked like my father. I turned the photograph over and looked at the back, but it was blank. I had hoped that the date, place, and the people in the picture would be written there. The man looks like my father. Who is this woman? I asked what I already knew. I know the answer, and even if I didn't, it's easy enough to guess, but still. My mother. I see. But knowing something intellectually and experiencing the event are different things. My deceased father's favorability rating keeps plummeting. What have you been doing, father? Seeing my father, much younger than when he died, made me want to sigh inwardly. Oh yes, you've placed a striking item to make a visual appeal, haven't you? I feel incredibly exasperated by the unseen playwright's methods. I wish they had considered the feelings of the daughter whose father cheated on her mother. Come to think of it, my sister's father had another family, and her mother might have been just a plaything. I felt a strange kinship. An unpleasant kinship, but kinship nonetheless. May I see the letter? Ah, yes. Please. I felt a momentary sense of dissonance. I realized immediately that her line was slightly different. Like the pocket watch, Seal took it first and glanced over it. She is the head maid, the assistant to the head of the family, and the one who manages the Vanderwal's dark side, the shadows. She is a guard capable of handling rough situations, but she is also an excellent butler. Since she handed it over immediately, I read the contents as well. In the original story, I didn't show any particular reaction. I couldn't react. It simply stated that Leticia's father was a nobleman, the head of the Vanderwal's family. My sister's mother, please tell me what happened. The details are not revealed in the game. There are plays that deal with such topics, but here, the element of noble illegitimate child is the only important thing, I suppose. I understand that having the protagonist's past narrated at length on stage would only worsen the pacing unless it's significantly related to the main plot. I understand, but since it was a part I was quite curious about, I was disappointed. Is something wrong? Seal, what do you think? If I acknowledge her, this scene will end. However, the provided evidence was too flimsy. She fell silent, which was unusual for her. She closed her ash-gray eyes and touched the small, silver, flower-shaped hairpin in her left bangs, as if in thought, but it was only for a brief moment. She quickly opened her eyes and began to speak in her pleasant, slightly low voice. The pocket watch, the photograph, the letter. Individually, they are the kind of evidence that could be gathered if all one needed to claim to be a nobleman's illegitimate child was to gather such things. I felt uneasy. If she denied it, I would have to force the scenario to proceed as planned. However, I believe it to be true. But Seal continued, why is that? She thinks logically. I was taught by Seal herself to always look at reality, gather information, predict the future, and act to choose a better future, rather than relying on wishful thinking. Such flimsy evidence is too weak to believe. Unless there's a reason, unless it's the push of fate itself. The two of you bear a strong resemblance. If you two are not sisters, then what are you? My chest felt filled with warmth. I did think we looked somewhat alike. But I didn't think it was to the extent that someone would say that. I have a younger sister, a half-sister. It seems my father had an affair. If I acknowledge her as a relative, it will complicate things politically, like the right of succession to the title. I've never even met her before. But she's my sister. I've known of her existence for 3 years. I knew, even though I shouldn't have. This world is a stage for a story. Moonlight Liberium has indeed begun, just as I knew it would. Even if some exchanges that would be omitted on stage are allowed, as long as I don't try to change things, it will surely unfold as fate dictates. I will try to bring this story to the ending I know. I will strive for that. For my one and only sister. I'm sure she'll come to hate me, but that's okay. I intended to do this, but I also had doubts. But meeting my real sister has strengthened my resolve. I aim for the guillotine, no matter what awaits me. I extended my hand to the protagonist of the story, and I uttered the lines that would conclude this chapter. I acknowledge you as a member of the Vanderwal's family, Leticia. No, Leticia von Vanderwal's. My sister hesitantly took my hand. Perhaps she had been nervous as she relaxed her shoulders and softened her expression. Then she smiled at me. Yes, big sister. I like the lines I don't know too. Chapter 3, Necessary Meanness. I was preparing to welcome my sister. Granting her noble status would come later. First, I would bring Leticia into my home. I secretly assigned guards, gave her enough money to avoid getting caught up in crime, and gave her a few days to prepare. My sister would likely have people she wanted to say goodbye to. In the game, the protagonist's younger sister's room is an attic without even a fireplace. On the day of the first snowfall, driven into the attic used as a storage room, the protagonist warms her hands with her breath and says, "It's cold, isn't it? But it's better than nothing, having a roof that doesn't leak and glass windows that keep out the wind and snow." I don't know her background. Even in the game, it's only hinted at and kept vague. A half-sister who grew up in the back alley, sharing the same father, that's all I know. It was a bit surprising that our father had the ability, whether through affection or lust, to have a child with someone other than his designated partner. You should have paid more child support. I sent a resentful thought towards my deceased father, or perhaps the unseen playwright. I voiced my inner thoughts to shake off my hesitation. The meanness itself is necessary. For the villainous sister to be sent to the guillotine, meanness is necessary. Actions worthy of being called evil, malicious, meanness. While each individual act falls within the realm of meanness, they accumulate enough to warrant the guillotine. Enough that anyone would judge me as evil. The denunciation of me, which takes place towards the end, begins like this. Giving her own flesh and blood sister a freezing room unbefitting her status. In truth, I wouldn't mind giving up my own room, and as befitting a noble family, we have guest rooms, and it would be easy to renovate a spare room or two. It should be easy, I sighed. Honestly, what was the me in the game thinking? It would have been fine to simply dote on my sister. Even now, I have a desire to do so, not that I don't. However, working in such a shady business, one understands how insignificant human power can be, and one understands that history has a flow. I don't know if it's appropriate to call it fate, but there are moments when something beyond human comprehension compels people to act. My fate has already been decided by the unseen playwright, so has my sister's, and fortunately, she has a happy fate awaiting her. If the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals is to be a sacrifice for that, so be it. However, I cannot allow my cute little sister to freeze. I can't say for sure that it'll be all right just because this is based on a game world. Cold can kill. Winters in this country are long and harsh. Even the live-in maids in our house are given rooms with fireplaces, albeit shared rooms. That much is easy for the Vanderwals, one of the most prominent noble families. And yet, she's alone in an attic without a fireplace. It's a great story for garnering sympathy. But who is she selling that sympathy to now? I will obey what is called fate. I will follow the general outline presented to me. I will not let anyone change the ending. However, I will take the liberty of handling the behind-the-scenes, the unwritten spaces between the lines. I will not allow my one and only blood sister to freeze, not even for fate. I pulled the cord and rang the bell, summoning the head maid. After a short while, I heard a knock, knock, knock. Seal, come in. Yes, Lady Adelheid. I spoke without getting up from my chair, still facing the wall at my desk. I heard her enter the room and close the door behind her. Without wasting any more time, I told her my business without turning around. Have that attic in the corner cleaned. Yes. May I ask the reason? As my assistant head of the family, and formerly my governess and tutor, she is my most trusted subordinate. I'm assigning it to my half-sister. With all due respect, that room is currently being used as storage. It has no fireplace. It's a bottom-of-the-barrel environment, perhaps even worse than the stables. Even she, with her usual restraint, voiced her objection. I'm aware of that, and I'm telling you to do it. Begin preparations immediately. Yes. It's an absurd order. A pointless, shallow, mean-spirited prank at Meanness. Still, she nodded. Seal obeys my orders. I am the head of the Vanderwal's family, and she is my assistant. Also, double the servant budget. Yes. I sensed Seal's rare bewilderment at the lack of connection and the abrupt change of topic, but I continued. Use it for firewood. I hear the fireplace in the servants' break room isn't always lit, but from now on, it should be kept burning. Use any leftover funds for snacks or whatever they like. The servants' break room is directly below the attic assigned to my sister. Also, change the bedding in the guest room. Leave the disposal of the old bedding to the servants. They can take it home if they want. It's going to be thrown away anyway. Yes, ma'am. She had a puzzled air as if to say, what is this master talking about? I didn't have the courage to turn around. May I ask for a detailed explanation? I cannot answer. Unnecessary remarks are strictly forbidden. Consider this an order from the head of the Vanderwal's family, Adelheid von Vanderwals. Understood, Lady Adelheid. Good. Then I leave the details to you. Submit the expenses as usual. Begin preparations. After Seal left the room, I stood up and locked the door. Then, returning to my original position, I slumped over my desk. This scenario feels forced. What a low-level prank. And yet, it will cause real harm. In a novel, it might be a single page, in a play, a single scene, but for my sister, it's a room she'll live in for at least a year. The roof will likely get scorching hot in the summer due to the sun, but this is the kingdom of Eustasia with its cold climate. She'll just have to endure it, but the cold is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. I can only assume the person who wrote this scenario has never experienced a snowy country. Seal was definitely suspicious. I'm a little concerned about how I appear to Seal right now. I, the current head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals, and the protector of this country, the wall lizard, was molded by her, my tutor. She trained my body, honed my skills, and sharpened my intellect. Seeing me engage in such an intellectually bankrupt prank, is she crying inwardly? Is she disappointed? Oh dear. I wriggled, crossed my arms, and used them as a pillow. This is a sight unbefitting the head of the Vanderwal's family. I'm not familiar with the nuances of the villainous sister role, but I know that a villain shouldn't let their guard down, appear slovenly, or show weakness in public. I wonder if Leticia will be disappointed. I can't give her the luxuries she might expect from a noble family. What if she was expecting that? I can't act like a kind older sister to her. What if she was expecting that? Even so, even if she never thanks me. She is destined to be loved by men in positions envied by women all over the world and to find happiness. Everyone in this country will know her name as the saintess who saved the nation. The head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals is a stepping stone for that. That's how the scenario is written, so even if I can't make her happy. My meanness surely has meaning. It should. Chapter 4, An Icy Bedroom. The day arrived to welcome my sister into my home. I would deal with the noble status later. First, I had to ensure her, the protagonist's, safety. I had guards shadowing her, and I received their reports. In the few days she was given, Leticia hurriedly said her goodbyes to her workplace. My sister worked as a maid in a bakery, and to her neighbors. I didn't know the extent of fate's support, so I had to be doubly careful. I didn't know if she had guards in the game, but I couldn't assume everything would go according to the scenario. If, by any chance, an event, a calamity that couldn't be resolved without relying on fate, occurred, I would deal with it then. However, by that time, my relationship with my sister would likely be strained. As I was reading, or pretending to read, a book in the tarot, one of the maids addressed me. Lady Adelheid, Seal has returned with your sister. I deliberately didn't respond until I finished the page. Then I placed a bookmark and slowly rose. I understand. Proceed as instructed. Oh yes. The fact that she, Leticia, is my half-sister, and my instructions regarding my blood relative were already common knowledge. My relationship with the servants, excluding Seal, was neither good nor bad. I prided myself on providing a decent working environment for a noble household, so my reputation probably wasn't that bad. But from now on, the servants would likely dislike me. I eagerly went to greet Leticia as she arrived at the mansion, escorted by Seal. However, I used the official lines. Is that all your luggage? Yes. Her luggage consisted of a single shabby trunk. That was all she needed. Throw it all away later. My sister's eyes widened. Without pausing, I continued. Such ratty attire is unbefitting of the Vanderwal's family. Even I sighed inwardly, thinking, there's a way to say things, you know. I couldn't tolerate my own flesh and blood sister wearing such shabby clothes. The me in the game, perhaps she was genuinely a mean-spirited young lady who would say such things. If Seal had educated her, she wouldn't be like this, would she? At least, Seal's name doesn't appear in the scenario. I was even afraid that having her present when meeting my sister might alter the scenario. Perhaps Seal doesn't even exist in Moonlight Liberium. I ignored the accusing glances from the other maids. Seal alone was enough as my ally. Besides, I had the backing of fate. Yes. My sister reacted as she did in the game. She looked down, as if wanting to say something, but she held back and didn't express it outwardly. I replayed the text log in my mind. If I recall correctly, my sister's inner thoughts were like this. I looked down. They might be tattered clothes to a noble, but to me, they are precious. They are treasures filled with the kindness of the people of the back alley. I felt a pang of guilt, thinking, I'm sorry for being such a useless older sister. Incidentally, the sister in the game was resourceful enough to collude with the maids, pretend to throw everything away, and hide the trunk in a corner of the storage room. If my real sister did the same, I would, of course, pretend not to notice. Accompanied by a single maid, a plump, elderly woman with red hair, not Seal, I led my sister to her room. Through the marble entrance hall, a display of aristocratic power, down the carpeted hallway, by the time we reached the attic, the flooring had changed to worn wooden planks. This was the custom throughout the kingdom of Eustasia, practicality. It was practical to decorate the entrance hall to showcase the power of a noble family. Similarly, it was practical to maintain the areas used regularly to a certain degree. However, it was not practical to decorate a storage room. This room is. My sister was speechless at the lack of aristocratic luxury in the room. I spoke, taking care to sound as sarcastic as possible. It suits someone raised in the back alley, doesn't it? Do you have any complaints? No, elder sister. Just being under the same roof as you makes me happy. My sister's shy demeanor. For a moment, I considered defying fate. Hugging her, apologizing, giving her my room. No, maybe even sleeping in the same bed like close sisters. Wait, reason, do your job. I almost got lost in my daydreams. Dangerous. Speaking of which, was there such a line? I replayed the game's text log in my mind, him. Indeed, her only line was, no, elder sister. It seems there are some differences from the game. Ask the maid about the rest. I will fulfill my noble obligations, but I am busy. I turned on my heel. My sister called out to my back. Elder sister, thank you very much. A pang of pain shot through my chest. That line wasn't in the game. I've also spoken several lines that weren't in the game. Being insulted would have been better. Oh, well, it's no use saying such things to her. She doesn't have any human emotions. As I descended to the first floor, I overheard the elderly maid's words of comfort. Don't underestimate the Vanderwal's sharp hearing. Doesn't have any human emotions, huh? Back in my room, I closed the door and leaned against it. I pulled out the pocket watch, usually only its silver chain visible, from the breast pocket of my dark blue jacket, and flipped it open. The 3 hands ticked and the gears moved busily. If only I didn't have any human emotions. If only my heart were a clockwork mechanism like this pocket watch. If only that were the case. Entering the assigned attic room, she, Leticia, looked around appraisingly, and her eyes fell on the old bed. The bedding, wow, it's so luxurious. As she approached and touched it, she felt the smooth texture and sinking softness. Even she, unfamiliar with luxury goods, could tell it was top quality. Oh, the bedding in the guest room just happened to get old, so we were ordered to dispose of it. I snatched it. Don't worry, they won't notice. We were told we could do whatever we wanted with it, even though there's nothing wrong with it. It just happened. That's right. Oh, and also, if anything happens, no, even if nothing happens, come to us. This is the maid's break room downstairs, and there's always someone here. We can offer you some sweets and tea, and there's a fireplace. Come warm up before you go to bed. Your sister is like that, and Noble's meanness is insidious. But hang in there, don't give up. Yes. A thick, warm hand rested on her shoulder. After the maid left, as she unpacked her meager belongings alone, that warmth seemed to fill her chest. Or so she thought, but regardless of that. Yes, even though the room had no fireplace. It feels warm somehow. She stopped unpacking and looked around, but there was no fireplace, nor any other apparent heat source. No one without godlike observation skills would notice the change in the room. The day before, the head of the family herself, avoiding conspicuous areas and taking the utmost care not to compromise the floor's durability, had enlarged the knotholes in the floorboards with a drill, allowing the heat from the fireplace below to rise through. Chapter 5, The Tailor. After the welcoming event, which likely significantly lowered my sister's favorability towards me, there's a bit of a gap before the next official event. She will take the Vanderwal's family name and become a noble. However, that requires formal approval, and not just from me, the head of the Vanderwal's family, but from a higher authority, namely, His Majesty the King. In the Kingdom of Eustasia, nobility is officially a privileged status conferred by royal decree. Conversely, with the king's approval, even a girl of uncertain origins like Leticia can become a noble. That being said, the process is usually handled with paperwork, without any elaborate ceremonies. The addition of a new member to a noble family is typically due to birth or marriage events with undeniable legitimacy. However, there are exceptions. This is one such special case where a half-sibling is discovered. Such things are not unheard of. Rather, they are quite common, though less so when it comes to heads of families, as they tend to exercise discretion, at least enough to utilize discreet, reputable establishments that guarantee client confidentiality. However, instances of young nobles, thinking it a youthful indiscretion, impregnating or being impregnated by someone of good family, are relatively frequent. I hear of such cases publicly several times a year, and in my position, I hear of twice as many. Considering that some cases are likely handled smoothly with severance payments and child support, and kept hidden, the actual number is probably even higher. However, those children are never recognized as nobles. If matters are settled relatively amicably, severance payments and child support are usually paid. In cases of assault, not consensual relations, the perpetrator may even be executed. Legally, commoners are treated the same, but nobles have greater financial resources. No matter where they flee, no matter where they hide, we will search for them to the ends of the earth and deliver appropriate punishment under the law. The Vanderwal's family occasionally receives such requests. Due to the nature of the work, it's undeniably unpleasant, but the pay is good, and more than anything, it allows us to feel a bit like we're on the side of justice. The circumstances vary, but the common thread is that it's difficult for the resulting child to be recognized as a suitable noble. Such youthful indiscretions are rarely fueled by sensible adults, by the privileged class of nobles, even if they try to extinguish them. At the very least, the head of the family's approval is required, and whether they would acknowledge the young people who sired children without even going through the formal adoption process. It's no wonder this rule, allowing someone to become a noble solely with the king's approval, is rarely used. Occasionally, a parent might be blinded by love for their child, but in such cases, they can simply provide for them privately. They can acknowledge the child, provide financial support, even live together, without bearing the responsibilities of nobility. If simple happiness is the goal, that is a much easier path. If my father had done so, would Leticia and I have been able to grow up as sisters, despite our complicated circumstances? Even so, nobles are the ruling class. They bear corresponding obligations, but they also hold numerous privileges. And privileges are privileges precisely because they are held by a select few. Therefore, this rule is truly rarely used. It's such an archaic rule that when I first learned of it, I wondered if it was ever used in modern times. It's as if it exists solely for the purpose of welcoming Leticia. Well, in any case, there's no reason for me, the head of the family, to object. Although there's no way to prove it, the fact that she is half of noble blood also works in her favor. The application will likely be approved. However, preparations are necessary. Even if it's just a ceremony, no, because it's a ceremony, formality is required. There's no way she can appear before the king in those rags. She also needs everyday clothes. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Leticia. I am Tailor. Elder sister, who is this? She introduced herself, didn't she? She's a tailor. So, I called the family Tailor to the mansion. I introduced her to Leticia in the drawing room. She is also a character who appears in Moonlight Liberium. Apparently, she not only makes everyday clothes and dresses for the protagonist, but also sells clothing items, or something. I don't understand what yen are, but it's probably a unit of currency. I don't quite understand the parts of the game that don't involve me or the main plot. But there are people who are particular about the material of chessboards and pieces, the illustrations on playing cards, or the feel of dice, so it's probably something like that. Tailor Schneider. But she said Tailor. She's from another country. Tailor bowed her head, hunching her already slightly stooped back. She was slender and tall, and, as is common for tailors, she was hunched over. Her light blue eyes were lifeless, almost black in their darkness. Her green-tinged black hair, which hung down, partially obscuring her eyes, reminded me of the seaweed, wakame, harvested in the eastern countries and imported to our country in dried form. She wore a simple white long-sleeved shirt and a black vest, a tailor's way of indicating her dedication to her craft. Her trousers were also black, with crisp creases, and above all, they were free of wrinkles and impeccably stitched. Her tie, also hand-sewn, was black as well, but with a different, lustrous sheen. Tailors often sew their own work clothes, and they consider it a testament to their skill. Judging solely by her skill, she is a top-class tailor. Judging solely by her skill. So, I understand you have a request. Tailor timidly gauged my expression. She has a shop in the royal capital, but it's funded by me. I've limited her noble clientele to orders placed through the Vanderwal's family. Supporting, protecting, and monopolizing skilled artisans is a noble's duty, but it's not just that. I judged it best for her, given her nature. For her to continue her current life, she needs me, the cold-hearted Vanderwals. In other words, she cannot defy me. I've found my half-sister. Until the official announcement, this must be kept confidential. So I stated the facts succinctly, without concealment. She's a craftswoman, not interested in worldly gossip. Yes. So, can you tolerate her wearing these rags? A ghostly light flickered in her pale blue eyes. Certainly not. Even if they hold sentimental value, they are not clothes fit for a noble. First, a few sets of everyday clothes. Yes. She smoothly pulled out a notebook from her vest's side pocket, took the pen from her breast pocket, and began taking notes. Then, a dress for her audience with His Majesty. Yes. Tailor's face lit up. That's all for now. Yes. Tailor's spirits sank. Depending on the results, I intend to commission you for my sister's clothes in the future. For now, focus on the task at hand. Yes. Life returned to her face. For better or worse, she is a craftswoman. It's true that I plan to commission her for my sister's clothes in the future. It's still far off, but I'll eventually need to prepare a dress for the final ball, and the dress I wear then will surely be of her making as well. Chapter 6. Safe Haven. The lanky tailor moved like a spider, silently circling behind Leticia. Then she extended her long arms. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Eek. Leticia flinched, her eyes widening as her ample bosom was groped, a muffled MMPH escaping her lips. I reacted immediately, shoving the tailor away and rushing to Leticia's side. Just now, she touched my chest. She hid behind me, making me her safe haven, me, someone like me. A warm, fuzzy feeling, something akin to sisterly happiness, welled up in my chest. I wanted to savor it, but that wouldn't move the story forward. I'd ruminate on it later. For now, I opened my mouth to do what needed to be done. Leticia calmed down. Big sister. I also wanted to savor being called Big Sister, but I didn't have time for that now. Cursing fate, I was also guided by that very fate, which brought my sister and me together. Call me elder sister, I taught you that, didn't I? Ah yes, that's right. I told her that when it was decided, she would be welcomed into our family. The education to instill proper noble speech, behavior, and manners would come later. I would mainly leave that to Seal, who was also my tutor, with occasional lessons from me and other characters. That's how the script goes. However, I at least told her to address me as elder sister. That scene isn't in Moonlight Liberium. However, Leticia in the game, except for our first meeting, always calls me elder sister. So I assumed that the me in the game must have taught her that at the beginning, and I followed suit. The Leticia I know always called me elder sister. Being called big sister is new, and it makes me so happy. For a moment I thought, maybe it's okay to change this much, but I have no intention of changing fate. So, elder sister, why did that person suddenly grope my chest? Is that some new kind of greeting? As she said that, I noticed Leticia had linked her arm around mine. Ah, my sister is so cute. But how is it that her chest is pressed against me just by hiding behind me and leaning in? Even if I tried the same pose, unless I deliberately pressed against her, it would never happen. Why, with such a natural movement, are her breasts? Well, yes, it's a kind of greeting. Just as I was getting lost in a maze of thought, Tailor, who had been standing around awkwardly, muttered, averting her gaze. I've never heard of such a decadent greeting. Refrain from using misleading expressions. However, turning her gaze to me, she placed a hand on her chest and insisted. But I just want to thoroughly understand the body of a cute girl. Close your mouth this instant. Leticia, seemingly frightened, tightened her grip on my arm, and her chest pressed tighter against me. Feigning composure, I explained carefully. Leticia, it's normal for a tailor to touch a client's body for measurements. She is a top-class tailor. Tailor puffed out her chest and smiled smugly, but like squeezing and. However, my sister seemed unconvinced. She released my arm and wiggled her fingers. With the pressure gone from my arm, I felt a slight chill. Tailor averted her gaze again and muttered. I can't tell unless I do that much. Lady Leticia is quite well endowed. Be quiet. Apparently, she was sued by a client for this kind of behavior and fled to this country. If only she were a bit more articulate. I questioned her intensely, but she declared with unwavering conviction, I swear on my shears that I did nothing untoward. I simply did my best to create the finest garments. And the finished garments are indeed superb. Her touch might be a bit strong, but her claim that it's necessary for her work is true, and I judged that she had no ulterior motives. In fact, until she was unfortunately sued, her obsessive attention to detail for accurate measurements was accepted in light of the quality of her work. What a shame. Thanks to that, I was able to employ such a skilled tailor, so perhaps it was for the best. Was even that part of fate's script? I met her before I knew about Moonlight Liberium. I don't know what her character setting was in the game. Probably, the protagonist doesn't know either. But she was exiled from her country, drifted all the way to the kingdom of Eustasia, and became my exclusive tailor, just as the scenario dictated. But Leticia still seemed unconvinced, glancing at Tailor. Lady Adelheid, permission to speak. If you say anything strange again, you understand, don't you? Tailor nodded. I nodded as well and granted permission. Lady Leticia, as the exclusive tailor of the Vanderwal's family, I swear I have no strange intentions. I simply want to dress girls. No, women attractively, yes. I want to help bring out a woman's charm. I want to do my best for that. That is all. Barely safe. She usually gushes to me. Cute girls should wear cute clothes. I want to bring out the charm of cute girls with the clothes I make. So, she probably rephrased it carefully. Her conviction is unshakable, as if she's received some divine revelation. It's quite suspicious, but she's doing her best to use palatable language. I appreciate the effort. Is that so? Even though I understand it's necessary for her profession, I would also be uncomfortable being touched all over by a man. That's why there are many female tailors, especially for nobles. Dealing with capricious nobles is high risk, but nobles are nobles. High society is an excellent advertising platform. It's also high reward. I lightly placed my hand on Leticia's shoulder, who was looking at me. Besides, Leticia, we're both women, aren't we? Yes, that's true. A pang of pain shot through my chest for some reason. There's no way Tailor would make a mistake like leaving a needle behind. Even so, I gently touched and caressed my own chest. But it's a little. Leticia, glancing at Tailor again, was probably still wary from the earlier shock. At this rate, she was probably fine in the back alley as well. Despite the high crime rate, there's a kind of order. It's not a completely lawless zone. The possibility that something happened in the past, making her wary, can't be entirely dismissed. For now, if my sister is uncomfortable, it can't be helped. She absolutely needs clothes befitting a duke's daughter. I turned my gaze to Tailor. Tailor, you can take measurements by sight, can't you? But that would compromise the quality. Tailor protested. I narrowed my eyes and spoke in a cold voice. You can, can't you? Why, yes. Tailor's eyes teared up. Perhaps feeling sorry for her, Leticia's wariness eased slightly. Well, elder sister, you also have your clothes made by Tailor, right? Well, yes. The clothes I'm wearing now are also her handiwork. This navy blue jacket and skirt set, with the Vanderwal's crest embroidered on the chest, has become my trademark as the head of the family. I also entrust her with my dresses for social occasions. So, if she doesn't touch you, the quality suffers, right? Yes, there will be a difference in comfort. As for the appearance, I doubt anyone would notice, but it's not absolute. Some nobles have a discerning eye. My sister nodded once. Then, I'd like to formally request you to make my clothes, Tailor. Yes, Lady Leticia. Good, it seems the scenario will proceed as planned. Then, I'll leave the rest to you. Yes. Tailor nodded confidently. Having finished my business, I turned on my heel, and my sleeve was tugged. Looking back, Leticia was holding onto my sleeve. What is it? Turning back, she hesitantly took my hand and pulled it towards her chest. Perhaps misjudging the distance, my hand brushed against her, but unlike with Tailor, she didn't seem to mind. And then she said, I want elder sister to stay too. I thought about brushing her hand away, saying, I'm busy. I thought that would be the correct response as the villainous sister, the mean older sister. But, is that not allowed? With my sister making such a face, could any older sister refuse? I silently pulled my hand away and sat down on the drawing room sofa. It seems I need to personally observe the work of my exclusive Tailor from time to time. Tailor, if the results are unsatisfactory, I will ensure your satisfaction. Tailor grinned. She was confident. Perhaps it would have been better if she had a little less confidence, even though she has the skills to match her confidence. If she had been a bit more flexible, she might not have been driven to flee, she might have avoided a lawsuit. She might not have been exiled. With such troubled thoughts, I watched as Leticia was measured from head to toe by Tailor, her hands and measuring tape leaving no part of her body untouched, her chest groped, her waist grasped, her back stroked, her legs caressed. Leticia, seemingly anxious, glanced at me repeatedly. I smiled reassuringly, and her face blossomed into a bright smile. Perhaps I should be mean. Perhaps I should make her dislike me more. But at least between events. She will eventually come to dislike me. That's fate, but just a little longer. Just a little longer, I want to be my sister's safe haven. Chapter 7, Familiar Outfit. A few days later, Tailor delivered the first completed outfit. Even for everyday wear, it was remarkably fast. When my sister, changed in the next room, appeared in the drawing room, I gasped. I've never worn anything like this before. Leticia was ecstatic about the clothes, the quality of which was incomparable to anything she'd worn before. They feel so wonderful. Of course they do. The fabric is so smooth, it doesn't catch at all. I spared no expense. I can't even feel the seams. That's because I took special care to understand Lady Leticia's measurements. Tailor beamed, her face flushed with satisfaction, as she chimed in with Leticia's delighted exclamations, nodding in agreement. The torrent of praise from my sister must have been incredibly rewarding for a tailor. My sister twirled around, her red skirt flaring. The dynamism of her movements, expressing her joy with her whole body, was truly adorable. Then, like a dog wagging its tail, she ran straight towards me. She held the hem of her skirt and twirled again in front of me, allowing me to take in the entire ensemble, from the top of her head to her toes, and even her back. How do I look, elder sister? Do I look good? Why, yes, well, you're presentable now. I had been speechless, and my sister's question snapped me back to reality. I thought that was quite a sarcastic, mean remark for something blurted out reflexively, but only for a moment. Thank you, Tailor, she complimented me. Naturally. My clothes suit you perfectly. These two are far too resilient. Did they actually take that as a compliment? It made me seriously reconsider how harsh I should make my future, Meanness. The reason I was speechless earlier wasn't because of my sister's cuteness. Well, my sister is cute enough to make me want to prevent her future beheading. A white shirt and a red jumper skirt. A large gold button at the chest, emblazoned with the Vanderwal's gecko crest, gleamed prominently. Probably the same one as on my jacket, matching. Her neatly cut blonde hair, now receiving proper nutrition, baths, and care, was regaining its original shine. She looked completely different from when we first met. When I saw the first outfit Tailor made for Leticia, a chill ran down my spine. It was identical to the outfit the protagonist always wears in Moonlight Liberium. I hadn't given her any instructions. I left it to the tailor's discretion. And yet, the design was exactly the same. Astonishing. The clothes I always wear were also made by Tailor before I knew about Moonlight Liberium. My sister's existence, the matching pocket watches, the familiar lines. Along with these, this was another example of an inescapable force. Whether the future of this world is predetermined, I don't know. I don't believe that everything that will happen is set in stone. This world is like a stage someone created, but I don't believe all my actions are predetermined. The events, in my interpretation, are like points. Like scenes in a play, prominent events are extracted from a larger set of occurrences to advance the story. That's probably the official history. However, how we connect the dots is up to the actors to us. It's our freedom, surely. We might even be able to change the future. But that's precisely why I choose the future that should be. That way, at least my sister's happiness is guaranteed. If fate is on our side in this uncertain world, I choose that. Lady Leticia, this is for everyday wear, but what should we do about a second outfit? She couldn't have just one outfit. Even my sister from the back alley, the slums, had a few outfits and rotated them properly. Though they were all rags that a noble family would use as cleaning cloths or to wipe down horses in the stables. They were all similar, and honestly, I could barely tell them apart, nor did I see the need to. But even in those clothes, my sister was cute enough to make me want to hug her. However, she's even cuter now, and I want to make her happy after all the hardships she's endured. Even if it's not me who makes her happy. Just being able to set the stage is enough. I am her one and only older sister. Even if she comes to hate me, even if my head is separated from my body, that much will never change. Could I have the same design? If it's the same design, it will be finished quickly. Are you sure? Watching the two of them, Tailor tilted her head slightly. Leticia nodded. Where I used to live, I always wore similar clothes, so I think I'd feel more comfortable with the same design. Yes, understood. I see, so that's why. The sister in the game always wore the same outfit except for special events. I thought it was a common, protagonist marker in stage costumes. The reason I usually wear the same design of clothes is also due to similar circumstances. I am the head of the Vanderwal's family, and what I need is not fashion, but attire that allows those who know to recognize me at a glance as the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals. I'll wear a dress if the dress code requires it. And besides, dressing somewhat plainly on a daily basis makes formal attire stand out more at social events. Besides, I really like this outfit. Tailor's face broke into a smile. Foo-foo, you're a tailor's dream, Lady Leticia. I'm glad my sister likes it. Also, Lady Adelheid. Regarding the cost, use whatever you need. I said curtly. The Vanderwal's coffers are full. We have plenty of undeclared funds, but our legitimate territorial management is also profitable. Besides, Tailor's shop has become a legitimate source of income. Tell Seal the necessary amount as usual. It wouldn't do for rumors to spread that the Vanderwal's new relative looks like a street rat. I smiled, one corner of my mouth lifting. Just make sure you don't do anything disgraceful that would tarnish the family name, Leticia. It was an expression I had practiced countless times in front of my mirror since learning of my future as the villainous sister. Using sarcastic, cutting words had twice the effect. Street rat is a common insult for residents of the back alley. The phrases new relative and tarnish the family name were also meant to be sarcastic digs, implying that she was, after all, just a half-sister. Even though I find her incredibly cute as my blood-related sister, I couldn't show that. I needed to be thoroughly disliked before my inevitable beheading. I thought the events leading up to it would be enough, but I decided that daily reinforcement was important. However, contrary to my expectations, Leticia, instead of grimacing, smiled brightly. "Thank you, elder sister. You acknowledge me as a relative of the Vanderwals and you're worried about me. What's with that positive attitude? I'm being mean, you know. She's supposed to dislike me, right?" Chapter 8, The Carriage to the Royal Castle. The letter from the Royal Castle arrived 3 days after Leticia's audience dress was completed. The deliberation was over, and Leticia was to be recognized as Leticia von Vanderwals. Along with this, she was granted an audience with His Majesty the King. I wondered if it couldn't have been handled with just paperwork, but it wasn't a bad excuse to showcase my sister's dress. Besides, it was also the capture target's debut. I knew him, but for my sister, it was an important meeting. I didn't know if he would end up with my sister. The probability, simply put, was 1 in 3. Even so, the prospects offered by the title of First Prince were significant. He wasn't a bad person, but we weren't compatible. He had a political cleanliness complex, unable to accept a family like the cold-hearted Vanderwals, whose livelihood was a shady business that completely disregarded the official laws of the land. Conversely, perhaps he wouldn't be a bad partner for her in a future without the Vanderwals. This country was reaching a point where it no longer needed our family. It was my sister's choice to make. "Leticia, are you ready?" I knocked lightly on the changing room door. "Yes, you may enter." The reply came immediately, from both my sister and Seal. Seal opened the door inward. "Hello, how do I look?" Leticia, shy in her dress, looked so lovely I almost wanted to keep her all to myself. A violet color, brighter and more vivid than the navy blue of my usual jacket and skirt. Trailing skirts had long gone out of fashion in the Kingdom of Eustasia, but vestiges of the style remained, with skirts that almost touched the floor considered formal. Probably due to the cold. It was common to add layers under a dress skirt to create a natural fullness, but in this country, fur lining was often used for warmth. It was also a way to flaunt one's wealth, demonstrating the ability to heat one's home. In contrast to the long skirts, bare shoulders paired with long gloves seemed a contradictory display of modesty and extravagance. But it suited her, so it was fine. "Are you wearing your usual outfit, elder sister?" It's not mandatory, but it's a practical outfit for the head of the family. The me in the game also seemed to wear the same outfit all the time, except for special occasions. Tailor seemed to want me to add more variety to my everyday wear, in other words, to commission more clothes from her. I see. For some reason, Leticia seemed slightly disappointed. Will there ever be an occasion for elder sister and I to wear dresses together? However, regaining some of her cheerfulness, she asked me that. Perhaps there will be. Perhaps there would be such occasions at social gatherings. For tea parties, lighter dresses were sometimes worn, but everyday clothes were also acceptable. However, formal attire was required for evening events. But the only official event where Leticia and I would attend together in dresses was the final ball, the day that would irrevocably separate our paths and end the history of the cold-hearted Vanderwals. The day of parting yet to come. The day the villainous sister would meet her demise was still far off. "Let's go, Leticia." "Yes." I left Seal, who had been helping Leticia dress, in charge while I was away. "Seal, I leave things in your hands." "Yes." Unusually for her, she had offered to accompany me when I told her to stay behind, but I insisted. Going to the royal castle to meet His Majesty the King, while sounding like an important event, was routine for our family. For the cold-hearted Vanderwals, one of only 3 ducal families in Eustasia, and the officially unofficial Watchers in the Shadows. Of course, today was special. However, having Seal come along would be problematic. For one, it wasn't in the game. Another reason was having a capable maid like Seal present might cause the following event to fail. The scenario was somewhat forced. Of course, when actors perform on stage and immerse themselves in their roles, such minor details become insignificant. Even so, there's a limit. Flaws in fate were probably everywhere. If we simply lived our daily lives, this world would surely deviate from the scenario of Moonlight Liberium. That was unacceptable to me. As the head of the Vanderwal's family, I judged that not changing this fate was in the best interest of the majority, at least of Eustasia. Therefore, I would thoroughly eliminate any possibility of altering fate. I accepted this because my sister's happiness was guaranteed, and at the same time, it would bring happiness to many more people. That's how I was raised. The established order of priorities was unshakable. Peace for Eustasia. That is the Vanderwal's race and Derder. I am Adelheid von Vanderwals, the current head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals, the single wall lizard protecting this country, and a single older sister wishing for her sister's happiness. As I boarded the carriage, Seal offered me a wrap. Here, it's cold today. Thank you, Seal. There was also a lap blanket on the carriage seat. Both the plain gray wrap, the lap blanket, and the carriage itself were warmed with heated stones. She was capable. I deliberately took only one of the two blankets provided. Without even looking at my sister, I got into the carriage. I didn't have the courage to look at Leticia's face, so I pretended to look out the window. Then Leticia boarded the carriage. And despite it being a four-seater carriage, she sat next to me. Letty, CIA. Unexpected. I couldn't maintain my "I'm not interested in you" pose, pretending to be fascinated by the scenery outside any longer. Turning to her, my sister smiled. It's cold today. And she leaned against me. I couldn't help but glance at Seal, but she simply watched us, her expression unchanged. Was she saying this wasn't unusual? Then Seal lightly nudged the accompanying maid's shoulder. Excuse me, Lady Adelheid. Bowing her head, the maid moved past me and sat opposite Leticia. The door was closed from the outside, and the maid locked it from the inside. The small window connecting the driver's seat and the passenger compartment opened slightly. Lady Adelheid, may I depart? Proceed. I nodded, giving the driver permission, even though he couldn't see me. The carriage started with a creak and lurched forward. Leticia, unaccustomed to carriages, lost her balance and reached out instinctively. I caught her, and our eyes met. Her blue eyes, the same color as mine, were wide. Then she narrowed her eyes slightly, her cheeks softening into a smile. Thank you, elder sister. Leticia settled back into her seat, leaning against my supporting arm. And, as she had done before, she gently leaned against me again. It's cold today, but I'm warm. Is it really not okay to hug her? Chapter 9, A Mysterious Chest Pain. The carriage traveled along the cobblestone road leading to the royal castle of Eustasia. I had completely missed the opportunity to detach myself from my clinging sister. In the four-seater carriage, my intended seating arrangement was for me, the head of the family, to occupy the two-seater by myself, with Leticia and the maid sitting in front. However, for some reason, Leticia and I ended up sitting next to each other, with the maid comfortably occupying the two-seater alone. This looked like we were close sisters. I was supposed to be the half-sister who begrudgingly acknowledged her back alley origins out of obligation to atone for my father's infidelity, repeatedly tormenting her due to her background. That was the setting. However, it was too early to panic. The next scenario involved the first prince of our country meeting Leticia. We didn't get along, but I could acknowledge his abilities, though his naive praise of a shady family like ours before truly understanding its necessity, and his tendency to condemn such things after, made me question his character. The other two capture targets weren't bad either, but if Leticia took a liking to the prince, well, I could entrust my sister to him. A sharp pain stabbed at my chest. It was late autumn, a time of changing seasons when one was susceptible to colds. I lightly rubbed my chest, wondering if there was something wrong with my lungs. Are you all right? My sister peered up at my downcast face. It's nothing, I'm fine. I see, but please be careful not to catch a cold. I wanted to say the same to her. Although it was a bit further down the line in the sequence of events, she was destined to catch a cold. And her room was a freezing attic. Even though the bedding was of the finest quality, meant for guests, and I had subtly renovated it to allow heat from the floor below to rise. Still, it wasn't a room meant for human habitation, much less for my precious little sister. I truly didn't want her to sleep in such a room. You should be the one to take care. I scoffed at myself. Take care of what? That was my role. It was supposed to be my role. To provide a warm room with a fireplace, fine bedding, nutritious meals, and the best medical care if she caught a cold. If I had any proper familial affection, I would have done so. But I was both an older sister, who wished for her sister's happiness, and the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals. I needed her. I needed someone like her, a story protagonist. A convenient miracle. Feeling guilty, but justifying it by telling myself that she would be happy in the end, I decided to use my own sister. What right did I have to say anything? What meaning did my words hold? My sister nodded at my words and, for some reason, smiled. Yes, I grew up in the back alley, so I'm quite healthy. Her radiance was dazzling. She didn't hide her origins. She didn't feel ashamed. She was so happy with such a simple expression of concern. I looked away, gazing out the window. Walk along the carpet, stop in front of the king, and greet him. I overheard Leticia softly rehearsing the procedures for the ceremony of recognition and looked at her. Her expression was serious. Come to think of it, for me, today's main event was meeting the first prince, one of the capture targets, but for my sister, it wasn't. Her first time at the royal castle. Her first time before His Majesty. Her first noble ceremony. It would be strange if she wasn't anxious. My sister looked up and our eyes met. Elder sister, is there anything I should be particularly careful about? Let me see. I thought for a moment. I had already informed her of the ceremonial procedures, which had been decided in consultation with the royal castle. I had Seal make her practice her greetings. If there was anything to be worried about, it was her lack of stage presence. Elder sister is kind, but I've never met any other nobles, so I'm a little nervous. I felt like a strange assessment was mixed in there. One that, as the villainous sister, I absolutely couldn't tolerate. However, I decided not to address it now and offered simple advice. Just be confident. Yes. Leticia nodded solemnly. And after that, be confident. I repeated myself, is that all? That's all. I nodded. Well, I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to get complacent. Yes. This ceremony hasn't been performed since before any of the current nobles were alive, so no one knows what the correct procedure is. Is that so? Yes. Don't worry. I gave my bewildered, adorable sister a small smile, not as an older sister, but as the head of the family, with a hint of villainous sister mixed in. You are a blood relative of the Vanderwal's family. My heart was weak, unable to say my sister. Well, as a villain, that was probably the correct approach. This time I smiled like a true villainous sister, like the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals, baring my teeth. If anyone dares to insult the honor of our family, I will make them pay. Yes, elder sister. No, why does she look happy about that? It was a smile that had broken the spirits of countless negotiators, a truly villainous smile if the world were divided into good and evil. I wanted her to be afraid. Unable to bear my sister's inexplicably joyful smile, I looked out the window again, feeling the warmth of my sister leaning against my arm. I suddenly realized that the pain in my chest had vanished. Chapter 10, The Guards' Gossip. It was too early for snow to accumulate, but the overcast sky threatened flurries. The sturdy stone castle, towering against the cloudy sky, came into view. While wondering if the shoulder-bearing dress was a good idea, we rode up to the castle in the carriage. Even within the castle walls, we stopped next to the stables. However, a thoughtful gesture was evident. A somewhat worn, but clean cloth had been laid down on the bare ground between the carriage step and the castle's stone floor to prevent mud stains. The guards on duty looked tense upon seeing the stylized gecko, the Vanderwal's crest, on the carriage. We had an appointment for an audience. They naturally knew who was coming. Welcome to the royal castle of Eustasia, Lady Adelheid von Vanderwals. The captain of the guard, in light armor, a breastplate and helmet appropriate for peacetime, addressed me. He wore a red feather plume on his helmet and a longsword at his hip. The other guards held long halberds and wore short swords at their waists. It was somewhat amusing to see them so intimidated by our family name, despite the fact that they could easily kill me if they intended to harm me. If Seal were here, there would be no such anxiety. I couldn't handle multiple armed guards, even in light armor. I had some training, so I thought I might stand a chance, but such reckless bravery wasn't the Vanderwal's way. In any case, I hadn't heard of any assassination plots recently. I nodded silently to the guards. "Thank you for welcoming us." Leticia greeted them with a smile. The tense atmosphere softened and then froze over, even more intensely. I could feel all eyes on me. I, too, was frozen in place by the unexpected turn of events. "Leticia." "Yes." My sister turned at the sound of her name. Did I do something wrong?" I watched her for a moment, flustered as she sensed the tension around her. Then I glanced around. The guards held their breath, watching the situation unfold. Did she do something wrong? I questioned myself. Guards were like stagehands. They welcomed expected visitors, assessed whether unexpected visitors were worthy of entering the castle gates, and eliminated troublemakers. Due to their role, they were customarily not addressed. However, there was no rule against addressing them. "Thank you for the welcome. Your service is appreciated." "Yes, ma'am." The guard straightened at my words. Although it wasn't planned, I decided to seize the opportunity to boost my sister's standing. "Her name is Leticia. Leticia von Vanderwals. Today, she will be formally recognized by His Majesty as the first in line of succession to the Vanderwals title. The vacant position of heir to the Vanderwals title. If I were to die suddenly, the family line would end, or His Majesty would appoint some other noble to take my place. Once today's recognition was complete, that would no longer be the case. My sister could inherit the family after my death. I could entrust the Vanderwals family, the country of Eustasia, to her after I was gone. Our family had a notorious reputation, but it was a well-known one. Our assets, even just the legitimate ones, would ensure she wouldn't struggle, and including the illegitimate ones, they were comparable to a small nation. She may come to the royal castle alone in the future. Remember her face. She is a ducal daughter. After all three capture targets resided in the royal castle. She would have many opportunities to visit them alone. Such a formal entrance wouldn't be necessary for unofficial visits. However, whether she could simply walk in depended on her family name. Any guard who didn't know the Vanderwal's crest had either skipped training or been asleep. The guards within sight refrained from gossiping, but further away, whispers seemed to have started. Let them gossip. They were the first people besides the Vanderwals to learn of my sister. Whispers would spread. Many people would learn of her existence, along with the news that the first in line to the Vanderwals' title had been decided. The juicy gossip of her being a half-sister would be added to the mix. Most likely, my sister wouldn't be viewed favorably at first. I didn't know the details, but the apparent facts pointed to a scandal involving the previous head of the family. A young girl from the back alley suddenly becoming a ducal daughter. It was more than a leap forward. There would be looks of envy and jealousy. That's why I was needed. The mean half-sister, a haughty young lady who doesn't understand the kindness of others. To gather sympathy for her, portraying her as a pitiful victim. And eventually, the whole country would know her. All the negative feelings would eventually be reversed. "I am Leticia. It's a pleasure to meet you." My sister bowed her head. Such humility wasn't common among those born into nobility, but it would likely be viewed favorably by the guards, most of whom came from commoner backgrounds. Come to think of it, having the guards on her side might ensure my sister's safety if the scenario went awry. As expected of my sister, Leticia, the gossip was in full bloom further away. The captain of the guard seemed to be desperately resisting the urge to turn around. He probably wanted to yell at his gossiping subordinates, but he was likely conflicted about what would happen to them if he did so in front of me. I felt a bit sorry for him. I had also been trained by Seal to hear distant voices, so even though they were trying to be discreet, I could hear them very clearly. First in line of succession? So she's the sister? They do look alike. Wait, could she be his daughter? No way, and so on. Perfect. If 16-year-old Leticia were my daughter, I would have had to give birth to her at the age of 6. As expected, there would be curious glances and inquiries for a while. Or so I thought, when my sister continued her self-introduction with a smile. My elder sister came to the back alley to get me. She acknowledged me as her sister at first sight, even though we have different mothers. The tone of the gossip changed. That Vanderwal's, the back alley, half-sister, a family feud, then why would she acknowledge her? That's true, wait, don't go there. Don't be convinced, I didn't show my panic, but the gossip was heading in a bad direction. I maintained a neutral expression. Probably, however, inwardly I was sweating. Accurate information disclosure. She casually revealed a heavy, delicate matter that I had intended to reveal gradually, as if to say there was no need to hide it. Human nature is to be curious about what is hidden. Did my sister have such a keen understanding of human psychology? Even these clothes, elder sister called a tailor for me so I wouldn't embarrass the Vanderwals. Leticia gestured to the violet dress under her wrap. Lady Adelheid did, I see, as expected of the head of the Vanderwals family. Once again, welcome to the royal castle. The captain of the guard, for some reason looking convinced, nodded and led me into the castle with a slightly more respectful demeanor than before. They seem to get along well, don't they? That's a very fine dress. Made with love, huh? I wonder how much that dress cost. The quality of the fabric, the craftsmanship is amazing. You guys know way too much about women's clothes. As expected of the royal castle guards, they seem to have a discerning eye, having seen so many distinguished visitors. Strangely curious about the gossip praising Tailor's work, I entered the castle with a sense of reluctance. The moment I stepped through the door, it became dimly lit. Her name would be etched in the guards' memories. Her favorability rating should have risen. But Leticia, you didn't have to go that far. Quietly acknowledging the complete collapse of my initial plan to subtly reveal Leticia's background, I desperately hoped that at least the official event would proceed smoothly. Hurry up and get here, Prince. Chapter 11, Waiting Room Anxieties. I was getting anxious. Leticia, would you like some tea? No, I have an audience soon. Leticia and I were alone in the waiting room near the audience chamber. The maids were waiting in the next room. They seemed visibly relieved when I dismissed them so they wouldn't interfere with the event. Even though they might be called at any moment, it was probably more relaxing than being in the presence of the head of the family and her daughter. I discreetly checked the time on the grandfather clock. This was bad. The time for the audience was fast approaching. And yet, the official event wasn't happening. The audience was just an excuse concocted by the unseen playwright to get Leticia into a dress. The proof was that it was glossed over in the game. The beautiful illustration, the event still, was of the encounter with the prince. However, for that to happen, she had to go to the restroom before the audience, be late, rush back in a panic, and bump into the prince. Why incorporate such an uncertain, spontaneous event into the scenario? Furthermore, it was all part of a set piece, me scolding my sister for being late, and the prince stepping in to defend her. I could handle my part. The prince, well, he must have been drilled on how to treat a lady. He would probably defend my sister. That part shouldn't be a problem. However, if they didn't meet in the first place, there was nothing I could do. I briefly considered abandoning the event altogether, but he was a capture target, one of Leticia's potential love interests. I had to rigorously assess whether he was a man I could entrust my sister's life to. But it was only natural that my sister wouldn't need to use the restroom. She had gone as soon as we arrived in the waiting room. I checked on her, but since we had plenty of time, she wasn't in a hurry, didn't bump into the prince, and returned as usual. Of course, being mindful of time was important. But just this once, I wished my sister wasn't so sensible. In the capital of Eustasia, where the clock tower bells chimed regularly, even the residents of the back alley were probably conscious of time. I couldn't think of a plausible reason to stop my sister from going to the restroom. I subtly offered her drinks several times, suggesting she might need to go again, but she refused. No matter how much I prayed to fate, my sister showed no signs of leaving her seat. Time was running out. I didn't know the exact time of the event, but I couldn't wait any longer. Leticia, I'm going to the restroom. Oh, okay. I'll wait. You're coming with me. I decided to force the event to proceed. However, my sister tilted her head, looking puzzled, and stated the obvious. Me, not a maid. I didn't even need a maid in the first place. I frequented the royal castle, and it was just a trip to the restroom. Even for a noble, an escort wasn't necessary, unless there was a risk of assassination. Do you have a problem with that? I gave up on trying to explain rationally and glared at her. I was truly grateful that I had left Seal behind. She would have been discreetly waiting nearby, not in the next room. She would have accompanied me, just in case. She would have subtly taken it upon herself to fetch Leticia. With someone as capable as her around, I was confident the event wouldn't happen. No. My sister lowered her gaze, avoiding my stare. I was confident in my ability to intimidate with a glare. I was the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals, after all. However, she softened her expression, looked up, and smiled. I'm happy you chose me to accompany you, elder sister. I lost my confidence in my glare. Even though I was the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals. Help me, Seal. My sister's mental fortitude was too strong. For a moment, I found myself seeking help from Seal, who wasn't even there. Seal rarely changed her composed expression, but when she did smile, like when she was concerned about me when I was exhausted from work, it made my heart skip a beat. I felt like Seal used to smile more. Back when she was my governess and tutor, not my assistant head of the family. She had taught me, after prefacing that it was separate from the manners a lady should learn, that the power of a glare is important. When she glared at me with her cold eyes, a shiver ran down my spine. From that day forward, I swore to myself that I would never make an enemy of Seal. I wanted to be praised by her, to prove that her teachings were correct, to meet her expectations, to see her smile. Because of Seal, I was able to improve myself. But that was all in the past now. Seal wasn't here. She shouldn't be. She would help me, she would help me. Her top priority was surely me, if I wasn't being conceited. But now I had to manage on my own. I was the current head of the Vanderwal's family, and the villainous sister of Moonlight Liberium, destined to torment my sister. Let's go, Leticia. Yes, elder sister. My sister rose and followed me. I couldn't choose my birth. Becoming the head of the family was my predetermined fate, but this role was different. It was the first role I chose for myself. I would see it through. Because I was the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals. Even though I had lost a bit of my confidence just now. Chapter 12. Encounter with the Prince. When I finished using the restroom before my sister and spotted a figure down the hallway, I felt a wave of relief. I never thought there would be a day I'd be relieved to see him. He stopped a short distance from me and addressed me in his cool and prickly voice. It's almost time for your audience with His Majesty, Adelheid von Vanderwals. Naturally, I'm aware of that. A lady has to maintain her appearance, Your Highness Conrad von Eustasia. Light, tousled blonde hair, inherited from his father, and deep green eyes. 21 years old, a year younger than me. Being of age, marriage proposals were a popular topic of gossip, but royal marriages had even greater political significance than those of nobles. Noble ladies of marriageable age apparently dreamt of marrying him and entering the royal family, but I had absolutely no interest, in any sense of the word. He used to be smaller than me, but he had grown taller at some point. His white formal attire, objectively speaking, suited his slender, handsome figure, enhancing his masculine charm. Subjectively speaking, I didn't care what he wore. The sword at his hip wasn't just for show. If he were on a white horse, he would be the very image of a prince. Come to think of it, there was a scene in Moonlight Liberium where he rode a white horse. Standing next to my sister, both with blonde hair, albeit different shades, they looked somewhat like siblings. And, though it vexed me, I couldn't deny they looked good together. You, a lady. The standards for ladyhood have certainly fallen. My, how harsh for a prince, rumored to be so kind to women. I covered my mouth with my hand and chuckled, aiming to get on his nerves, and Prince Conrad scowled. Oops. I reacted as I usually did. What if Leticia heard that? Hurry up, I'll take my leave. He turned to walk away. Wait a little longer. Hold on. What is it now? I stopped him, but I had no plan. Leticia, hurry up. My inner cry couldn't have been heard, but the sound of running water indicated Leticia's imminent arrival, and I inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Elder sister, I apologize for the wait. Good, it was going mostly according to the official event. The next official line was, Leticia, were you here all this time? Honestly, don't make me wait. No, I'd discard that line. I was the one who brought her here. The line, were you here all this time, wouldn't be convincing. What kind of fate is this if I can't even control a girl's need to use the restroom? Ridiculous. But if it weren't for fate, how would I have known I had a sister 3 years ago? Although the details were different, the prince had appeared. Now, if I scolded my sister and he took her side, the event would at least maintain its basic structure. Leticia, you're late. The audience is about to begin. Honestly, don't make me wait. I'm sorry, elder sister. I recycled the usable parts of the official line. And my sister responded with the official line. Lady Adelheid, is this the sister you recently found? Yes. He addressed me by my full name, laced with sarcasm, or with the equally sarcastic title of lady. It sounded much more barbed than when he used lady with other noblewomen. Also, although it was how he had always addressed me, continuing to use it even after I became the head of the family, no longer a young lady, implied he didn't acknowledge me as such. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Conrad von Eustasia, first prince of this country. May I have your name? Good, just like the script. A bit explanatory, but that's what self-introductions are for, and it also served as an explanation for the audience. I'd let it slide. As his introduction indicated, he was royalty, permitted to use Eustasia after von. First in line to the throne. The first prince of Eustasia, and a capture target in Moonlight Liberium. One of the 3 potential love interests for the protagonist, we were on track with the official flow of events. Could I finally relax? It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. Leticia von Vanderwals. That was slightly different. Her line should have been simply, it's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. Leticia. So, what were you doing here? It's my sister's fault for taking so long in the restroom when she has an audience soon. I couldn't use the official line due to the change in the conversation flow. Well, as long as the meaning was conveyed. I think I added to the unreasonable nature of the situation since I was the one who brought her here. In the original, my scolding had some justification. Furthermore, saying this after criticizing her appearance, I was quite shameless. Are you scolding your sister for such a trivial matter? You truly have a nasty personality, Adelheid von Vanderwals. I agreed. I thought we didn't get along, but we finally found common ground. His forced, princely act, which usually annoyed me, was now reassuring. I looked down at him, thinking, go ahead and take my sister's side. However, there was an unexpected obstacle. Your Highness, please don't say such things. Lady Leticia. Conrad's eyes widened. I can't overlook you calling my elder sister nasty. Well, I think I have a nasty personality. Lady Leticia, do you know the Vanderwal's nickname? The cold-hearted Vanderwals. They are cold-blooded geckos, an abomination in this country. If he married her, she would become Leticia von Eustasia. Well, it wouldn't be a bad fit, I suppose, though I think Vanderwal's suits her better. I watched their exchange, thinking such random thoughts. Geckos are cute, aren't they? No, that's not what I meant. Conrad was thrown off balance. We unexpectedly discovered Leticia's surprising preference. Well, she grew up in the back alley. It would be tough to dislike geckos there. Conrad gave a faint smile. Once you know her true nature, you'll wish you never had a sister. We were in agreement again. I was a stepping stone for my sister's glory, what I had done. I didn't want her to know. To us, back alley residents, royalty and nobles are all the same. However, she didn't back down, probably glaring at him. But her glare lacked power, making her look even cuter. The prince, who had experienced my glare several times, seemed to have the same impression, and he smiled. But the Vanderwals are different. That family was the only one who extended a hand to us. That was because of my sister. Our family supported the residents of the back alley, hoping that at least some help would reach her. The food they distributed, the blankets. Without them, there were people who would have starved or frozen to death. We were still continuing the support, to some extent, but it wasn't an act of selfless charity. I wasn't a saint. However, Conrad, unaware of the circumstances, looked at me, caught off guard. Don't look at me. Leticia pressed her point. Besides, I don't like people who speak ill of others' families. Conrad's expression became blank. Then he clenched his right hand. My heart pounded. I didn't know if he or those around him were aware, but that was his habit when suppressing his emotions. He was wearing formal attire, so he had a sword at his hip. Of course, it wasn't blunted. He wouldn't be so rash as to draw it here, but there were no absolutes in this world. Come to think of it, he was a rash, impulsive idiot who once picked a fight with a duchess a year older than him and challenged her to a duel with wooden swords under the guise of practice. It was a long time ago. I won decisively. We weren't like that anymore. We were in a formal setting where even carrying a real sword was permitted. Losing our composure was unacceptable. I discreetly clenched my right hand, testing my movements. I subtly extended 2 fingers. If he made a move to draw his sword, I'd go for his eyes. If I couldn't incapacitate him in time, I'd block the blade with my own body. I would take him down with me, if necessary. I would eliminate any possibility, however small, of my sister being harmed. I didn't care about Moonlight Liberium or the first in line to the throne. I couldn't entrust my sister, let alone the country, to someone who would even touch their sword in this situation, even as a threat. However, Conrad didn't touch his sword. He bowed his head. I apologize, you are right. It was not my place to say such things to you, her sister. How long had it been since I last saw this man lower his head? Despite his gentle demeanor, he was incredibly stubborn. Elder sister, let's go, we mustn't be late. Ah yes, you're right. My sister took my hand and hurried towards the audience chamber, leaving the prince behind. I discreetly retracted my 2 extended fingers, making sure my sister didn't notice. The audience chamber was right next to the waiting room. I handed my wrap to a maid, and while the guards stationed at the entrance announced our arrival to His Majesty, my sister took a few deep breaths to compose herself. I also took a small breath. At least my sister and the prince had met, although it was quite different from the official event. The original ending was supposed to be Lady Leticia. If anything happens, please don't hesitate to ask. I will be your strength, I swear on the name of Eustasia. Now to the audience chamber. There was no trace of that. And why was I the one being defended by my sister? I couldn't help but stare blankly into the distance. Would this encounter lead to love? Probably not. Chapter 13, The Ceremony of Recognition. The audience chamber. A long, narrow room with a heavy stone floor and thick pillars. Stained glass windows, majestic in several places, including above the throne, provided light. But due to the nature of the castle, there weren't many windows, and the overcast sky made the room dim. The ceremony of recognition began. A ceremony to formally acknowledge my sister as a noble. I was accustomed to such ceremonies, having been raised as a ducal daughter and now being the head of the family, but it was my sister's first time, and I felt as nervous as if it were my own. We walked together on the red carpet laid out to the throne, located at the far end of the room on a raised dais. 10 steps before the throne, I stopped. After watching my sister curtsy, holding the hem of her dress, I followed suit. Leticia seemed a bit awkward, but only a villainous sister would criticize her for that, probably. If there were such a person, I'd like to grind them into mincemeat, but they would surely turn pale when my sister eventually rose to prominence, so I'd overlook it for now. Leticia looked up at the King of Eustasia, seated on the elevated throne, and bowed her head. Your Majesty, my name is Leticia. Indeed. About a dozen nobles were present, but they were scattered sparsely, creating a somewhat desolate atmosphere. The Prime Minister stood beside the throne, and the prince stood on the other side. I wished he had been late. This ceremony was a rare occurrence. The king approved the application submitted by the head of a noble family. In the kingdom's law, noble status was granted by His Majesty. There was nothing wrong with that. However, nobility was a privileged class, and a suitable reason was required. In this case, I claimed she was my half-sister, and that was accepted. If this wasn't a setting to force the scenario of Moonlight Liberium to progress, I suspected it was a system from the early days of the kingdom, used to elevate favorites to nobility. Noble families typically rose to prominence through military service or wealth. Some families gained recognition through art or industry. And the family that shed the most blood, amassed the most wealth, and left the most corpses in the fields was Eustasia, the most noble and most barbaric bloodline, uniting the feudal lords and building the great nation of Eustasia through profit and fear. That being said, the Kingdom of Eustasia was also a peaceful nation that hadn't engaged in a full-scale war for 100 years. The days when it reigned supreme as the continent's strongest military power were long gone. However, it remained the strongest nation on the continent, both in name and reality. Its national power was immense, and its knights were highly skilled. The exploits of the Eustasia Kingdom knights, dispatched to mediate small-scale conflicts, were legendary. And this country had the cold-hearted Vanderwals. A rumor, likely embellished by some poet, circulated both domestically and internationally, depicting us as wall lizards with countless eyes and ears, eliminating any and all threats to Eustasia, with cold, unfeeling gazes and warm, beating hearts. While similar organizations existed elsewhere, I hadn't heard of any other country granting such authority to one of its highest-ranking noble families, one of only 3 ducal families. Officially, our family only held territories around the royal capital, in the north, and a few scattered exclaves. However, the Eustasia family always relied on the Vanderwals, and our family always answered their call. In an age of endless war, peace was a distant dream. However, the future envisioned by our ancestors was now a reality in this country. The founding king of Eustasia seemed to have aimed for continental conquest, but if he had succeeded, the Vanderwals would have died from overwork. I couldn't thank the second king enough for halting territorial expansion and not inheriting the founding king's policy. While reigning as one of the 4 great powers of the continent, Eustasia supported the separation and independence of numerous small nations and maintained friendly relations with them. It was more convenient for us if they remained divided. Currently, the political climate of the various countries was stable. Deep-rooted territorial disputes had mostly ended, and while there were trade issues, the complex web of alliances, if maintained, would prevent immediate escalation to all-out war. Even if it was troublesome, dialogue was preferred over war. No one wanted to turn back the clock and plunge the continent back into an era of conflict. That was the setting of Moonlight Liberium. I was glad it wasn't set during the era of the founding. I wondered if the war-torn past was necessary for a romance story, but perhaps in the world where the unseen playwright who wrote the scenario was born, people also continued to fight. And perhaps it had become peaceful enough for them to enjoy love stories. Although it wouldn't be a conflict on the scale of the founding war, this country would be thrown into chaos within a year. And the Vanderwals' work hadn't changed one bit since the founding. Peace for Eustasia, even if it meant using my own sister, even if it meant my head being separated from my body on the guillotine. The Vanderwals' mission remained unchanged. I would even believe in this dubious fate. The information it provided was fairly accurate, though I was wary, as it was suspicious in many ways. His Majesty addressed my sister from the elevated dais. "Leticia, do you swear to accept the title of Vaughn, pledge allegiance to Eustasia, and fulfill your duties?" His resounding voice caused the attendees to straighten their postures. I remained unchanged, focused on my sister's momentous occasion. On paper, my sister was already a noble, so this was just a ceremony, an event to publicly declare the country's recognition of my sister as a noble. Outside, the heavy clouds seemed to have parted, revealing a patch of blue sky. The largest stained glass window above the throne began to shine, bathing Leticia in a cascade of vibrant, multicolored light. "Yes, I swear. Your Majesty," my sister declared in a firm voice and bowed her head. The practice had paid off, as expected of the future head of the Vanderwals family. This blood had bound me from the moment I was born. There was something I thought immediately after learning I had a sister. Was it truly necessary for us to fight each other? And when I finally finished processing the massive amount of information that had been forced into my mind, when I finished reading the entire scenario of Moonlight Liberium like a long novel, I felt relieved. I was just a minor villain, and my sister was a pure, innocent girl. I would be beheaded on the guillotine, that was all. I didn't have to kill my sister, and I didn't have to die at her hands. It was a strange fate, but my path in life had been determined long ago. I didn't have the selfishness, the strength, to abandon everything I had learned, to discard the pride I had cultivated, the duties I had to fulfill, the promise I made to seal, and live as a free individual. I was born a noble. I should die a noble. Perhaps the me in the game, while fulfilling the Vanderwals' duties, had become slightly mentally unstable. Or perhaps, like me now, she had chosen to thoroughly embrace the role of the villain. The story was told from the protagonist's perspective, so the villainous sister's feelings were never revealed. I didn't even understand my own heart. Leticia von Vanderwals. In the name of the king of the kingdom of Eustasia, I recognize you as a noble. Duty and loyalty. Duty and loyalty. My sister repeated His Majesty's words. It was the customary phrase. Ah, what a wonderful event. The text alone couldn't convey its magnificence. The joy of witnessing my sister's triumph from the best seat in the house. If I had to say, I wished I could have taken His Majesty's place, just for a moment. That was the true best seat. Was that disrespectful? My sister stood and curtsied, holding the hem of her violet dress. Although hastily learned, combined with her loveliness, it looked presentable. It was a shame I could only see her back from my position. Prince Conrad, standing next to His Majesty, began to applaud. The sound of a single person clapping, clap, clap, was swallowed by the vast space of the audience chamber. However, though hesitant at first, everyone followed the first prince's lead, and the sound of applause filled the room. I too applauded. Kneeling behind Leticia, I watched her back. My sister had done well. After confirming that His Majesty had settled back onto his throne, I stood up. My sister turned and smiled when she saw me. Then, she ran towards me. And tripped spectacularly. The audience chamber fell silent. My sister had done well. It would have been better if she hadn't fallen. Chapter 14, The Wall Lizard's Wrath. Seeing Leticia quickly sit up after her fall, I was relieved. However, she didn't move from that spot. No, looking closer, her slender body was trembling slightly. The celebratory mood that had filled the audience chamber was gone, replaced by cold stares directed at the country bumpkin, who had tripped at the end of an important ceremony. It was a ceremony attended only by those with a penchant for spectacle in the first place. They had only applauded earlier to appease Conrad, the first in line to the throne. Oh my, what a disgrace. How unrefined. And this is supposed to be a noble. What was the former head thinking? Such a pathetic display. All I could hear now was scornful laughter and contempt. My blood boiled at their derision directed at my family. What did these people expect from a 16-year-old girl, even if she was a noble? They were less refined than the guards. This event wasn't in the game. This was an accident. I walked across the red carpet and stopped a step away from my sister. Get up, Leticia. Why, yes. Leticia stood up, still trembling slightly. I took her hand, and the trembling transmitted to me. I unconsciously tightened my grip. Ow, I am sorry. Be quiet. I said curtly. I loosened my grip slightly and pulled her hand. I stepped forward, switching places with her. I stood before His Majesty. I had intended to hold back. I had considered acting like an adult. I had thought I would just let it slide. But Leticia was trembling. I couldn't tolerate her trembling hands. I wanted to hug her, but that wasn't me. I wasn't that kind of good older sister. I thank all those in attendance. I am pleased to share this joyous occasion with you, the day my sister is officially recognized as a noble by His Majesty. I smiled brightly. Even from a distance, I could see Prince Conrad's face twitch. However, it seems there's a bit too much noise. Elder sister. I was probably the only one who heard my sister's soft murmur, but everyone heard my voice. Noise, that would offend the ears of the first in line to the Vanderwal's title, one of the 3 ducal families. I could see everyone within sight, except His Majesty and the Prime Minister, flinch. I was the second highest-ranking person present, after His Majesty. The Prime Minister was merely His Majesty's subordinate, a court official without a title. Conrad was the first prince, first in line to the throne, but that was all. His right of succession, his royal bloodline, held no inherent authority. I was Adelheid von Vanderwals, the head of the Vanderwals family. I held authority over all matters concerning the Vanderwals. Leticia, on the other hand, was my half-sister. She was subjected to my sarcasm, treated lightly, and given an attic room. Even so, she was the first in line to inherit the ducal title. Insulting her was insulting me, insulting the Vanderwals family. I had no interest in flaunting my noble power. However, my opponents were also nobles. To a noble, honor was like a knight's armor. And to those who would carelessly and thoughtlessly tarnish it, there was no need for restraint. A few of the more perceptive nobles, realizing the situation, lowered their gazes. Averting one's eyes was a sign of defeat, both in the back alley and in the royal court. To a mere girl who isn't even a noble. One of them muttered. It was loud enough to be heard, but the content suggested he didn't want to be identified. He dared to underestimate the Vanderwal's sharp hearing. I fixed my gaze on the portly nobleman, and he clearly flinched. My sister has already been recognized as the heir, and today is merely a formal ceremony of recognition, is it not? Besides, the ceremony is already over. It's strange to hear such remarks from someone attending the ceremony who seems to be unaware of the facts. A few more lowered their gazes. No, that's not what I. Then what is it, Baron? I pressed on with a smile. He was a baron, the lowest rank of nobility, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. A noble's power was determined by their title. Of course, it also depended on the size of their territory, their wealth, and their connections. But in all of those aspects, no one present could rival the Vanderwals. He turned pale and lowered his head, but it was too late. The right to control this situation belonged to me, the higher-ranking noble, not him. The speechless baron was pulled back, and a woman in a yellow dress stepped forward. If I remembered correctly, she was his wife. My husband has been rude. Please forgive his transgression with your generous heart. I inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. This was a good place to stop. I had a slight urge to utterly ruin him, but that would probably be too much. His wife seemed relatively sensible, and if I rejected her plea for forgiveness, I would have to see things through to the end. I didn't intend to lose, but I had nothing to gain except a bad reputation. And the cold-hearted Vanderwals already had a sufficient bad reputation. Everyone, please raise your heads. As instructed, everyone slowly raised their heads and focused their attention on me. My sister has her shortcomings. However, as the head of the family, I will take responsibility for her education. I paused. Is that understood? I looked around at the assembled nobles, my unspoken message clear. Speak out of turn, and I will crush you. I put all of Seal's teachings into my gaze. I decided to trust in the power of my glare once more. Everyone I looked at immediately lowered their gaze. In other words, everyone except His Majesty, the Prime Minister, and the Prince. It was still effective. I did have an intimidating glare. Why did Leticia smile when I glared at her? Now then, Your Majesty, we will take our leave. I curtsied to the king on the throne. His Majesty nodded graciously and waved his hand, granting us permission to leave. I lightly nudged Leticia's shoulder, and we began to walk side by side. For now, hold your head high and look forward. I spoke to my sister without turning to face her. That is what it means to be a noble. Chapter 15, Encounter with the Prince, Take 2. Adelheid von Vanderwals. Your methods truly lack any semblance of grace. My sincerest apologies, Conrad von Eustasia. Perhaps if I had received more graceful words from the first prince, things would have been different. Trading barbs, Prince Conrad awkwardly averted his gaze. Unfortunately for him, I had more experience in these matters. He was being groomed as the next king and had received appropriate education. Well, I suppose I could acknowledge his competence, but I was already the head of a family. The weight of our responsibilities was different. However, I wondered if it would have been better to scold Leticia and rely on the prince's intervention. What was my sister's impression of the prince, and the prince's impression of my sister? Since he had followed us all the way to the waiting room to retrieve our wraps, he must have something he wanted to discuss. He started with a barbed remark, almost as a greeting, so I responded in kind, but perhaps I should refrain from my usual behavior when my sister is present. Then Leticia spoke. I'm sorry, elder sister, for making such an unsightly scene. Indeed. I nodded. My sister was visibly dejected, but it was true. I hadn't expected her to trip. However, you are a daughter of the Vanderwals. The only one with the right to laugh at you in that setting is His Majesty, unless they are prepared to make an enemy of our family. I smiled faintly. I also had His Majesty's trust. This prince seemed to dislike that as well. Well, perhaps in another 20 years, he would understand his father's greatness and his burdens. That's what it meant to be a ruler. A nation existed to protect things that couldn't be protected with mere ideals. Elder sister. Leticia looked at me with sparkling eyes. Her pure, adoring gaze was so dazzling that I averted my eyes. As a noble, was averting one's gaze a sign of defeat? So, Your Highness, what business do you have with someone as untrustworthy as myself? Can you not speak without being sarcastic? Look in the mirror, Your Highness. The prince cleared his throat. I was probably the only woman who knew that this charming prince was actually a stubborn, scheming individual. He seemed to be showing his true colors in front of Leticia, influenced by me. It wasn't you I had business with. It was Lady Leticia. My sister. This man was interested in a woman? Well, it was a basic principle for a prince not to favor any particular woman. If he were to be captivated by someone, it would complicate the line of succession. If a child were to be born while it was easy enough to say, "We do not recognize this child as royalty," the royal bloodline was too valuable. There was no guarantee that another country or noble wouldn't use the child for their own purposes. And this prince was interested. Perhaps there was a chance. Since the scenario had deviated from the encounter onwards, I had thought it was hopeless and, due to personal preference, had almost removed him from my sister's list of potential suitors. The other two capture targets weren't necessarily better than him. Besides, it was Leticia's choice to make. She would choose one of the three. I came to apologize. Apologize? My sister tilted her head, looking puzzled. Her expression was so cute that I slightly raised my opinion of the prince, thinking he might be useful after all. I spoke ill of your sister. I apologize. He bowed his head. It was significant for a prince to bow his head, but this was a private setting. My sister smiled faintly. Ah, you already apologized for that. Thank you. The prince raised his head, his expression serious. However, I believe a family known as the cold-hearted Vanderwals shouldn't exist. Oh. My sister looked indifferent towards the prince's solemn declaration. It's a betrayal of the people's trust. How noble of him. If those were words for public consumption, I might give him a passing grade. Your Highness, do you trust the people? Yes. He nodded without hesitation. Truly. Of course, I am royalty of this country. Leticia laughed. It was the first time I had seen my sister smile without smiling. Even us, the residents of the back alley. Yes. He nodded firmly again. Then I still can't trust your Highness. Prince Conrad looked taken aback. My sister continued in a cold voice. It's the ironclad rule for us back alley residents. Don't trust strangers. Because I don't understand how someone can trust someone they don't even know. His gaze shifted to me. Don't look at me, you idiot prince. Even I didn't know much about how my sister lived in the back alley. I knew her last job, a maid in a bakery. She seemed to have done other day labor jobs, but the details were unknown. No record of any major crimes. I didn't even know what her mother did or when she died. This was already more than I knew before. Throughout Moonlight Liberium, my sister's past was never revealed. It wasn't necessary, I suppose. It was enough that she struggled in the slums. That was all that mattered. The unseen playwright probably never imagined that a real girl would bear that fate. Lady Leticia, if you don't mind, could you tell me more about yourself? Hi. I want to learn about the people, through your eyes and your words. Was he being serious or not? He was stubborn, but he had a sense of responsibility towards the country. He would be a good king if he had someone to support him. Especially if that someone was a consort with a commoner's perspective, someone familiar with the struggles of the lowest classes. He would be a good king, elder sister. She looked at me, seeking guidance. Well, it wasn't a bad proposition. He was one of the 3 potential love interests, capture targets. Do as you wish. Speaking with people from various walks of life. Broadening your horizons, deepening your knowledge, and building connections are also important skills for a noble. Broadening my horizons, deepening my knowledge, and building connections. Leticia repeated my words and nodded. Understood. Your Highness, if we meet again at the castle, please allow me to tell you more. Certainly, with pleasure, Lady Leticia. It ended on a better note than I expected. Was this also the power of fate? Well, my Leticia was charming. And even someone as problematic as myself. Actually, Lady Adelheid and I were once considered for betrothal. Why would you say that? Chapter 16. Duty and loyalty. Why, of all things, would this idiot prince say? Your sister was once considered as my fiancée, in front of a young lady he had just created a good atmosphere with. Was he completely lacking in tact? Or was he trying to make it clear to my cute little sister that he wasn't interested in her? I felt more aggressive towards Prince Conrad than ever before, to the point of bewilderment. Elder sister had a fiancé. What? Leticia also seemed flustered by the unexpected revelation. Calm down, Leticia. Considered, and it didn't go anywhere. Oh. It seems my father didn't consider me the primary candidate for the next head of the family. He had the idea of marrying me off to the royal family, and if a new child were born, making them the heads. I heard about it later. In the end, my mother passed away without bearing a second child, and I became the head of the family after my father's death, remaining the first in line of succession. My mother was frail, so perhaps the reason she didn't have another child was out of consideration for her health. Even so, as her daughter, it was complicated to have another woman bear my father's child. Still, even if my future held the guillotine, I was glad to have Leticia as my sister, but I hadn't forgiven the infidelity. If there was an afterlife, I would get a proper explanation from my father and scold him for his unfaithfulness, regardless of the circumstances. I am now the head of the Vanderwal's family. There's absolutely no chance of me marrying into the royal family. That's the only good thing about you becoming the head. We both nodded in agreement. For me to become his fiancée, there was the problem of me being the only child of the Vanderwal's family at the time, and now the head. That's why I needed him to become king. I could even say I was rooting for him. If his right of succession were to change due to some mediocre evaluation like unfit to be king, but capable as a noble, and the position passed to the still young first princess or second prince, the prospect of an engagement with me would become a reality. Surely he wasn't that much of an idiot. Have you two known each other for a long time? Sort of. We spoke in unison, and then both snorted at the same time. You seem to get along well. We don't. We weren't compatible. Both of us were stubborn and competitive. From an adult's perspective, we might have seemed close, but even children had preferences and compatibilities. I didn't want them to think that all childhood quarrels were cute and harmless. Perhaps his misfortune was that I was a year older, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close that 1-year gap. Especially in childhood, girls developed faster, and I became the head of the family first. The gap between us was now unbridgeable, no matter what. He and I were parallel lines. Come to think of it, I remembered being relieved to see his face at my father's funeral. I thought I had no family left. Besides Seal, I thought there was no one left to support me. But even though we had a strained relationship, exchanging barbs whenever we met, and would probably never be close, still, I felt certain that someday he would be the king of Eustasia, and I would be the head of the Vanderwals. It wasn't that he would support me, it was just my own stubbornness. But it was comforting to have someone like that. Even under torture, I would never admit it. He hated the Vanderwals, and while I couldn't say I had no qualms about our family's shady business, I was still proud of it. He and I would probably never get along, but we understood each other, perhaps too well. He and I were parallel lines, we would never intersect. Never, but as long as the distance between us didn't widen too much, we would continue to move in the same direction. Because we were parallel lines, my line would probably end in about a year, but I would simply be relieved of my burden a bit earlier. With Leticia around, things would surely work out. I would fulfill my duty, because I had sworn loyalty. Duty and loyalty. The noble's motto resonated within me. My oath was more important than my life, that was all, and if it also meant my sister's happiness, I had no complaints. Well then, Your Highness, we'll take our leave. Yes. Safe travels. I chuckled. That's the first sincere greeting I've heard from you in a while. Same here. Had we ever exchanged such greetings before? Whenever we met, we traded barbs and sarcasm, almost like a greeting. And I have to say, I'm slightly impressed. I didn't think you'd defend my sister. I simply couldn't tolerate the Vanderwal's name being tarnished. The prince smiled, a rare sight for me. Let's leave it at that. What did he mean, leave it at that? I wanted to wipe that smug, condescending look off his face, but I decided to let it slide, thinking Leticia must be tired. He should remember that it was my cute little sister who saved him. On the carriage ride back, Leticia smoothly settled in next to me again. I couldn't object now, after failing to do so on the way there. Leticia smiled at me. Thank you for today, elder sister. It was nothing to thank me for. For me, it is something to be thankful for. She wrapped her arm around mine. Ah, warm. Leticia's body temperature seemed to be higher than mine, and her warmth was comforting. Come to think of it, it had been a while since I felt someone's warmth. Besides my mother, only Seal, perhaps. And even with Seal, it was only when I was a child. Even now, as a maid, she washed and dried my hair, helped me dress, and there were times when our bodies touched. But she had never embraced me like this. I felt like I had truly won her over. Even the maid across from us was looking at us with a warm smile. No, this wouldn't do. My sister was the protagonist, I was the villainous sister. We each had our respective roles to play. I renewed my resolve. I would be strict from tomorrow onwards. I would drill into her what it meant to be a noble. However, I decided to commend my sister first. Praise when praise is due, that was good pedagogy. Due to my position, I couldn't be too kind, but simply acknowledging the facts should be acceptable. Well, you did reasonably well today. Now that you've been officially recognized as a noble, I'll be strict with you from tomorrow onwards. Duty and loyalty. Yes, duty and loyalty. I had never heard such a cheerful duty and loyalty. My sister managed to turn a solemn, weighty motto into this, even though I had just said I would be strict from tomorrow onwards. Until today, I had only taught her the bare minimum of proper behavior for the ceremony, but from tomorrow, I would begin her noble education in earnest. From tomorrow, Chapter 17, Noble Education. The skills required of a noble are diverse. Ultimately, it boils down to the ability to enrich and maintain one's territory. A nation is a collection of territories. The Kingdom of Eustasia comprises the royal domain, held by the Eustasia family, and the territories held by the various noble families. However, our predecessors sought to add value to the status of noble. They sought to create a clear distinction. They drew a sharp line between nobles and commoners, declaring, "I am different from you. Noble customs and manners, behavior befitting a noble." Personally, I wasn't sure if they were necessary. Wouldn't most Eustasian citizens think, if we had the time to fuss over such things, we could be attending to more practical matters? However, the Kingdom of Eustasia wasn't the only nation on this continent. Although there were some differences, every country had a similar history and had developed similar systems. Marriages between nations occurred, and even the Eustasia royal family had foreign blood, so perhaps the cultural similarities were only natural. While the Vanderwals weren't a family that engaged in public diplomacy, we sometimes entertained foreign dignitaries, partly to investigate their true intentions. A nation's prestige wasn't solely maintained by the fertility of its farmland and the strength of its knights. Leticia, too, was to receive a noble education. Fortunately, her demeanor wasn't as hopeless as most people might imagine when they heard back alley. The residents of the back alley, including Leticia, were citizens of Eustasia. More importantly, they were residents of the royal capital. Even if the term slums was appropriate, that area was still part of the capital. They were citizens of this country, living in the same world, just a different part of it. Leticia herself was a quick learner. In Moonlight Liberium, the protagonist's acquired knowledge was tested in the form of minigames. They seemed to be multiple-choice questions. I briefly wondered if romance simulation games were actually educational tools. What exactly were they testing? I didn't know, but as far as I could tell, the questions were quite basic. If I were to take the test now, I would probably get a perfect score. While replicating that was difficult, I asked the tutors I assigned to Leticia in various subjects, table manners, tea manners, history, etc., to occasionally give her short multiple-choice quizzes to assess her understanding. Rather than simply replicating the scenario, I thought multiple-choice tests were a good way to gauge comprehension. My education consisted mostly of oral examinations. My tutors would ask me questions, and I would answer. It would be cruel to expect my less experienced sister to remember everything without any written record. In my case, I managed by studying textbooks and having Seal tutor me constantly, even when my other tutors weren't present. Although she wasn't a noble herself, Seal had learned proper etiquette while overseeing my education and attending lessons with me, standing discreetly behind me. Her manners were impeccable. She could probably become a noble right away. Leticia was gradually acquiring the demeanor of a noble. Everyday life, meals, tea time became opportunities for learning. That was how nobles were raised from a young age. Mealtimes became more tense than before, as I couldn't relax with my sister watching me. However, it was also enjoyable, as Leticia was adorable, observing my every move with serious eyes, imitating me, and trying to learn. I was also happy to have an excuse to observe her progress, though it was mentally taxing to point out her shortcomings in a sarcastic manner. During one such breakfast, which had become a training ground, while waiting for our after-dinner coffee, my sister hesitantly spoke. "Elder sister, could you teach me how to dance?" "Me, I believe I arranged for a tutor." The tutor said I lacked experience and should practice at home as well. Dancing, huh? Spending time with my sister, gently guiding her through the steps. It would be a lie to say I didn't find the idea appealing. But would that be behavior befitting a villainous sister? No, I had vowed to be strict. What my sister needed wasn't time with me. If she earnestly pleaded for my life, it would distort fate. If I intended to follow the scenario of Moonlight Liberium, I had to be mean enough for her to barely plead for my life, yet mean enough for her partner and others to deem me worthy of the guillotine. It might be easier to be completely hated, or maybe not, but it was certainly difficult to find the right balance. I was still a noble and the head of the family at that. I could teach my sister social dances. However, at balls, I was always a wallflower. I occasionally practiced with Seal to keep from getting rusty. No one was interested in inviting the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals to dance. Sometimes the prince, taking pity on me, would invite me, but I couldn't refuse due to my position, which was annoying. Dancing lessons with my sister might be fun, but there was no such scene in the game. There was no official event where the protagonist asked her villainous sister for dance lessons. Then, I should proceed rationally. I turned to Seal, who was standing behind me. "See, and the tutor said, your sister is also my student, so ask her to teach you." Tutor? My former tutor had unknowingly blocked my escape route. Since I had arranged for the tutor through my connections, it was natural that some of them were still active instructors, including those who had taught me. It was my own fault. I couldn't help but look at Seal for help. She bowed slightly. "Yes, Lady Adelheid." Her excellent posture might be due to her dance lessons. Her movements were graceful and captivating. "I will arrange for a practice space and practice attire. Please leave the scheduling to me." No, that wasn't it. She was perfect as a maid, but that wasn't what I wanted. Seal looked up and gazed at me intently. "Is there something unsatisfactory? Please point out any oversights." "No, Seal, you haven't made any oversights." If anything, she was too perfect as a maid. She handled everything so flawlessly that I had no choice but to accept. "Proceed. Leticia, I will grant you dance lessons. Be grateful." I said it as condescendingly and sarcastically as possible. "Yes, thank you, elder sister." But it had no effect. My sister was as cheerful as ever. As I sipped my after-dinner coffee, I couldn't help but stare blankly into the distance. Chapter 18, A Dance Hall for Two. Tailor seemed dissatisfied when I ordered practice clothes for my sister's dance lessons. She had never shown dissatisfaction with a clothing order before. Curious, I asked her why, and she replied, "Even for practice, I believe one should wear a proper dress." That was unreasonable. My sister wasn't a very good dancer. Well, she was decent for a beginner. However, she had a history of tripping and falling, of all places, in front of His Majesty. While that dress wasn't designed for dancing, if she were to suddenly dance in the same dress she would wear for the real event, I could foresee my novice sister making a mistake. Even so, she would eventually improve. Of course, not immediately. A single lesson, a single day's practice wouldn't be enough. If that were the case, noble demeanor would be nothing more than a superficial veneer. Even so, few young ladies practiced as diligently as Leticia. I danced with Leticia in the dance hall, its floor covered with a carpet that was soft, yet firm enough not to be too yielding. Not many noble families had a dance hall suitable for hosting a proper ball. However, our family did. We were a prominent noble family, after all. Though we were also infamous as the cold-hearted Vanderwals, so we weren't particularly enthusiastic about social gatherings. While we accepted invitations, we rarely hosted large gatherings ourselves. I had, of course, invited many distinguished guests for my inauguration as head of the family, but conversely, it hadn't been used for about 4 years since then. I wouldn't call it a storage room, but since it wasn't used regularly, it sometimes became a temporary repository for unwanted items. The dance hall, treated so poorly considering its intended purpose, seemed to have come alive since Leticia's arrival. While there were still some extraneous items, they had been pushed to the sides, creating a large open space. A full-length mirror for checking posture and long benches for resting had been placed around the room, giving it the appearance of a proper practice area. As expected of Seal. Previously, dance lessons were held off-site, but now we could have a tutor come to the mansion, as in the old days. Leticia would have private lessons with the dance instructor and then practice with me. After several sessions, I could see her improvement. Even though it was just for practice, her white dress, with its frills and flounces, was lovely, making her look like a fairy. However, that was my subjective opinion. Objectively, her steps were still clumsy, and she just stepped on my foot. Ouch, sorry, big sister. Mind your language. I corrected her briefly, with minimal words. I didn't mention the misstep, it was a common occurrence. I apologize for my clumsiness. Leticia apologized again, her voice subdued and lacking energy. I considered saying something befitting a villainous sister, like, honestly, you can't even dance properly. You're just a commoner at heart, aren't you? Practice exists to help one become accustomed to unfamiliar things. There's no need to be ashamed of what you can't do now. But I stopped myself. I knew what it was like to put in unrewarded effort, and I knew the kind of words that could crush efforts that should have been rewarded. Officially, I was the villainous sister. A petty villain, spouting sarcastic and spiteful remarks. But here, I was just an older sister giving her younger sister dance lessons. That was enough. That was good, big sister. Language. I corrected her sharply. The slightly informal tone she used when she let her guard down was probably closer to her true self. While I was happy she felt comfortable enough to show it to me, it also meant I wasn't needed. What she needed was the demeanor to play the role of the protagonist and follow the scenario. Nothing more. Why, yes. Elder sister. Good. It was difficult not to show too much affection, but for some reason, she smiled. Thank you, elder sister. Just try not to step on my feet, okay? A few seconds after I said that, my sister stepped squarely on my foot. I am so sorry, elder sister. You mixed up your titles. She probably didn't know that I loved her enough to be happy even when she stepped on my feet during dance lessons. She didn't need to know. Leticia was a quick learner. Even though she occasionally stepped on my feet or stumbled and I had to catch her, she began to look the part while dancing. Twirling, twirling. I continued dancing with Leticia, losing track of time. Eventually, Leticia reached her limit. I feel dizzy. Leticia swayed unsteadily. Her face was pale, and she covered her mouth with her hand. You need more training. I took her hand and led her to a long bench against the wall. How are you not dizzy, elder sister? Practice. To be honest, I was also feeling a bit dizzy. I had gotten carried away, enjoying dancing close with Leticia. I wanted to curl up and lie still right now. But I couldn't show such weakness. One of the philosophies of sisterhood I had learned since gaining a younger sister was that an older sister had to be stronger than her younger sister, so that she could be relied upon when her sister was in trouble, so that she could offer a helping hand when her sister needed it, and so that she wouldn't show her sister her uncool side. I helped Leticia sit on the bench. Then she leaned against me as if seeking support. It would be easy to push her away. It should be easy, but instead, I sat next to her and let her lean on me. Another philosophy of sisterhood I had learned was that an older sister's heart wasn't strong enough to reject her younger sister's affection. I was trying my best, but only because I had the backing of the official scenario. I couldn't treat my sister roughly when she was looking pale and unwell, especially since it was clearly my fault for making her spin too much. I gently rubbed her back and her pained expression eased. That feels good. Perhaps the intense disorientation and floating sensation, the feeling that the world, not herself, was spinning, was subsiding as time passed. She should be fine if I left her alone, but if it made her feel even a little better, I continued to gently rub her back. Leticia slumped further against me, resting her head on my thigh. Seeing her curled up like a cat on my lap, I couldn't help but smile. I considered saying something sarcastic to regain my composure, but the venom had drained from me. But without my venom, there was nothing left. When Leticia's expression no longer showed any signs of discomfort, I stopped rubbing her back. Elder sister. Leticia opened her eyes and looked up at me. Of course, her expression was already composed. No vulnerability. Your color has returned. That's enough practice for today. We'll continue tomorrow. I considered being stricter, but I didn't want to discourage her too much. These were unfamiliar days for her. Well, that aside, I would make sure she could dance perfectly for the upcoming final ball, but that was still far off. Leticia clutched the fabric of my dress near my thigh. One more time. That's enough. At my words, despair washed over my sister's lovely face. But then, as if overriding that despair, a look of determination appeared in her eyes. Please, just one more. No, really, that's enough. Please, just bend the rules a little, just one more time. My sister was persistent. Her earnestness made further refusal seem pointless, and I sighed deeply. Just a little longer, then. Yes. At least her response was good. As if claiming a hard-won prize, she rested her head back on my thigh, nuzzling her cheek against it. As if she had found the perfect spot, she stopped moving and smiled contentedly. It was an expression completely unbefitting of a noble lady. What was so enjoyable about it? I didn't understand. But as an older sister, it was quite pleasant to be treated that way by my younger sister. Chapter 19. Breakfast before the trip. My sister's noble education was supposed to be a long-term project. In reality, we only had about a year. While her education could continue at a more leisurely pace after that, the goal was the ball about a year from now, the final ball. She had acquired a certain level of decorum. Even when she spoke casually, her mannerisms weren't unpleasant, even if they weren't exactly aristocratic. Rather, they were endearing. I wanted to hear more, and I wanted to hug her. However, as the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals, more was expected of me. A polite tone for social occasions, a thick skin for trading barbs, a cold gaze and voice for threats and coercion, all were essential. These weren't skills required of a noble lady or a proper young woman. While different from mine, Leticia also needed certain skills to progress through the events of the game. Horseback riding. It had become customary to discuss business matters during meals while waiting for dessert or coffee. Today, at breakfast, I informed Leticia that her riding lessons would begin. Yes, I've arranged for a horse. I'll give you a textbook. Seal, assist my sister. Yes, Lady Adelheid. Lady Leticia, I will provide you with some basic guidance beforehand. You can rely on my support on the day as well. We had stables and horses at the mansion, but they were draft horses. Our riding horses were kept at a ranch in the countryside. It wasn't Vanderwal's territory, but it was a reputable ranch with a skilled trainer who also cared for many other nobles' horses. The lessons will be held over the weekend, with an overnight stay. Is that acceptable? The ranch also had suitable accommodations for nobles. Yes, will elder sister be? I'm busy. I can't afford to spend time on my sister's education. My sister looked downcast. Of course. My heart ached at the sight, but that had nothing to do with what I was about to say. Absolutely nothing. That's what I'd like to say, but... I sighed dramatically. We also have our horses in their care. As the head of the family, I have to make an appearance from time to time. So that means there will be 4 of us. The coachman, a maid, Seal, you and me. This wasn't my preferred arrangement. Absolutely not. It just happened to be that way. The second capture target was supposed to appear while I was giving Leticia riding lessons in the countryside. Why involve the pesky villainous sister in every encounter? The unseen playwright should consider the feelings of the audience, who wanted to enjoy a simple love story, and the protagonist, who was being subjected to unnecessary torment. There were no detailed descriptions of what happened before or after the riding lesson. The overnight stay was also a matter of circumstance. When I initially planned a day trip, thinking it was enough for the event to occur, Seal, unusually, voiced her objection. Of course, I had the final say as the head of the family. I allowed Seal to make on-site decisions only when I wasn't present, but otherwise my authority always prevailed. However, after she carefully explained why an overnight stay would be better, considering the distance, the lesson time, and the need for proper rest, I couldn't refuse. I pressed my point with my sister, who was frozen in stunned silence. Is that acceptable? My sister jumped up from her chair. Yes, I never imagined I'd be able to go on a trip with elder sister so soon. I wanted to dismiss her enthusiasm, but I understood. I understood completely. Just as I was happy to learn I had a sister. Perhaps my sister was also happy to learn she had an older sister. Perhaps she had always longed for an older sister. Even though I couldn't be the kind older sister she admired, I could only disappoint her. Disappointing one's younger sister was a painful, humiliating experience for an older sister. In a year, I probably wouldn't see such a bright smile again. Do not leave your seat during a meal. It's unladylike. Ah, I'm sorry, elder sister. Leticia adjusted her skirt and sat back down. The accommodations at the ranch are not overly strict about etiquette. However, Leticia, you must remember that you are a daughter of the Vanderwals, and you carry the honor of a ducal family. Yes, I was the villainous sister. I had to be disliked. She and I were destined enemies, so I continued, choosing words that would hurt her. If your behavior is unacceptable, I will abandon you. You wouldn't want to return to the back alley, would you? I apologize. I will continue to do my best. My sister bowed her head respectfully. Her actions and speech reflected the results of her noble education. I felt like I was forcing her into a mold, suppressing her charm. My sister had grown up in the back alley, in the slums, and yet she had retained her innocence. She hadn't asked for this position. She had never expressed a desire to become a noble. She simply followed her mother's dying wish and came to see me, and I followed fate. That was the extent of our relationship. I was fine being a stepping stone for my sister. I wanted her to gain the strength to carry on after I was gone. I wanted her to have the strength not only to be supported by her partner, but also to support him in return, to build a mutually supportive relationship. That was all I could wish for as an older sister. But my sister, despite her slight lack of energy, smiled at me. But I'm happy to be going on a trip with elder sister. I'm looking forward to the weekend. I see. The arrival of a bowl of cut fruit for dessert provided a convenient end to the conversation. I was supposed to be disliked. She and I were destined enemies. And yet, why? Why hadn't fate made my sister dislike me from the beginning? The fresh fruit tasted like sand in my mouth, and I couldn't even tell what I was eating. Chapter 20. The Carriage to the Ranch. The weekend arrived after we finished preparing for our short trip. It was a beautiful autumn day. The air was crisp, and there was hardly any wind. Only the high clouds drifted slowly across the sky. Since the purpose of this trip wasn't to flaunt our wealth, we only used one carriage. Our family wasn't one for ostentatious displays of wealth anyway, so this was just right. Even though it was a trip, the ranch was in the outskirts of the royal capital, less than an hour away by carriage at a brisk pace. Not that there was any reason to rush, but it wasn't a long distance. It was only an overnight trip. Even with extra clothes for riding, our luggage wasn't excessive. The storage compartment at the back of the carriage had plenty of space, and everything was lightweight. Since it was a short trip, we didn't need any servants besides the coachman. I considered leaving Seal in charge, but then I would be the only one responsible for Leticia's riding lessons. That would be too much of a burden. We shouldn't become too close. I needed to keep my distance from my sister. I leave the rest to you. So I left the butler, the head of the male servants, in charge of the mansion. While I placed my complete trust in Seal, the elderly butler was also a competent servant who had served the family since the previous generation, even though his role as assistant head of the family was less prominent. As the head of the family, I boarded the carriage first. Then I immediately called for Seal. Seal, come sit next to me. Yes, ma'am. Last time, my sister had taken the seat next to me. I wouldn't let that happen on this trip. Then I'll sit in front of elder sister. Leticia declared as she boarded the carriage and took the seat facing me. She grinned at me, looking utterly delighted. Perhaps sitting next to her would have been better, as I wouldn't have to meet her gaze directly. I had managed to maintain some distance, at least physically, but my sister was relentlessly closing the emotional distance between us. Let's go. Yes, ma'am. The reins were pulled, and the carriage started moving. For a while, my sister watched the passing scenery through the curtained window. The royal capital of Eustasia had many stone buildings, and the ground was mostly paved with cobblestones. I've hardly ever been outside the capital. I refrained from mentioning that some people considered the back alley, where she lived, to be outside the capital. It had been a while since I had left the capital as well. I always tried to maintain a broad perspective, carefully examining information gathered from both within the country and abroad. But because of my work, I was, in a way, tied to the capital. My memories of traveling abroad for studies, when I was a little younger than my sister now, felt distant. Now, I was a wall lizard, clinging to the stone walls of the capital. Perhaps it was instinct, but something about my sister's phrasing bothered me. Hardly ever, so you have been outside the capital. My sister nodded slightly. Yes, I worked as a beater a few times. A beater what? A beater is that someone who, during a hunt, flushes game out of the bushes or blocks their escape routes. Yes, they needed more people. I no longer suspected that we were using completely different words, me being from the upper class and my sister from the back alley. We lived in the same world. It was a request from a noble, so the pay was pretty good. I had heard that sometimes young boys were hired for such tasks because they were cheap. While rare near the capital, encountering wolves or bears wasn't unheard of. Even if it was just deer or foxes, cornered prey could be unpredictable. They could inflict serious injuries. It probably included hazard pay. Even her pretty good pay was probably a paltry sum considering the risks. The days when nobles were warriors on the battlefield were long gone. In modern times, with a standing army and professional soldiers, the only vestige of that era was the system of granting noble titles to high-ranking knights of the Royal Knights. A noble's hunt could no longer be called training for times of war, a way to hone one's skills. Using beaters for recreational hunting, which wasn't for training, pest control, or even food, seemed like nothing more than aristocratic arrogance. My sister's past was shrouded in mystery. Even in Moonlight Liberium, it was barely touched upon. It was almost as if it hadn't been defined. A romance simulation game was probably a form of entertainment, where the player projected themselves onto the protagonist and followed the story. In reality, investigating someone from the back alley was extremely difficult. Ironically, the fact that she wasn't involved in any criminal organizations made it impossible to track her movements. A single human life held little value in the back alley. I couldn't help but ask, Leticia, what other kinds of work did you do? Working at a bakery, all sorts of things. My sister smiled brightly. I knew about the bakery. I couldn't tell her, but it was the last trace we found during our investigation. Even that was only because she happened to be working there at the time. The fact that she was young and pretty, treated almost like a mascot, also helped. She was deflecting my question. At her blatant evasion, I fell silent, unable to find the right words. Then, Seal interjected. I'm sure there will be other opportunities to talk. There's nothing special to tell. Perhaps that was true. If even the Vanderwal's renowned shadows couldn't uncover anything, it probably meant there was nothing to uncover. She had no significant criminal record and, conversely, no record of being a victim. She simply existed. Quietly, alone, when the investigator honestly told me that further investigation would be costly, with no guarantee of results, even with an unlimited budget, I couldn't continue. The Vanderwals had ample funds, but they weren't infinite. A background check was important since I was granting her noble status, but that was over. There was no need to delve further into my sister's past, at least not politically. Not for the scenario of Moonlight Liberium. There shouldn't be. If you want to talk about it, you can tell me. Yes, but there's really nothing important to talk about. My sister gave her usual smile. Then she looked out the window. I just lived my life, that's all. Sensing a hint of sadness in her expression. I hoped that someday, even if it wasn't a dramatic story, worth talking about, an opportunity to talk would arise. Even if there was no such scenario, even if I wasn't the one she confided in, I hoped she would find someone she could talk to. I couldn't help but hope. Chapter 21, Matching Riding Outfits. Seal, what is the meaning of this? The meaning of what exactly? Having just checked into the ranch's guest house and been shown to our room, I was interrogating Seal. I'm asking why my sister and I are sharing a room. Considering the number of people, I thought this would be the most suitable arrangement. Although we weren't expecting to require much assistance, I'm the only maid on this trip, which led to this room assignment. Shall I have them prepare a separate room for you now? She was right. So I could have avoided this if I'd brought another maid. But increasing the number of servants would have subtly increased the budget and the burden on the horses pulling the carriage, and I didn't want any more maids giving us knowing looks. Above all, I didn't want to introduce any uncertain elements. I had already experienced the lack of fate's support during the incident with the prince. And now, I was experiencing the thoroughness of Ciel's support. I never dreamt there would come a day when I cursed the competence of the person I trusted most. Leticia, who had been quietly observing the situation, hesitantly spoke. Elder sister, do you dislike sharing a room with me? Of course not. If only I could answer that way, how much easier it would be. Getting a separate room? Well, while the Vanderwal's coffers were ample, that would be a waste of money. I liked and trusted slush funds, but I hated wasteful spending. Well, we're traveling. There are bound to be some inconveniences. So, Ciel looked at me expectantly. I sighed and nodded. There's no need to change rooms. As you wish. Elder sister. My sister breathed a sigh of relief, her anxious expression transforming into a radiant smile. My sister was truly adorable. She could probably captivate any of the capture targets. Who she would choose, I didn't know. I wasn't involved in any of the romance events. However, I could participate in the events where she met them. For some reason, the unseen playwright insisted on involving the villainous sister, me, who was supposed to be a nuisance. I knew all of them. Her 3 potential love interests, the first prince, heir to the throne of the Kingdom of Eustasia, the captain of the Eustasia Knights, and the chief physician of the Royal Medical Corps, were all important figures in the kingdom. I also had their personal information. However, I couldn't say I was personally close to any of them. Even excluding Prince Conrad, the person we were about to meet wasn't on good terms with me. Could I really trust them to care for my sister? I wasn't certain. According to the story, they all eventually fell head over heels for her, each showering her with affection in their own way. Whether I approved was another matter. What mattered was whether Leticia approved. So far, the future I had seen had mostly come to pass. My sister's existence. The clothes Tailor made, the timing of the encounter with the prince. My sister and the prince's self-introductions, and so on. Although my sister tripped, and the prince's important line was missing, Prince Conrad seemed to have taken a liking to Leticia. My sister was adorable, so I was confident that if I orchestrated their meeting, they would eventually be drawn to each other. Even the legendary beauty from the eastern country, said to be a fox spirit in disguise, would be no match for my sister's charm. I would believe it if someone told me she was a fairy. As the head of the Vanderwals, all that mattered was that Leticia would quell the coming calamity. And as an older sister, I wanted my sister to find happiness. One step at a time. Tracing the path of fate. No matter how different the journey, as long as my sister was smiling in the final scene, that was all that mattered. Ciel, once you've changed, go ahead and prepare the horses. We'll be there shortly, after we've changed as well. Yes, ma'am. Ciel bowed and left the room. I took the riding clothes out of my trunk and tossed them rather unceremoniously at my sister. Get ready. Okay. I sat on the edge of the bed, the open trunk between my sister and me, and started unbuttoning my jacket. Then, following my lead, my sister sat next to me and began to change as well. We were both women and sisters, so there was nothing strange about it. There shouldn't be. But I couldn't bring myself to look directly at her, so I finished changing while deliberately averting my gaze. At the entrance of the room, I tucked my trousers into my long boots, keeping my back to my sister so I wouldn't see her. I heard the rustle of fabric behind me. A moment later, I sensed my sister, presumably finished changing, putting on her long boots. Then I heard her cheerful voice. Ready. Slow. I turned around, intending to add a sarcastic, "You're late," as befitting a villainous sister, but the words caught in my throat. My sister, seemingly misinterpreting my silence, looked anxious. Is something wrong? Do I look strange? No, quite the opposite. She looked cute in that outfit. A vibrant red riding jacket, a color that was becoming Leticia's signature, paired with slim, form-fitting white breeches and dark brown leather riding boots. While the design was the same as mine, they looked completely different. As Tailor had said, Lady Leticia is quite well endowed, so the chest area was likely cut differently. The color was also different. Mine was navy blue. But that wasn't the point. Her short blonde hair and the activewear suited her, giving her a dashing air, which was both cute and refreshing. I was beginning to understand Tailor's oft-repeated philosophy: cute girls should wear cute clothes. I had thought I understood the power of clothing, having been raised as a noble lady, but it seemed I had been foolishly arrogant. You should thank Tailor. The clothes are not bad. I felt sorry for the third capture target, the chief physician. But at this rate, the second capture target, the knight commander, might be so captivated by my sister's charm that his turn would never come. But the first capture target, the prince, had also seen Leticia in a dress. It seemed a competition for my sister's affections was about to begin. I hoped it wouldn't be too ungentlemanly, or the country might be split in two. I prayed my sister wouldn't be called a femme fatale. Yes, I'm grateful to Tailor. She had come to trust someone she had been so wary of before. And to you too, elder sister, thank you. What was she saying? Me. I haven't done anything to deserve your. Elder sister, these are the clothes you ordered. Interrupting me, my sister exclaimed, then continued in a calmer tone. Of course, Tailor made them, but you're the one who paid for them, right? It's Vanderwal's money. But you're the head of the family, the only one who can authorize such spending, right? My sister was persistent. She was making me realize that I had been relying too much on the title of head of the Vanderwal's family, on the nickname Cold-Hearted Vanderwals. Most people who stood before me were intimidated. They understood the weight of this name, the power this position held. I was taken aback by Leticia, who showed no fear whatsoever. Besides, I'm happy because they're similar to your usual clothes, like we're matching. Facing Leticia, her face flushed, I fell silent. I was losing. I too, when I saw my own riding outfit, already tailored and delivered, the same design as Leticia's but in a different color, I was surprised. There was no way Tailor would cut corners on the design, which meant she thought it suited Leticia. That an outfit designed to complement mine, in a different color, would suit my sister. That was it. I was a little happy when I realized that. Such a trivial thing as matching outfits with my sister in different colors made me happy, and I was overjoyed that my sister felt the same way. That's why I was losing. No, perhaps I never stood a chance from the beginning. I was the villainous sister, and she was the protagonist. Let's go. Okay. Leticia followed behind me like a duckling. She smiled at me when I glanced back at the corner. I turned the corner, forcing myself to look away. So far, the events were proceeding mostly according to the scenario, but it was impossible to perfectly replicate such a complex story. Besides, I was probably the only one aware that we were acting out a play. That's why I was trying to steer the gradually diverging storyline back on track. Following the key points of the events, I would ensure that things proceeded according to fate's scenario. That's why. It didn't matter how different the journey was. It shouldn't. Chapter 22, Writing Lesson. We've been expecting you, Lady Adelheid and Lady Leticia. As we arrived at the stables after leaving the guest house, Seal greeted us. Wow, Seal, you look so cool. Leticia whispered to me, leaning close. Seal could probably hear her, even with that level of whispering, but her expression remained as composed as ever. As Leticia had just observed, Seal, true to her word, looked impeccably stylish in a tailcoat instead of her usual maid uniform. I didn't know any other woman who could pull off the handsome woman in men's clothing look so well. However, her usual thick black hair, normally tucked into a maid's cap, was now tied back in a ponytail. And more importantly, the curves of her chest, pushing against the white shirt and black tie under her tailcoat, were evident, so no one would mistake her for a man. Ah, but elder sister is the coolest. Huh. I responded with a dry laugh without thinking. It wasn't a deliberate attempt to be sarcastic, it was a genuine reaction. It was just too unconvincing. It's true. This is the first time I've seen elder sister in trousers, but the riding outfit really suits you, and your posture is so elegant. I placed my hand on my sister's head, cutting off her stream of inexplicable praise, and gently pushed her back. Okay, I understand. Calm down. My sister looked up at me, her head still held down by my hand. Her blue eyes, the same shade as mine, gazed at me intently, as if testing me. Do you really understand? Really? No, Seal was definitely more handsome than me in every way. My ideal woman was Seal. Of course, I loved my mother, but she was a delicate person, someone you wanted to protect, and I wanted to be the protector. Did my mother know about my father's infidelity, about Leticia's existence? I didn't even know if my father himself knew. But to me, it was a clear betrayal of my mother. By the time I finally became an adult, there was no one close to me left to protect. Seal, perhaps, but she was stronger than me, and more importantly, she seemed to consider herself my protector. In this uncertain world, if there was anyone I could trust unconditionally, it was Seal. It was unlikely, but if she ever betrayed me, it would be my fault for failing to be a worthy master for her to serve and support. When I told her, as a child, that I wanted to be like her when I grew up, Seal, unusually, gave a wry smile. I'll never forget her words as she stroked my head. "My lady, you can become someone far more wonderful than me." I still didn't think I had reached that point. In terms of title, I was far above Seal, but that was all. Unlike her, I was born into a ducal family. That was the only difference. "Leticia, you're free to consider me the best, but objectively speaking, anyone would say Seal is more handsome." I tried to instill this simple truth, but my sister wouldn't budge. "Then, I'll be the 101st person to say you are." Had she not heard me say anyone? She was challenging the premise itself. "Then allow me to be the 102nd, Seal added with a straight face, and both Leticia and I turned to look at her. My sister beamed, as if vindicated. "See, even Seal agrees." She puffed out her chest. "Leticia, she's my maid. What kind of servant would say they're more handsome than their master?" Leticia averted her gaze. "Come on, let's go." "Okay." The three of us walked together to the grassy field enclosed by a wooden fence. It was spacious and pleasant. "Now then, Lady Leticia, you will follow my instructions here. Understood?" "Yes." A good answer. Seal smiled. "Excellent. However, please refrain from raising your voice too loudly. It might startle the horses and cause an accident." "Yes." Another good answer. She had properly lowered her voice. "I will explain everything as we go, but never stand behind a horse. Remember this above all else. If you're kicked, the consequences could be severe." "Yes." How nostalgic. I had been taught the same way by Seal in this very place. More than 10 years had passed since then. I never imagined this would be my fate. Even so, this place remained unchanged. The grassland, with its changing appearance through the seasons, the sky, the mountains in the distance, nothing had changed. Some things remained constant. As a noble, as the head of the Vanderwals, there were things I had to protect. Seal addressed me as I reminisced, lost in thought. "Are you all right, Lady Adelheid?" "Huh? Oh, yes, if Seal says so." But I was just lost in thought. What should I be doing? I nodded reflexively and tried to cover up my absent-mindedness. "Are you sure you're all right? How are you feeling?" She looked at me intently. Her diagnoses were more accurate than most physicians. After all, she had been caring for me since I was born. Seal was raised to be my most trusted advisor when I became the head of the family, or so she said. She claimed it was her own volition, but Seal was only 7 when I was born. My mother, also a Vanderwal's maid, had passed away before I was born, and Seal was living at the mansion, doing simple tasks as a servant in training. A lonely girl with no one to rely on couldn't possibly have refused. My family had bound her future. With her talent, she could have become anything. "I'm fine, Seal. There's nothing for you to worry about." When I died, she would be free. If possible, I wanted her to continue supporting the Vanderwals, Leticia, after that. "If you say so." Seal still seemed unconvinced. "So, what should I be doing?" "I requested a double riding lesson for you and Lady Leticia, to help her get used to horses." "Huh." I was momentarily confused. "When did you arrange that?" "Just now." Apparently, it was my fault for being lost in thought. There are various teaching methods, but I believe it's important to first get accustomed to being on a horse, and I believe that is the correct approach. Well, yes. I myself had learned by riding with Seal. The riding lesson itself was absolutely necessary to meet the second capture target today and for the future horse riding event. Riding alone can be dangerous in unexpected situations. With an experienced rider, there's no such risk. Of course, I will also be there to assist. Wouldn't I be enough as support? I tried to resist, still afraid of altering fate. "Not that you wouldn't be sufficient, but..." Seal said, glancing at Leticia. I looked at my sister. Her eyes were sparkling with anticipation. I looked back at Seal. "Bring the horses." I wasn't heartless enough to disappoint that look. Chapter 23, Riding Double. Seal returned leading a white horse. Wow, what a beautiful horse. Yes. I walked up to the horse, extended my hand to its muzzle, and called its name. Lily. Have you been well? Lily neighed softly in response to her name and gently nudged my cheek. I stroked her while nuzzling her face. Her ears were tilted back, so I reached out and stroked her further. Recently, I had been under a lot of stress, trying to maintain a convenient scenario that ignored reality while repeatedly doing things I didn't want to do. This was incredibly healing. We had several other horses boarded at this ranch, but Seal had chosen this one, as expected. Lily, being a mare, had a gentle disposition, listened well, and was obedient. She was a prized horse that anyone would want, but also perfect for a beginner to get used to riding. With Seal's guidance, I was now confident I could handle any horse, even without a saddle, but a docile horse was easier, and I could simply enjoy riding. And this horse was a special gift from my late father on my 16th birthday. She was only about a month-old foal at the time, so she was now 7 years old. My father wasn't stingy with dresses and accessories necessary for social occasions, but he wasn't the type to give personal gifts. My mother was the same. She showed her affection through words and actions, not material things. Perhaps it was a consideration to prevent me, the eldest child of a family with immense power, from becoming arrogant. So, I hadn't expected anything for my 16th birthday, my coming-of-age celebration. But he gave me an unexpected gift. I had never asked for anything. I was given spending money, but I left my clothes to the tailor and only bought recreational books. Since I never pestered my parents, I might have been a difficult child for them. My mother had passed away, and I had expected my birthday party to be the only gift from my father. Indeed, there was nothing at the party venue. Later, he uncharacteristically took me to a ranch outside the capital, where he introduced me to Lily. I fell in love with Lily at first sight. I diligently made time between my noble education and other training to visit the ranch frequently with Seal, caring for Lily. I was truly happy when she was finally ready to carry a rider. My father passed away just 2 years after giving me Lily. I wish I had talked to him more, because I realized that he had been watching over me in his own way. Perhaps it was Seal's suggestion, but even so, I believed he cared enough about me to listen to her advice. My father was gone. I was the head of the Vanderwals, but he had left me something. The Vanderwals' assets. Title, land, cash, jewels, art, connections, everything tangible and intangible. And the small memories represented by Lily. And Leticia, the biggest but also the most troublesome gift. She was also the difficult matter that occupied most of my thoughts now. Since learning about my sister, about Moonlight Liberium, I had been completely preoccupied with it. I couldn't neglect my duties as head of the family. So I hadn't been to the ranch recently. I'm glad you're doing well. I lightly ran my fingers through her mane, smoothing it, and patted her neck before stepping away. How nice. Leticia murmured softly. I turned and smiled slightly. You're about to ride her now. Today, I intended to be a little less mean. I was in front of Lily. Although she was gentle, an accident involving a horse could be fatal. I couldn't afford to joke around too much. Whether it was fate or something else, I was keenly aware of its lack of support these days. Oh no, not that, never mind. I didn't understand what my sister was trying to say, but I beckoned her over. Greet her. Politely, but without being subservient. You are also this horse's master. Yes, I'm Leticia. Nice to meet you today. Lily neighed softly, her lips trembling slightly, in response to being addressed. Leticia, I'll help you. First, put your foot in the stirrup. Yes, elder sister. She put one foot in the stirrup as instructed, without any wobbling. Her response was good. Can you balance and swing your leg over the saddle? I can't, elder sister. Only her response was good. Lady Adelheid, I will. Seal, please. I had no experience teaching someone to ride. Seal's assistance felt like being supported while still moving on your own, and it didn't take long for the movements to become ingrained in my body. I had heard that Seal, who was 7 years older than me, had been thoroughly trained in all sorts of knowledge and skills ahead of me, for my sake. Teaching while still learning herself, she was always someone who walked ahead of me. It didn't take long for Leticia, under her guidance, to be able to swing her leg over the saddle with assistance. Noble young ladies varied, but for those who were pampered and raised as if riding was out of the question, even Seal wouldn't have been able to teach them so quickly. I had been quite thoroughly trained by Seal. Apparently, the reason was, in case of an emergency, if you can't ride a horse, your options for escape are limited. Your chances of survival decrease. A reason unique to the Vanderwals. Ordinary young ladies were taught riding for health and figure maintenance through moderate exercise. And, more importantly, to be able to accompany gentlemen who enjoyed riding. Now then, Lady Adelheid, do you need any assistance? No, Seal, you train me after all. I chuckled at her rare attempt at a joke. I placed my hand lightly on the saddle, put my foot in the stirrup, and swung myself up behind Leticia, who had already removed her foot from the stirrup. I adjusted my position, placing my feet in both stirrups, and sat down. Seal took the lead rope. I will take the lead rope. Thank you. With Lily as the horse and Seal leading, I had no worries. Eek! Leticia let out a strange cry when I wrapped my arms around her waist from behind. I ignored it, assuming she was startled by the suddenness, and held on firmly to make sure she didn't fall. Leticia, are you uncomfortable anywhere? My chest feels tight, Leticia said, trembling and looking down. My anxiety lasted only a moment. My sister cried out in a muffled voice, as if in agony. This position, elder sister, is too close. It's bad for my heart. I didn't quite understand what she meant, and my mind drifted to the distant stars in the night sky. For now, I decided to ignore it. Chapter 24. Encounter with the Knight Commander. As the sun began to set, I was growing impatient. It was confirmed that the second capture target was here. But would he interact with Leticia? There were too many uncertain factors. I knew him, but we were by no means close. Unlike the encounter with the prince, which had a strict timing of just before the audience with His Majesty, this time the timing was broader. During riding practice. However, based on the detailed descriptions in the game, I predicted the time would be exactly around sunset. Leticia waved from atop the white horse, Lily. Elder sister, did you see? I rode by myself. Did I miss it? Because I missed my sister's momentous achievement, my favorability towards the second capture target would decrease. No, what mattered was Leticia's favorability towards him, and his favorability towards Leticia, not anything involving me. I looked away for a moment, but you can ride by yourself now. I approached and took the lead rope from Seal. Hee, thanks to Seal and elder sister. My heart was pierced by my sister's shy adorableness. What a waste of a smile, directed at someone like me. In the corner of my eye, I saw a flash of silver. My sister seemed to have seen the same thing and looked in that direction. What is that? That's the Eustasia Knights. They've been staying at the same guest house since yesterday for training, Seal, who had been watching from a distance, explained. Leticia murmured. The Eustasia Knights. It was the cavalry. They were all mounted on horses, wearing their everyday armor, which protected key areas with plate armor, though not the full battle armor. There was no mistaking them. Above all, the crest embroidered on their surcoats was a helmet with a unicorn horn and visor, bearing a part of the unicorn, which was also the crest of the Eustasia royal family, and, by extension, the kingdom. It was a crest that only the Eustasia Knights were permitted to display. They all had longswords at their hips, rested the butts of their lances in the saddle sockets, and carried the shafts on their shoulders. They were likely returning from training. They passed by silently on the other side of the wooden fence. However, I could feel the knights glancing at us. My sister was the most beautiful girl on the continent, so I, as her older sister, would try to be understanding of their desire to look at her. And then, he stopped his horse in front of us. You others, return ahead. A familiar voice, and a familiar face. The one easily riding the large black horse, unbothered by its wildness, was a tall, well-built man. Aside from the red plume added to the helmet crest on his surcoat, he was dressed the same as the other knights, but his physique was noticeably superior at a glance. A thick chest, trained and lean limbs. Faded blonde hair, rumored to have western blood, that flowed like a lion's mane. Scars on his right eyebrow and left cheek stood out white against his tan skin. The scar that notched his thick eyebrow was close to his eye, and they said he would have been blinded if it had been slightly off. His light brown eyes, which fortunately remained unharmed and appeared golden in the light, narrowed unhappily when he saw me. Adelheid, I didn't expect to see your face here. I didn't expect to see yours either, Felix von Ritter. Of course, I had expected to see him. I had confirmed that the knights had training scheduled and that his name was on the list of those in charge. He was a noble for one generation, bearing the title of Knight Ritter. Aside from special cases like Leticia, the only way for a commoner to become a noble was to join the royal knights, prove their worth, and become a high-ranking knight. Upon becoming a high-ranking knight, they were granted the title of von and the surname Ritter, and received numerous privileges, though not to the same extent as hereditary nobles. Above all, they were famous for their strength, and many children in Eustasia, both noble and commoner, looked up to them. That was the Eustasia Knights. He was their leader, the Knight Commander. He held authority second only to His Majesty in military matters, and in terms of rank, though in a different sphere, he was my equal. Despite his youth, he commanded immense trust from his soldiers. He was also popular with women, but he had a reputation for being a womanizer, which made me question if he was suitable for my sister. Well, I knew he was more serious than the rumors suggested. For better or worse, he didn't see women as women. He preferred horses to women, enjoyed hanging out with his male friends, and liked physical activities. The truth behind the rumors was that young ladies who were dragged along on long rides on horseback, disguised as dates, and ended up with sore backsides and thighs, spread exaggerated stories. As the head of the Vanderwals, I knew the source of the rumors, but I had some sympathy for him, so I let them be. He wasn't privy to gossip, and the knights knew what kind of man their commander was. So, there was no real harm. His reputation and honor were none of my concern. If I were to speak of the good rumors, he was a wild, handsome man, a knight among knights, excelling in martial arts, especially swordsmanship, or something like that. Personally, I thought he was overrated. From the perspective of the Kingdom of Eustasia, it was a good thing that the Knight Commander was rumored to be a good person, so they let the rumors spread. However, some young noblemen, inspired by such rumors, would run away from home, hide their identities, and try to join the knights. Most of the time, the task of searching for and investigating these individuals fell to the Vanderwals, increasing our workload, which was truly annoying. It was also an opportunity to gain favor or gather leverage, to be sure. My connection with him also stemmed from such work. He, who valued military strength and honor as the head of the knights, and I, who considered where to use that strength and prioritized intelligence, gathering to avoid using the knights whenever possible. It was only natural that we didn't get along. Unlike Prince Conrad, with whom I had a personal dislike, our positions were fundamentally different. That's a good horse. No, wait, you're leading a horse. His thick eyebrows furrowed. Who is this? My sister, my half-sister. Knight Commander Felix looked understanding. Ah, I see. He leaned his lance against the fence and dismounted from his black horse with a graceful leap. His movements were as light as one would expect from a knight commander. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Felix von Ritter, Knight Commander of the Eustasia Knights. His self-introduction was exactly the official line. Leticia also dismounted from the white horse. I had been watching carefully, ready to support her if needed, but she landed safely on the grass. Considering it was her first time riding a horse today, she looked quite natural. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Felix. My name is Leticia von Vanderwals. Aside from stating her surname, she returned his self-introduction with the same official line and smiled faintly. What if he fell for her? Well, since it was the official scenario, the probability was 1 in 3, and there was nothing I could do about it. At that moment, the white horse, Lily, nudged Leticia's cheek with her muzzle. Seeing that, Felix's expression softened, a rare sight. Yes, just as described in the text log in my mind, seeing me being nuzzled by the white horse, he softened his expression. Were the horse's actions and the Knight Commander's reaction also predetermined by fate? Then, what about his next words? You like horses too. Here it comes, the choice. Until now, it had been a straight path. If the player wanted to get closer to the prince, although it had gone in a strange direction, they just had to follow the story. But the remaining two were different. By choosing from the options presented, the player could elicit different reactions. There were multiple choices, and it wasn't decided in one go, it seemed. I didn't know the exact specifications, such as how many times to choose each option or if there were any options that should never be chosen. Basically, the options were designed to show a willingness to connect with the person. Here, Leticia had two options. 1. Not particularly, and 2. Yes, I like horses too. The numbers in front were for clarity, I supposed. Essentially, she just needed to show a willingness to engage with him. And Leticia's answer was, yes, I like horses too. It was an answer that reached out to him. She did seem to genuinely like horses, so it was probably a natural response. Lily was also fond of Leticia, but I see, perhaps Leticia was drawn to men like him. With a hint of sadness, I watched, holding my breath, to see if the Knight Commander's subsequent words would match those in Moonlight Liberium. Oh, we seemed to have something in common. It was exactly as the script dictated, and he smiled faintly. He usually only showed me a grimace, so it was refreshing. Leticia also smiled back. They're delicious, aren't they? Leticia, wasn't your like a little different? Chapter 25, Leticia's Wrath, Felix von Ritter. At 26, he was 4 years older than me and the oldest among the capture targets. There were those who said he was too young to lead the strongest knight order on the continent. But he was a young commander who took office with overwhelming support, especially from the knights. He wasn't just a figurehead, having real combat experience and military achievements from suppressing bandits and mediating conflicts. And now, he was clearly perplexed. Delicious. You've eaten horse meat. The rumored sister. She rarely appeared in public, because I had decided it was too early to introduce her to society, the first in line to the title, recognized by the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals. Knight Commander Felix and I had a somewhat strained relationship due to our differing positions, but it was a professional one. We were both adults, so we didn't let personal feelings interfere. Even though it wasn't business now, he should have known that ignoring me and behaving awkwardly wouldn't be beneficial. Besides, he must have taken some interest in Leticia. After all, my sister was a blooming beauty who would make even flowers blush. However, my sister's past was shrouded in mystery. Investigating the past of someone who had lived in the slums of the royal capital, the area commonly known as the back alley, was no easy feat. Leticia seemed to have eaten horse meat, which was not commonly consumed in Eustasia. Oh, I've never eaten a knight order's horse, probably. Probably. Felix looked confused. His tanned face contorted, and he ran a hand through his faded blonde hair, scratching his head vigorously. Even though he was a nobleman for one generation, granted the title for his military service, this was not behavior befitting a noble, especially in front of a young lady. However, the rumor was that this unpretentious side was what made him appealing. You said your name was Leticia? Why would a noble young lady eat horse meat at a slaughterhouse? Felix questioned Leticia slowly, enunciating each word, his surprise evident. Good, ask more. That was when I wasn't a noble yet. She was from the back alley. So, perhaps the slaughterhouse, located on the outskirts of the capital, bordering the back alley, had been a familiar place to her. Ah, so Adelheid, who resented her half-sister, banished her to the back alley. Take that back. Leticia retorted sharply. That was the rumor circulating, I realized. He wasn't one for gossip, which meant that by the time it reached his ears, it had likely grown several tales. Resented your half-sister? Elder sister did. However, since I was trying my best to appear that way to the outside world, he didn't need to pick up on that. But my sister focused on it. She didn't back down one step against the Knight Commander, who was much stronger and held a higher position than her. Instead, she took a step forward, pressing closer to him across the fence. I've been in the back alley since I was born. And elder sister was the one who acknowledged me as a Vanderwal's relative, not the other way around. In her adorable eyes, a fierce will blazed, but it was somehow still cute. It was the same with Prince Conrad. Her gaze lacked intensity. Like the prince, the Knight Commander was judging glaring by my standards. Unlike me, she was simply too naturally adorable. Felix laughed, looking amused. Are you angry? You're like a cute little kitten. There were men who suited this kind of remark and men who didn't, and he was one of the former. However, some women liked that kind of thing, and others didn't, and I was one of the latter. My sister also seemed to feel the same way as she furrowed her brows. While thinking how cute that expression was, I couldn't find the right moment to stop her. Take that back. What you said just now was a baseless, ridiculous rumor. I thought it was a rumor with solid roots and leaves. However, my sister apparently disagreed. What if I don't take it back? Then I'll be angry. I am angry now. Angry? At such a ridiculous rumor, it was close to the truth, you could say. What kind of room she slept in? What kind of words were usually said to her? Thinking about that. It was true that she said. She acknowledged me as a Vanderwal's relative. It was true that she was picked up from the back alley. It was true that she was made the first in line of succession. But there was nothing that would make us close sisters. Knight Commander Felix, though his expression was still somewhat amused, laughed as he faced his angry sister. Will you use the Vanderwal's power? Against me, the Knight Commander. I'm talking about manners. I was taught manners by elder sister and my tutors. From the Vanderwal's perspective, it was acceptable to demand unreasonable things if you were in a higher position than the other party, to look down on them, to mock them. That was normal, expected, and desired. It was truly lamentable that while I was educating my sister to be an elegant and gentle lady, her sister was like this. As an adult who had learned to separate appearance from reality, my sister's innocence and straightforwardness were blindingly strong, piercing my heart. Was that how you were taught? Is that how a proud knight, the Knight Commander of the Eustasia Royal Knights, is supposed to behave? It seemed the remark hit home for him as well. Being the Knight Commander was a powerful position. Leading the renowned strongest knight order on the continent also granted corresponding privileges. The noble title he held as a knight was outside the noble hierarchy. However, as Knight Commander, his power was equal to that of a ducal family, the highest rank in the noble hierarchy. In times of war, his position could even surpass that. Furthermore, he was usually surrounded by knights and soldiers from his own order. Even if he got carried away and misbehaved a little, there were few who would reprimand him. No one who would speak up like that. He dropped his playful demeanor and became serious. It was his official face, his noble face, his face as a knight above all else, and he even bowed his head slightly. I take it back. I was foolish to believe such a ridiculous rumor. My sister sighed in relief, and she smiled at him. Okay, as long as you understand. Felix looked at me, standing behind my sister. You're quite loved. You, the head of that Vanderwal's. It's a bother. I snorted. My sister visibly drooped. I, on the other hand, would be happy to be a bother to my sister. I wanted to defend her, but I couldn't, I shouldn't. That was outside the performer's discretion. But how do I proceed from here? Perhaps I should give up on the Knight Commander. I couldn't envision a future where I could entrust my sister to this Knight Commander, who didn't know how to treat a young lady and was raised in a male-only environment. However, I had felt the same way about the prince. I would trust in the script of fate, and most importantly, in Leticia's cuteness, and entrust everything to her, observing the situation. Knight Commander Felix seemed to want to say something. So, what was the situation when you ate horse meat at a slaughterhouse? Can you tell me about it? All right, the conversation was back on track. Delve deeper. Oh, that. My sister nodded, and as if it were nothing, she said very casually. Because I used to work at a slaughterhouse. My initial reaction was to exchange glances with the Knight Commander. This might be the first time I had reacted this way with him. Chapter 26, Memories of the Slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse, located beside the Altrine River, a little distance from the royal capital. A processing facility for slaughtering livestock, obtaining meat and hides, and converting them into butchered meat and leather. A facility that was sometimes treated as part of the back alley, and sometimes as being outside the royal capital. The importance of facilities for processing livestock was high for the kingdom of Eustasia, which relied on processed meat for its winter sustenance. However, it was also regarded with distaste due to its odor and sanitary conditions. Perhaps because of this, Knight Commander Felix frowned at my sister's statement that she worked at a slaughterhouse. His light brown eyes fixed on my sister's blue eyes. A slaughterhouse is not a place for a noble young lady or even a woman to work. There's no difference between men and women, Leticia declared, her smile unwavering. While her smile was as adorable as ever, it simultaneously conveyed something unfathomable, sending a chill down my spine. I had undergone training as the head of the family, so I wasn't showing such emotions on my face, I was sure. But conversely, it meant I was facing someone who required the demeanor of the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals. I knew she wasn't just an ordinary girl, the protagonist of Moonlight Liberium, a trump card who would navigate the coming calamity with her status as a noble from the back alley and her pure heart. But even so, she should just be an ordinary girl. She should just be a girl with no special abilities. And yet, the strength in her words was something I was unfamiliar with. Wanting to eat today. That feeling has nothing to do with being a girl or anything like that. If it's work, there's plenty of other. Is that how it is in the front? The term sounded familiar. Just as we and the residents themselves called that area the back alley, those who lived there called other areas the front. The back alley was an area officially designated as the Old Town District, and officially there were no residents there. It was merely a distinction on paper. In reality, there was no clear line drawn on the map. Yet I felt as though I could see the line drawn in people's hearts. The only stable work we could do in the front, we who didn't pay the poll tax, was odd jobs at the slaughterhouse and cleaning sewers. That was the reason the back alley didn't disappear. Convenient people who would do the jobs that most people avoided. The capital would collapse without these facilities, but few people were willing to do the work. Because there were those who would, willingly, do them. Leticia, you were. Just doing odd jobs. Even at the slaughterhouse, there are specialists for butchering, and sharpening knives is a craftsman's work. I've washed knives before, though. An untraceable past. Day labor at the slaughterhouse was not recorded. It wasn't spoken of. But perhaps, among the meat I ate on a daily basis, some had been processed on a day my sister had worked. Perhaps my sister had even washed the knives that carved that meat. Since I'm a girl, as Sir Felix says, and also people were careful around kids our age, we mostly just washed buckets or cutting boards. It was easy work. Easy work. She said it lightly. Certainly, no special skills would be required. However, conversely, because no special skills were required, it was physically demanding work. Work that anyone could do, that no one wanted to do. Those who couldn't, pay the poll tax, occupation tax, or farmland use tax had very few jobs available to them. Those who were critical of the back alley called them tax-evading poor people. Those same people likely ate processed meat and used the city's water and sewage systems. And when she said, kids our age, how old was that? How old were children from the back alley who were treated with care even there? How old was my sister when she started such work? Besides, work at the slaughterhouse was popular because you got souvenirs. The meat after work was delicious. The gloomy feeling I had been experiencing, reflecting on the dark side of this country, lessened slightly. Everyone would gather driftwood by the river, grill it on an iron plate, or boil offal in a large pot. Ah, I feel nostalgic now. I want to eat it again. It was a warm, friendly anecdote, far from what one imagined when hearing the term back alley. However, it made me want to give her something better to eat. Could I give her anything? Anything that could surpass the taste of those memories? Anything comparable to what she had earned herself? They don't eat much horse in the front, apparently, so all the leftover meat and hides went to us. Sometimes it was tough and stringy, but everyone would laugh, saying it was good because it filled you up. She was resilient, and they laughed. I couldn't quite imagine there being laughter in such days. So, I feel bad saying this to a knight commander who likes horses, but I used to eat a lot of horse meat, and I really like it. It's a taste of memories. Her memories were heavy. No, really, I've never eaten it. Is it good? Did the knight commander really need to ask? Yes, it's delicious, but I shouldn't have said that to a member of the knights, should I? Leticia looked at me apologetically. I agreed, but since I had heard her story, I forgave her. If the knight commander had said anything disapproving, I would have crushed him with the full might of the Vanderwals. I couldn't entrust my sister to such a narrow-minded man. However, unexpectedly, he showed a surprising breadth of character. You don't hate horses themselves, then? No, they're cute. Being able to reconcile delicious and cute showed strength of heart. She gently reached out to Lily, who was standing next to her, and stroked her neck. Horses sent to the slaughterhouse were farm horses, and I doubted military horses from the knights or nobles riding horses would ever end up there, but still. Do you like riding? Yes, today was my first time on a horse, but I really like it. Good, I had worried about what I would do if I had instilled in my sister a dislike for riding. Today's your first time, I see. He nodded. The setting sun illuminated his faded blonde hair, making it look like a lion's mane as he relaxed his expression and narrowed his eyes. And, smiling, he continued. Leticia, would you like me to teach you how to ride properly? We were back on the official scenario. Chapter 27, My Treasure. I could replay his words to my sister, word for word, in my head. No, that's not right. There in the text log, his previous line, Leticia, would you like me to teach you how to ride properly, was the other option. The continuation of choosing to, yes, I like horses too, in the first choice. The option to become closer to Knight Commander Felix. Ah, I see. This world was progressing according to fate's script. My sister had chosen, regardless of her true intentions, the option to become closer to him. That's why he said those words. No matter how different the journey, he would say the lines that led to the next choice. My sister had two options. The first was 1, no, thank you. The second was 2, please teach me how to ride. If she chose the second option, they would become closer. After that, she just had to keep choosing the Knight Commander in the subsequent choices. Objectively, he was a good catch. He was the Knight Commander of the Kingdom of Eustasia, the strongest nation on the continent. While his apparent inexperience with women was a concern, this, well, let's say wild, or perhaps just rough around the edges, man would cherish the one he loved. I knew that. I had seen it. The event where my sister, originally a commoner like him, but now with a noble's perspective, stood beside him, the symbol of military might in this country. No matter which of the 3 capture targets my sister chose, this country would become better than it was now. However, I wouldn't see that new Eustasia. That was all, because I was the villainous sister. Just a nuisance, destined to be beheaded regardless of who my sister chose. That was how it was supposed to be. So, my sister's lines were also predetermined. She had more options than I did, but they were still limited. No, thank you. My sister firmly refused the Knight Commander's offer with the official line. I didn't know if it was decided by this single choice. However, for now, the prince was in the lead. And there was still a chance for the 3rd capture target, whom my sister hadn't met yet. Besides, if she refused, the event would end here. The rest would be narration, and the horseback riding event would end. That was how it was supposed to go. As I waited with bated breath for her next words, my sister turned to me. Elder sister and Seal are teaching me. She smiled brightly, and I was flustered. Seal aside, why bring up my name? All I had done today was ride with her, following Seal's instructions, until she got used to it and lead the horse by the reins. Is that so? Teach her well, Adelheid. Yes, our Seal is an excellent teacher. Leave it to her. There won't be any problems. Seal bowed silently when I looked at her. My sister seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Leticia. Knight Commander Felix called my sister's name. Yes, what is it, Sir Felix? Leticia, I like you. If you ever need the power of the Eustasia Knights, know my power, don't hesitate to ask. If you call, I will be your strength. Why did he say that? That was supposed to be the concluding line of the riding lesson, the Knight Commander event. Was it favorability? Did his favorability towards my sister increase as much as completing the original event, just from this conversation that wasn't in the original scenario? It was possible. My sister was adorable, after all. It wouldn't be surprising if this rough around the edges, arrogant Knight Commander fell for her after just a brief conversation. I hadn't expected him to say such a line to a noble lady, with a straight face, on the day they met. I had suspected that, tired of being fawned over, he had become a misogynist, or perhaps even preferred men. Taking the young ladies who pursued him on long rides was probably his way of rejecting them. If they could keep up, he might have actually started dating them. He lacked consideration for a maiden's heart, but the young ladies themselves didn't seem to consider a man's feelings either, so it was probably a case of tit for tat. In the riding lesson event with the Knight Commander and Leticia that didn't happen, they were supposed to ride together, ostensibly for her to get used to horses. I, as the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals, had endured with all my might, but could this inexperienced Knight Commander withstand the situation of having such a beautiful girl in his arms, relying on him and looking up at him? While my sister had skipped the event with him this time, her wonderful qualities, including her unexpected ones, must have made an impression. It was only natural that he would say such a line. The uncertainty of Leticia's favorability towards him was what made me anxious. Even though it was still early in the game, things were progressing at a rather rapid pace, so I couldn't let my guard down. The in-game time was a little over a year. However, the number of events that occurred during that time was limited. It was problematic that it was now harder to predict how the story would unfold, since favorability could be earned outside the original scenarios, as in this case. As long as Leticia was happy, that was all that mattered. I reaffirmed my purpose, engraving it in my heart. I would eliminate any and all obstacles. I wouldn't let anyone change the storyline that led to my sister's happiness. Not even myself. Don't hesitate. Don't waver. Don't falter. If I strayed from the path, what would happen to my sister? My life was as the head of the Vanderwals. This was my first and last chance to follow my own will without straying from the path laid out for the head of the family. I wouldn't let it slip away. Opportunities to have fate as an ally were rare. Though I was concerned that fate's support was weak and that the unseen playwright who wrote the scenario was a bit incompetent. As an older sister who loved her younger sister, I aimed for the guillotine. I would fulfill my role as the villainous sister. My sister smiled and brushed off the Knight Commander's "I'll always be your strength" declaration, a line that would make any young lady swoon. "Yes, if I ever need your help, Sir Felix, I'll be sure to ask." "Of course." Felix smiled cheerfully. I didn't know he could smile like that. Come to think of it, Prince Conrad had also shown expressions I had never seen before. Well, I suppose there were expressions one only showed to loved ones or romantic partners, but I didn't know he was capable of such smiles. Come to think of it, Leticia too. "Elder sister, thank you for today," Leticia said, wrapping her arm around mine as if clinging to me. She was so close. Flustered, I was captivated by her smile. Come to think of it, I often saw Leticia smile. In the story of Moonlight Liberium, she smiled at her lover. That smile, depicted in the event still, was something I longed for. I wanted to see Leticia smile, but I thought that I, the villainous sister, wouldn't be able to see my sister's smile, and yet. Even now, yes. Her lips curved into a melting smile, and she gazed at me with her blue eyes, the same shade as mine. "Will you teach me again tomorrow?" A carefree smile, like the one she would give to a close lover. She was giving me the smile she would give to family. A warm, fuzzy feeling filled my chest. I had a sister. We wore matching riding outfits, albeit in different colors, navy blue and vibrant red, and took riding lessons together. I had a sister. At least for now, I could have this. I wanted my sister to find happiness as soon as possible. And yet, I was looking forward to the journey with Leticia, but I was aiming for the guillotine. These feelings only brought pain. If she simply came to hate me, that would be the end of it. I wouldn't lose. I was Adelheid von Vanderwals, the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals, the single wall lizard watching over the darkness of this country. I would walk my path. To the inevitable end, to be beheaded on the guillotine. I wasn't afraid of that. The only thing I feared was Leticia's unhappiness. My adorable sister, my treasure, I wouldn't let anyone tarnish it. I wouldn't let anyone change fate. I took a deep breath. I looked at my sister, clinging to my arm like a gecko, with as cold a gaze as I could muster. "Now that you can ride, I'll be strict with you tomorrow." Leticia beamed. "Yes, please be strict with me." My sister wasn't reacting as I expected. Felix chuckled wryly. "She really likes you." "It's a bother." Chapter 28, Good Night. The first day of our trip to the countryside ranch for riding lessons ended without incident. Leticia had progressed enough to ride a horse on her own, and the event with Knight Commander Felix had been triggered, though I felt like it went in a slightly different direction. After dinner, we each took a bath, and night fell. Several lamps cast a soft glow around the room. Leticia and I faced each other in a tense silence. "There's only one bed, you know what that means, right, elder sister?" "I don't." This was actually the first time I had seen my sister in her nightclothes. It was a common style in Eustasia, and I had one of the same design, but thanks mainly to our differing chest sizes, we didn't exactly look like we were wearing matching outfits. The slight flush on her skin from the bath, combined with the adorableness of her smile directed at me, any gentleman would turn into a beast at the sight. I held strong. "Elder sister, let's sleep together." Ugh. I glanced at the canopy bed. It was about the same size as the one in my room. Since it was a double room, there was no problem with Leticia and me sharing the bed. There were even 2 pillows, thoughtfully provided. A fleeting memory surfaced of Seal sleeping beside me when I was very young. Seal, 7 years my senior, was still a young girl herself then, with no experience in childcare. Even so, she had diligently fulfilled her role as governess and tutor, and I was eternally grateful to her. Now that she had grown and I had become the head of the family, she always prioritized my needs and was a model maid. And like a proper maid, she had said, "Please call if you need anything," and retired to the adjacent servants' quarters. I couldn't help but notice the bell pull at the edge of my vision. I was weak. What was I going to say? My sister is so cute that I want to hug her and sleep with her, even if it means messing with fate. Please make it happen somehow. I would be looked at with pity, in every sense of the word. That was worse than being beheaded. How could I even begin to explain Moonlight Liberium? Actually, it would be simple. I just had to make a prediction or two about the future. I believed I had to believe that Seal would believe me then. She would try to change fate. It would be a lie to say I hadn't considered it myself. Especially now that I sensed my sister seemed to harbor unrealistic expectations about what it meant to be sisters. I wondered if we could change fate and end the story of Moonlight Liberium as close sisters. But I had only ever walked the path laid out for me. The obstacles in my way had always been surmountable. I had been raised as the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals and lived as a tool to wield its power. That was the only life I knew. What could I do? The story was still progressing according to the script. I was good at that. Doing what was expected, what was desired, what was right. That was how I was raised and how I had lived. And that was how I would continue to live. The only difference was that my family name had been replaced by fate as the compass guiding my life. My sister didn't need me. I looked at the sofa in the room. It was upholstered in fabric, with plush cushions, and it was large. I supposed it was acceptable for my sister to sleep on. Having my sister sleep on the sofa while there was plenty of room in the bed, wouldn't that be befitting a mean half-sister? I was afraid that this meanness, which wasn't in the official event, might interfere with fate, but it was obvious which was more villainous sister-like. Sleeping with her as she wished or making her sleep on the sofa. Resigned, I declared firmly, "You will sleep on the sofa." But my sister looked stunned. That is an order from the head of the family. I inwardly scoffed at myself. The Vanderwal's authority had sunk low. I had to resort to such measures to deny my sister's small request. Leticia, though looking downcast, obeyed my command. "Yes." I pulled a blanket from the bed and tossed it to her. "Here. Hi." As she reflexively caught it, I threw her a pillow as well. Oof. Perhaps I had thrown it a bit too hard, thinking it was light, as it hit her squarely in the face. Leticia caught the falling pillow with her outstretched arms. Her face was slightly flushed, perhaps from the impact. "Elder sister, what's this for? I won't have you catching a cold." "Oh, okay." My sister nodded. "Add more wood to the fireplace." "Yes." My sister clutched the pillow tightly. Ah, my sister was so earnest. A good girl, resilient even against the meanness of being needlessly trampled on, like a delicate flower blooming by the roadside. Such a girl deserved happiness. After turning off all the lamps and getting into bed, my sister, having added wood to the fireplace as instructed, spoke. "Elder sister." I gritted my teeth. Even a younger sister in a vulnerable position had the right to complain or express resentment. And I had the obligation to accept it. Good night. And yet, all that came out of my sister's mouth, even at this point, was such a trivial greeting. The large bed felt unusually cold. The softness of the pillow, the smoothness of the sheets, the warmth of the blanket, all befitting a noble's accommodations, were nothing compared to Leticia's good night. And the realization of how petty and despicable I was, expecting complaints or resentment from such a sister, brought tears to my eyes. I pressed my face into the pillow and gritted my teeth. The tears didn't flow any further, but the turbulent feelings swirling within me didn't disappear. I couldn't erase them. I shouldn't. As I wrestled with these raw emotions, I felt like I had to say something to my sister. Yes, at the very least, I should say goodnight, no matter how strained our relationship. Leticia and I were sisters, connected by blood. I sat up. "Leticia." There was no answer. I waited, feeling the courage I had mustered dwindle. I heard the sound of soft breathing. My sister, curled up on the sofa near the fireplace, wrapped in a blanket, was sleeping peacefully, a happy expression on her face. She was a sound sleeper. No longer remembering what I had intended to say, I lay back down, as if collapsing. As I closed my eyes, sounds reached my ears. The crackling of the burning wood, mixed with a soft, rustling sound. It seemed to have started raining. I should go to sleep. Depending on the condition of the riding grounds, tomorrow's lesson might be cancelled. Come to think of it, Seal had once trained me to ride on muddy roads. Although it wasn't at this ranch, I remember both the horse and I getting covered in mud. Afterward, we washed the horse and then bathed together, Seal helping me clean up. It was a distant memory. One of the jewels within my heart that wouldn't fade even if I were to become due on the guillotine. And I replayed the memories of today, still vivid in my mind. Leticia in her riding outfit, riding together, my sister in my arms, leading the horse by the reins, the way she smiled at me when our eyes met on horseback, her angry expression in front of Felix. Learning a little about my sister's past. Not everything was enjoyable, but it was fun. I didn't know how my sister felt, though. What kind of memories would today hold for Leticia? Listening to the strengthening rain, I fell asleep in the bed, alone. Chapter 29, A Night of Thunder. I heard my sister's voice. Elder sister. My eyes snapped open. I quickly assessed the situation, eyes still closed. There was only my sister's presence. Confirming that, I opened my eyes and sat up. My sister sighed in relief. Can I come over there? But what was with her demeanor? A tearful, frightened voice. The tone of Leticia's voice instantly heightened my alertness, jolting me awake. Even in the dim light of the dying embers in the fireplace, I could tell something was wrong with my sister. The room was warm. She had a blanket draped over her shoulders and was clutching a pillow, yet she was trembling. The cause of her trembling didn't seem to be the cold. Her voice told me one thing: she was afraid. The rain had intensified. The constant drumming of the rain against the roof, combined with the overflowing gutters, created a symphony of dripping and splashing sounds. Then, the rumble of approaching thunder echoed, intensifying my sister's fear, and she looked around nervously. The moment she squeezed her eyes shut, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. Lightning must have struck nearby. My sister let out a wordless cry. Thunder, I only have two fears. Another rumble of thunder. The sound of the storm clouds gathering their power echoed, and my sister's shoulders trembled. Then, kicking off her slippers, she climbed onto the bed and clung to me, burying her face in my pillow. Another crash of thunder, and my sister tightened her embrace. If this was an act, she could join the Vanderwal's shadows right away. Her fear was that genuine. I placed my hands on her shoulders. I am sorry, but just for now. Wait here. Elder sister. I stood up, slipped on my slippers, and went to the water pitcher on the bedside table. I poured water into a glass. Then, I took out the medicine I carried with me, unfolded the paper packet, and poured the powder into the glass. I swirled the glass, dissolving the medicine in the water. Another rumble of thunder, followed almost immediately by a stomach-churning crash. The storm clouds seemed to be directly overhead. Elder sister. Covering her ears with her hands, Leticia huddled, her voice trembling as she called out to me. Just this once, I would allow her to call me that. Drink this. Okay. Removing her hands from her ears, Leticia took the glass and drank the contents without hesitation. I placed the empty glass on the bedside table and patted her shoulder gently. Get under the covers and go to sleep. Okay. As instructed, she adjusted her pillow, got under the covers and looked up at me. Elder sis. I'm going to sleep too. I lay down next to her and my sister gazed at me intently. Her face was close. Elder sister, is it okay if I hug you? Yes, until the thunder stops. Everyone had their fears. Just as I was afraid of hindering her happy future, she also had her fears. The mansion and this guest house should have been protected against lightning strikes, but the back alley was probably not as well equipped. Another rumble of thunder echoed. I held my sister's head as she timidly and hesitantly snuggled closer and pulled her to my chest. Close your eyes. This room is safe and the storm will pass soon. Another clap of thunder, but this time, Leticia didn't seem as frightened. As I had said, the storm clouds seemed to be moving away. The intervals between the rumbles grew longer, and the thunder sounded more distant. While the wind wasn't strong at ground level, it seemed to be quite powerful higher up, judging by the sound against the windows. There's nothing to be afraid of. Fate is on your side. To say she was loved by fate, her destiny was quite unusual, but she would find happiness. As the protagonist of the story, another rumble of thunder. I'll cover your ears. Go to sleep. I gently covered her ears with my hands. Oh, okay. The warm breath against my chest gradually slowed. As I held her, my sister's tense body began to relax, and she went limp. Then she began to breathe softly, falling asleep. The Vanderwal's family also excelled in pharmacology, primarily in the field of poisons, but poison was far more reliable than something that was neither poison nor medicine. What I had given Leticia was a mild sleeping draught. I hadn't brought anything too dangerous, but I always carried a few medicines for emergencies. As expected of a Vanderwal's sleeping draught, it was quite effective. After confirming she was asleep, I hugged her tightly, one last time. I wouldn't be able to do this while she was awake. Perhaps the villainous sister thing to do would be to banish her to the servants' quarters and have Seal comfort her. But I didn't want to deprive Seal of sleep, and I didn't want my sister to fall for Seal either. Besides, I wanted to do this just once. I gently released my sister and adjusted her position so she would be more comfortable. I softly ran my fingers through her short blonde hair. The embers in the fireplace faintly illuminated its beauty, like captured sunlight, in contrast to my silver hair. I stroked her hair one last time, because I wouldn't be able to do this while she was awake either. Good night, Leticia. I could say the things I wanted to say, but couldn't now. Even though I was a useless older sister who could only say such things while she was asleep. My adorable little sister. The protagonist of this world, chosen by fate, she had already endured so much. The time I could spend with her was short. She would face even greater hardships. Her only blood relative, her older sister, was a haughty young lady who didn't understand her affection. However, the selfless protagonist, despite being subjected to her half-sister's meanness, would remain unbroken, undistorted, growing into a true noble, while retaining her commoner's perspective. That was a true noble. An ideal, a virtuous being that didn't exist in reality. Did fate demand such a thing from a 16-year-old girl? Did it intend to burden her, who had apparently lost her parents at a young age and struggled alone in the back alley, with even more? A burning rage surged within me, then dissipated without a target. I, too, was complicit in fate's plan. Elder sis. I flinched, but she mumbled something unintelligible, and then sighed contentedly. However, despite my efforts to make her comfortable, she rolled over in her sleep and clung to me. Was she awake? I touched her cheek to check, but there was no reaction. I tried to sleep, but my sister's warmth, her softness, everything about her clinging to me made it difficult to fall asleep. I had also half-forced myself awake in the middle of my sleep. Should I take a sleeping draught too? But having Leticia next to me while she slept was a rare, and in principle forbidden occurrence. I had to wake up before my sister tomorrow, so I wouldn't rely on medicine. Resigned, I wrapped my arms around Leticia, who was clinging to me, like a body pillow. Her warmth and softness lulled me back to sleep. Chapter 30, Good Morning. The night of the thunderstorm had passed. I sat in my usual attire on a chair by the window. Across the round table, two elegant chairs faced each other, but the one opposite me was empty. The storm clouds had long since departed, and beyond the lace curtains of the window, where the thick, heavy winter drapes had been opened, stretched a cold, bright blue sky. From this seat, on a clear day, one could see horses being exercised in the paddock, but today, due to last night's rain, the ground was too wet. I sensed movement from the canopy bed. Glancing over, I saw Leticia, sitting up and looking around, murmur, "Huh, big sister. You're finally awake. The sun's already high in the sky." I had been thinking of waking my sister for breakfast, but it was convenient that she woke up on her own. However, I didn't say that, opting instead for a slightly sarcastic remark. Affection was built on accumulation. Then, the same should be true for meanness. "Good morning, big sis. Call me elder sister." My sister nodded at my words. "Yes, elder sister, I thunder." Leticia trembled. She must have recalled last night's fear with her own words. "Last night, I think I used elder sister as a body pillow." Don't be absurd. Was it a dream? My sister tilted her head, looking down at her hands. No, it wasn't a dream. My hands remember. Leticia wiggled her fingers. Then she looked up, her blue eyes gazing intently at me. And I feel like, elder sister hugged me. Don't be ridiculous. Inwardly, I broke out in a cold sweat. Did her body really remember? I thought I might have hugged her briefly while she was awake, but that didn't count. The sleeping draft I gave her last night should have blurred her memories from before she fell asleep. I decided to trust the Vanderwal's special medicine. Of course, there was a possibility she had a tolerance to the drug. However, to assume that she also possessed the special skill to prevent me from realizing she was awake, on top of that tolerance, was unrealistic. Leticia was the protagonist of Moonlight Liberium, but she would navigate this aristocratic society as an ordinary girl, or rather, with her ordinariness as her weapon. Simplicity, innocence, straightforwardness. Qualities we nobles lost somewhere along the way. Qualities Leticia desperately tried to protect. Qualities I didn't possess. I adopted a cold tone and said curtly, "You must have been dreaming. Go wash your face." "Right." My sister smiled weakly. I wanted to do anything to restore the strength to that smile, but I couldn't. It was a trap. This was right. This was how it should be. Leticia, spotting her slippers, which she had kicked off before getting into bed last night and which I had tidied up, quickly slipped them on and disappeared into the washroom. My sister was energetic from the morning. As I stared blankly at the faint afterimage of her back, she quickly reappeared, swinging the door open. Just as I had instructed, she had washed her face and looked refreshed. Then she ran towards me. "Good morning again, elder sister." What had happened to her listless expression from a moment ago? But this cheerful demeanor was more like Leticia. "Yes, good morning." Leticia smiled as I returned her greeting. I was almost captivated by her adorableness. I abruptly averted my gaze, turning towards the window. My sister sat in the chair opposite me and looked at me. Why was she looking at me when she could be looking out the window? The expression she had worn while recounting her past to Prince Conrad and Knight Commander Felix flashed through my mind. That was also a side of her. A girl with no shadows, simply pure and innocent, wouldn't be able to navigate the path ahead. She knew the depths of this country. She knew, deep in her bones, how poverty narrowed one's options and robbed one of their humanity. And she would soon learn the heights of this country, how wealth also didn't guarantee one's humanity. Within this love story, she would come to understand the peculiarity of her own position. She couldn't lean towards either side. She was born in the back alley and would be raised as a noble. I would provide her with a noble education, and I would teach her the darkness that nobles carried. I would be her cautionary example, teaching her, more than anyone, that noble status didn't guarantee humanity through my meanness. I was a supporter of the aristocracy. However, precisely because I was born and raised as a noble, I held no illusions about nobility, much less about individuals. We nobles weren't valuable because we were noble. We were only allowed to exist as long as we fulfilled our roles and obligations. The stability we enjoyed was earned through bloodshed. However, that stability wasn't absolute. Just 3 years ago, there was a small country bordering the kingdom of Eustasia, the Principality of Ruins. They shed blood to overthrow the nobles and declared their independence as the Republic of Ruins. Without any knowledge of statecraft, much less national defense, they plunged their country into chaos and were carved up by neighboring countries. Our Eustasia also took a piece of the pie. The Eustasia Knights were dispatched for conflict mediation. What was the point? They abandoned their royally recognized lineage and their small but capable knight order, loyal to that lineage, a force that would burn anyone who dared to touch it. They ravaged fields, shut down mines, disrupted trade. They starved their people to overthrow the nobles. What was the value of that rebellion, that revolution? Most of the people weren't happy, and wealth quickly began to concentrate in the hands of the usurpers who had accused the royal family of usurping their wealth, repeating the cycle of the aristocracy. The Eustasia Knights were called heroes who liberated them from oppression by the people of that country. The Vanderwals merely nudged the rumors in the right direction. And then, through political marriages with neighboring countries, we gathered the remaining royal blood and resurrected the legitimate royal family. They were welcomed with open arms. because the announcement coincided with the reopening of the market, accompanied by food aid. Of course, the Kingdom of Eustasia mediated the conflict from a humanitarian perspective, providing food and supporting industrial recovery. There was no falsehood in that. It was just that a portion of the wealth flowed into our country, and to other countries as well. The new royal family was essentially a puppet regime controlled by neighboring countries. Perhaps in 100 years, they would achieve true independence, but until then, it was effectively a division of power among the neighboring countries. Even so, according to my beliefs, it was better than a war over unclaimed territory. If the flames of war spread across the continental map, they would eventually reach our Eustasia. It was understandable that Knight Commander Felix, who had personally led the troops, lost a few of his men, and understood what had truly happened, held some resentment towards me. He was a simple, rough man, but he wasn't stupid. Even so, I had only done my job, peace for Eustasia. That was the Vanderwal's mission. Even if history were to repeat itself eventually, at least while I still had my eyes open. Our family crest was a gecko, a wall lizard with ever-watchful eyes that never closed. I gazed at Leticia, elder sister. Duty and loyalty, do your best, as a noble of Eustasia, as a member of the Vanderwals. She didn't have to inherit the blood-soaked history of this family. Leticia could forge her own path. However, the accumulated wealth, the vast territories, the shadows envied and feared throughout the continent, whose true nature was unknown, and their information network wouldn't go to waste. Yes, elder sister. Duty and loyalty. Her duty and loyalty was still cheerful. These words succinctly described the relationship between the royal family and the nobles. In exchange for military service and various obligations, they were granted territories and the right to collect taxes. A noble's duty, loyalty to the nation, she didn't yet understand the weight of those words. Even so, it was fine. I liked the way my sister said duty and loyalty. I had a feeling that Eustasia, after my death, would be an even better country. Chapter 31, At the Breakfast Table. The guesthouse dining hall was furnished with a variety of wooden tables, rectangular, round, large, and small, each occupied by guests. While I couldn't see Felix, it seemed the other tables were filled with members of the Eustasia Knights. They apparently lacked the courage to sit near the head of the Vanderwal's family, keeping a respectful distance. As expected of the Eustasia Knights who received etiquette training, they weren't gossiping within earshot. However, their conversations were shallow to say the least. Things like, "Nice weather today. Yeah, it rained hard yesterday, but it's nice today. It really is a beautiful day." It was as if they were just making sounds with their mouths. Their acting was atrocious. They should just stay silent. No, that would be too quiet. They were trying to be considerate in their clumsy way, even if it was misguided. There was no doubt they were eavesdropping. Oblivious to, or perhaps aware of, the attention she was attracting due to the strangely unnatural conversations at the surrounding tables. Leticia, sitting across the round table from me, was smiling brightly. I didn't know what she found so amusing, but her gaze was fixed on my face. I wished it were piercing. If it were a harsh glare, it wouldn't bother me. As the head of the Vanderwals, I needed a thick skin. However, her gaze was pure, and I could only interpret it as adoration for me as her older sister. I knew I had a bad personality, so I couldn't believe I was worthy of such a look. I understood it was necessary for the story, but why had fate made my sister so pure and adorable? "Elder sister, please teach me how to ride again today." And when she finally spoke, it was this. I wanted her to dislike me so much that she wouldn't even want to look at me. However, in Moonlight Liberium, her inner thoughts about me were so sparsely described that I couldn't understand what was going on in her mind. Ultimately, I would be sent to the guillotine. As a scapegoat, embodying the old ways, the old aristocracy. It was the same method I had used countless times in the name of national interest. I had no right to complain. In our country, the guillotine was the ultimate form of dishonorable execution and was rarely used. It shouldn't be used in my lifetime. However, 3 years ago, in the Principality of Ruins, the revolutionaries used it against the old royal family, and the citizens used it against the former revolutionaries. I hadn't ordered that. As far as I knew, it was a spontaneous act by the citizens. Well, regardless of the process, I was going to the guillotine. That was the scenario. However, my sister would plead for my life. Of course, it would be denied. That was how the story went. My final event, the guillotine, even if I was a mean-spirited, unsympathetic older sister, if my death meant taking away my sister's only remaining family, if she was hurt by it, that would be sad. So, I was trying to minimize the impact of my death on her. I was aiming to become someone she would be relieved to see gone, someone she would hate. However, whether she expected something from me, whether she held some illusion about what it meant to be an older sister, remained a mystery. My sister didn't seem to hate me. What I feared wasn't being hated by my sister. Of course, it wasn't the guillotine either. That was predetermined. But what if I wasn't hated? What if Leticia possessed such extraordinary purity that she continued to care for her only remaining family, despite all the meanness she was subjected to? My death would leave a scar on her heart. If my existence remained in my sister's heart, even in such a way, I suppose that would be all right. That thought alone showed how twisted I was. Elder sister, are you feeling unwell? Do you have a fever? My sister leaned closer, reaching out to touch my forehead, and I pulled back, avoiding her hand. No, you seem to be looking forward to your writing lesson. Yes, I'm looking forward to practicing with elder sister. Why did she correct herself just now? Lady Leticia, regarding that matter. Seal arrived, a welcome interruption to my faltering words. Today, she wasn't wearing the dashing tailcoat from yesterday, but her usual long-skirted maid uniform. Some noble families had their maids wear shorter skirts or more revealing tops, but I couldn't understand what they thought maids were for. She deftly carried 3 square wooden trays laden with breakfast. With graceful movements, Seal placed the trays in front of me, Leticia, and herself in that order before taking her own seat. Since this was a casual trip, not a formal occasion, I had instructed her to join us. Besides, Seal was practically family. Due to last night's heavy rain, the riding grounds are unusable, so, unfortunately, today's lesson is cancelled. What? Leticia's eyes widened, and she looked at me. Is it really that bad? I don't mind getting a little dirty. It's not just a little. Besides, do you intend to get your clothes, not to mention the horse, covered in mud? I had undergone such training, but my sister didn't need it. She was meant to be loved, not hated. Leticia slumped in disappointment. Lady Leticia, it's not far, and once you're more experienced, we can make it a day trip. We'll arrange another practice session. Yes, but elder sister. Leticia glanced at me. That look pierced my heart, and the good older sister within me smiled, thinking, yes, let's practice together again. But that was an illusion. I'm busy. I can't accompany you every time. I dismissed her flatly, and she slumped again. However, this time she recovered quickly. If I become a better writer. Leticia paused. I waited for her to continue, wondering what she was going to say. Will there be another opportunity to ride with elder sister? There was a horse riding event. There might be such an opportunity. I smiled faintly. My sister's face lit up. I'm looking forward to it. It probably wouldn't be the enjoyable event she was imagining. It was an official event where I would subject her to petty, mean-spirited pranks, and the 3 capture targets would defend her. A key item for the story would also appear later. But that was still far off. It was late autumn now. That event would take place early next summer, after a winter and a spring. She wasn't yet skilled enough to ride freely on her own, and more importantly, she hadn't met the 3rd capture target yet. Every time she acquired a new skill befitting a noble, I climbed another step towards the guillotine. I would endure any dishonor. No matter what kind of death awaited me at the end of this path, it wouldn't stop me. If the scenario for my sister's happiness was already written, I would simply follow it. Come on, let's eat. I picked up a roll from the plate and tore off a piece. It was still warm in the center, and a pleasant aroma wafted up with its warmth. Okay. Watching my sister mimic me, tearing off a piece of bread and smiling at the scent of wheat, her adorableness almost made me smile as well, but I restrained myself with all my might. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 32, The Night's Gossip. After finishing our meal and leaving the dining hall to return to our room and prepare to leave, my sister stopped. She pointed towards the other tables. Elder sister, could I have a moment? The Eustasia Knights, who had undoubtedly been eavesdropping, had finally stopped talking about the weather. But now they were only talking about their training schedule. What a peculiar bunch. They hadn't left their seats after finishing breakfast, likely so as not to miss a single detail. For them, starved for entertainment, this was a rare event. Sure, I agreed, even though I didn't quite understand what she was up to. Perhaps that was my mistake. She walked towards the knights and bowed. "Hello, I'm Leticia von Vanderwals." And then, she cheerfully introduced herself. I couldn't help but exchange a look with Seal, who was standing beside me. However, unsure of what to do, we froze. Well, Seal, as a maid, could afford to wait for instructions, but I, as the head of the family, had to decide on a course of action. Or rather, before I could even decide on a course of inaction, Leticia smoothly continued. "I'm here with my elder sister for horseback riding practice. Unfortunately, due to the heavy rain, it's been cancelled for today." "Oh, is that so?" "That's too bad." One of the few female knights, with short brown hair, who was sitting closest to my sister, stood up and took a step forward, responding to her. In the kingdom of Eustasia, there were no gender restrictions for knights and soldiers serving in the military. However, the overwhelmingly male-dominated environment was understandable, considering the demands of wearing armor and wielding a sword. Furthermore, the few female knights were often assigned as guards for female royalty and nobility, and their reactions to this varied. Some were pleased with the relatively safe work, some lamented the lack of opportunities for active duty, and some pondered the true meaning of knighthood. Yes, but yesterday, I had the opportunity to speak briefly with Knight Commander Felix, and I'd like to talk to the rest of the knights at the royal castle sometime, if possible. Leticia, I couldn't understand my sister's actions or her intentions. I didn't even know if this was in line with the official scenario. "WL, if it's all right with us." The female knight glanced at me. I chose to ignore her. I felt bad for putting her in such an awkward position, but I was afraid of saying anything careless. "I'll excuse myself now. See you later." Leticia waved to them and returned to my side. After we left the dining hall, I could clearly hear the buzz of gossip behind us. "Hey, wasn't that the Vanderwal's girl? The one riding the white horse yesterday, right? She was super friendly. Is she aiming for the commander?" "Nah, if that were the case, she wouldn't bother talking to us. They seem to get along better than the rumors suggest. A girl who enjoys her food is a good girl." What's that supposed to mean? But yeah, I get it. Save the gossip for when you're a little further away, but I understood. Seal, walking 3 steps behind, must have heard them as well, but she didn't say a word. My sister probably didn't hear them. When I glanced at her, she was smiling at me. I quickly averted my gaze. Back in our room alone, I addressed my sister. "Leticia, why did you do that just now?" Leticia tilted her head, looking puzzled. "Huh. Because you told me to." "I did. You said, speaking with people from various walks of life, broadening your horizons, deepening your knowledge, and building connections are also important skills for a noble." Was it my fault? I mentally weighed the pros and cons, and, just like with the guards, I couldn't see much harm in befriending the knights. Between the guards and the knights, it seemed like my sister might someday command an unexpected amount of military power. According to the script, military power shouldn't be necessary, but I didn't know how the future would unfold. Yes, I did say that. Soon, you'll be able to go out freely. Then, you can interact with the knights. Okay, that was still a bit further down the line. Once the story progressed to a certain point, and the player became more familiar with the game, her range of actions would expand, or rather, be unlocked. Until then, while she might go to the royal castle for the recognition ceremony or to the ranch for riding lessons, those were predetermined events, not driven by the protagonist's own will. After that, she would be able to act freely, except for certain events. And so, my sister would interact with the capture targets without my knowledge, sometimes choosing options and deepening her relationships with them. Without my knowledge. Without my involvement. But would it really be all right to let my sister out of the mansion? I couldn't predict my sister's actions outside of the official events. Or rather, I was starting to feel like I couldn't predict her actions even within the events. For now, I would consider it a success, since the knight's favorability towards my sister seemed to have increased. Chapter 33, Change of Seasons. My sister was supposed to catch a cold. Snow had begun to fall. Winter was fast approaching Eustasia. Amidst the unfamiliar lifestyle, the hardworking protagonist would fall ill, catching a cold, and during her visit for treatment, she would meet the young chief physician of the Royal Medical Corps. That was the plot, that was the event. But I decided to resist fate just a little. To be precise, I decided to test it. To see how much power this fate, the one I was following towards the guillotine, truly held. A sister whose existence I hadn't even known. And the events that unfolded, accompanied by numerous official lines. These were enough proof to acknowledge that this world was the setting of the romance simulation game, Moonlight Liberium, and that the story was progressing even now. However, there were also differences. Even on a theatrical stage, actors sometimes flubbed their lines. They improvised to compensate for set malfunctions or their co-stars' mistakes. That was how I was trying to keep this story on track. What would happen if I resisted, or if I hadn't known the story? Perhaps it was a meaningless hypothesis. I already knew. I held a relatively important position as the villainous sister, the half-sister, but I couldn't help but wonder. For example, what if I hadn't gone to get Leticia? What if I had decided to resist my fate on the guillotine? What if I had deemed my half-sister an enemy, a threat to my power? What if I had sent assassins after her, burying her in darkness? Would this story have even begun? I couldn't choose that path. She was my sister. My one and only, adorable little sister. So, just a little. I decided to test how much danger there was of deviating from the game's scenario, how likely it was that she would be put in harm's way. Elder sister, what's this? Herbal candies. After breakfast, I handed Leticia a cylindrical glass bottle filled with pale green candies. They had several benefits, but in short, they were throat lozenges. Why? It's the change of seasons. Elder sister, today's tea is different. It's good to have some variety. The tea after lunch was infused with herbs and sliced ginger. A standard remedy among commoners, and no different for nobles, it was a classic preventative measure and treatment for colds. It's a bit spicy, but that's probably good for my throat. It's the change of seasons. Is this alcohol? Herbal liqueur, to be precise. After dinner, a small glass of dark brown liqueur was served. It was a Vanderwal's product, commercially available, recognizable by the gecko crest on the label, a long-time bestseller. Along with our legitimate territorial management, it was one of the few Vanderwal's revenue sources with a positive image. To prevent colds. It's the change of seasons. My apologies, change of seasons. I wondered if my sister, the protagonist, would still catch a cold despite my thorough preventative measures. There was an event where she caught a cold. Her room was in the attic, but thanks to the renovations, heat rose from the floor below and the bedding was high quality. She was also well-nourished now. While it wasn't impossible for her to catch a cold, it wasn't inevitable either. If she didn't catch a cold, the event where she met the third capture target, the chief physician, might not happen. If fate intended for the story to proceed according to the script, my sister would catch a cold, and she would meet the third capture target. If fate was immutable, I could proceed with peace of mind. If fate could be easily changed, I couldn't blindly trust the scenario of Moonlight Liberium. Even if it meant more bloodshed, I might not be able to simply offer my head. If chaos were to come, it was my duty, as the cold-hearted Vanderwals, to prevent it if possible, and if it did occur, to quell it swiftly. There were no exceptions. Peace for Eustasia. I would eliminate anything that threatened it. That was the Vanderwals' philosophy. Happiness for Leticia. I would eliminate anything that threatened it. That was my belief. Leticia finished her herbal liqueur, emptying her glass, and made a strange face. The distilled liquor, infused with various herbs, had a peculiar smell. While its preventative and curative effects were enhanced, the taste wasn't guaranteed. As the Eustasian proverb went, medicine must be bitter to be effective. There was a similar proverb in another country: a good medicine tastes bitter. Indeed, in pursuit of medicinal efficacy, taste was often sacrificed. This herbal liqueur was, to be honest, unpleasant. But Leticia, for some reason, smiled. Could it be that she liked the taste? If so, her sense of taste was unexpected. Leticia looked at me, her smile deepening. Vanderwal's medicine is expensive, but it's effective, even in the back alley. I'm happy you're looking after me, elder sister. My sister's cuteness was unexpected. What should I do? Her adorableness was my biggest obstacle. I had done what I could, however small. A mild cold would probably be cured. The preventative measures should also be effective. Would my sister still catch a cold? Chapter 34, The Sickbed Event. My sister had caught a cold. I keenly felt the inescapable hand of fate. This was the introductory event for the male character, the chief physician, one of the capture targets. The idea of making the protagonist sick just to introduce the chief physician was tragically short-sighted, making me question the unseen playwright's sense of drama. Despite my subtle preventative measures, my sister had caught a cold. I, determined to fulfill my duty as the villainous sister, went to her room, accompanied only by Seal. My sister, lying in bed, using the fine bedding from the former guest room, as I had intended, looked up at the sound of the opening door. I immediately launched into a harsh rebuke. How pathetic! If you can't even manage your own health, I shudder to think what the future holds. My sister winced. In the game, she didn't utter a word, represented only by an ellipsis. The impression the player received, the words swirling in their mind, were left entirely to their imagination. My sister's lips parted slightly. I thought she was about to retort, but then, tears welled up in the corners of her closed eyes, and she apologized in a small, trembling voice. "I'm sorry, please don't abandon me, I'm sorry." Meanness quota filled, guilt gnawed at me, threatening to shatter my heart. Seal. "Yes, ma'am." My head maid, who had been standing silently behind me like a shadow, approached my sister, placed a hand on her forehead, and then gently took her wrist from under the covers to check her pulse. Then she gave her diagnosis. It appears to be a cold. Her fever is high, but she should recover with rest. I see. Should we call a doctor just in case? I tried to steer the conversation casually as possible. Casually, yes, I'll arrange for. Contact the royal palace, summon the chief physician. We also have Vanderwal's family physician in town. That's an order. Contact the royal palace, summon the chief physician. Casually wasn't happening. There was no reason to specifically go to the royal palace and summon the chief physician. If only she had fainted at the palace or something. If I didn't have the game knowledge and the sense of duty to force the event, I would have simply left it to Seal. I wondered what would have happened if I had given her a room with a fireplace. But I wouldn't change the main plot points. As a last resort, I had given her nutritious meals and herbal remedies like candies, tea, and liqueur for preventative measures, but my sister still caught a cold, just like in the game. The bedding should have been better than in the game, but that didn't seem to help. Elder sister, it's okay. You shouldn't go to such lengths for someone like me. It's decided. I don't want some random physician poking and prodding me, after all. I needed a more convincing justification, a more plausible official line. However, since I couldn't expect such support from this crappy fate and the unseen playwright, I just gave a vague excuse. But, since when did you become important enough to question my decisions? I forcefully shut down my sister's protest as befitting a villainous sister. You just stay in bed and rest. I walked to the bedside and patted her head, her hair. I also gently stroked her hair with my fingertips. There's water in the pitcher, Seal. After you've sent a messenger to the royal palace, prepare some nutritious drinks that are easy to consume, even when unwell. Yes, ma'am. Seal nodded. Leticia, have you used the restroom? Do you have any appetite? Well, I don't need to use the restroom yet, and I don't have any appetite. I see, then rest for now. Seal, you're dismissed. I removed my hand from her hair. I turned my back on my sister. Send a maid later. My sister's hand reached out and grasped my sleeve. What do you think you're doing? I turned around and looked down at her with a cold gaze, questioning her intentions. I want Big Sister to stay. For a moment, various responses flashed through my mind. Jockeys mounted their horses and began to race in the racetrack of my mind. First, the simple, all right nod took the lead. Then, Big Sister will stay with you, emerged as a strong contender. Should Big Sister stay and keep you company? Lurked close behind, waiting for an opening. But any of those would surely alter fate. Leticia, her eyes unfocused with fever, looked up at me, resembling a baby bird. I had once raised a baby bird that had fallen from its nest. No, I couldn't say I raised it, I merely prolonged its life for a few days. The chances of a baby bird, deprived of its nest and parents, surviving under human care were slim. I was Adelheid von Vanderwal's. The villainous sister in Moonlight Liberium, destined to torment my younger sister. So I roughly shook off her hand. My sister's eyes squeezed shut, and she turned her face away. Her arm fell limply back onto the bed. Then, turning my back to her, I declared, "I have duties as the head of the family." As I spoke, I moved a round chair from the corner of the room to the bedside. "Lady Adelheid, Seal, you're dismissed, and you will act in my stead today. Only bring matters to me if you require my judgment." I sat down heavily on the chair. "I will be watching over my sister." What?" My sister's eyes widened, and she stared at me. "Yes, Lady Adelheid." Seal bowed respectfully. "Then I will take my leave. I leave the rest to you." "Yes, you're dismissed." I nodded to Seal. I was inwardly grateful for her competence. A few seconds after Seal left, I took my sister's outstretched hand. "You'll catch a chill." I tucked her hand under the covers. "Big sister, I'll only allow you to call me that while you're sick. I'll be strict with you once you've recovered." I was already being far too lenient, but it couldn't be helped. Even during official events, I couldn't be complacent. I had a duty to ensure my sister's, the protagonist's, well-being. I would follow the general outline of fate, but the script I was given was full of holes. Well, I suppose it would be tedious if every mundane conversation was described in detail. This much was within the performer's discretion. If you can sleep, try to get some rest. Okay. Despite her apparent discomfort from the high fever, she smiled shyly. "Thank you, big sister." Her earnest demeanor as she closed her eyes, after saying such a thing, almost made me want to lie down next to her. But that would definitely be outside the performer's discretion. Chapter 35. My Sister's Trust. The duties of the Vanderwal's family head were many and varied. My decisions sometimes influenced the fate of the nation. Therefore, being the head of the family was a busy position. I was busy sending positive vibes to my sister sleeping in bed, chanting, "Get well, get well." Sitting on the round chair by the bed, watching my sister sleep, I was struck by my own powerlessness. That was why, even though I knew I couldn't do anything, I wanted to stay by her side. At least, so she wouldn't be alone when she woke up. My sister slept soundly, but she woke up before noon and with my help, went to the restroom. Back in the room, Leticia shivered. "I'm cold. Should we change your clothes? I'll open the closet." "Okay." I took a thick negligee and a large towel from the old closet. People seemed to think that nobles were constantly waited on by maids and servants, unable to even dress themselves, but that wasn't true. I wondered where that image of nobles came from. Well, there were some pampered, insufferable brats and clueless young ladies with their heads in the clouds. But we nobles were the ruling class. What we ruled depended on the family. Military, politics, or rather, wasn't everything politics. Even war was merely a political tool. Besides, only the poorest nobles didn't manage their own territories. If you were a noble, you had a role to fulfill. Where would you find a noble who couldn't even dress themselves? Unless it was some peculiar fetish. I assumed the stories of maids helping nobles into elaborate evening dresses had been exaggerated for amusement. "Should I leave the room while you change?" "No, it's okay." She shook her head. Then, her eyes still unfocused with fever, she looked at me. "Can I change my underwear too?" "Yes, of course." I nodded. "Will you get them for me?" Was it the fever? Or did she simply trust me as a woman as her sister? "Yes." Feeling like I was being tested, I knelt down, opened the bottom drawer, and took out her underwear. I had left this to Seal. I had accompanied her as her bodyguard and wallet, telling her she could choose whatever she wanted. While pretending to be a sister uninterested in her sister's attire, I hadn't specified a budget, but perhaps I should have bought her something finer. Was she being considerate? When I returned, my sister was trying to take off her nightgown, or rather, she was about to. Then she seemed to get stuck, her arm caught in the sleeve or neckline. "Big sister, pull." All right. Here." Smiling wryly, I pulled the sleeve, helping her remove the nightgown, and my sister's bare skin came into view. Since she had taken off her nightgown, it was only natural, but she was half naked. My sister, still looking dazed, looked at me without making any attempt to cover herself. "Will you wipe my back?" "Yes." Flustered by seeing my sister naked for the first time, I unfolded the thick towel and gently patted her skin, absorbing the sweat. I quickly got used to it. I had never had such an occasion before, but she was sick, and my mixed feelings were replaced by a desire to avoid burdening her. After I finished wiping her back, my sister slowly raised one arm. Understanding, I placed the towel under her arm to absorb the sweat. I did the same with the other arm, and then my sister raised both arms slightly. Leticia. The front too. The front. I froze for a moment, then shook my head, dispelling any inappropriate thoughts. I repositioned the towel and moved it from her back to her front. A soft, unfamiliar sensation. They said people desired what they lacked. The soft, firm feeling of that part of her body, even through the towel, was alluring, even for someone of the same sex. I forced myself to maintain a calm facade. Fortunately, this was just an older sister wiping the sweat of her feverish younger sister. What was I even thinking with her in such a state? Women, sisters. I chanted those important words twice to dispel any impure thoughts. Ah, and under my chest. I wiped her stomach as instructed. While different from her chest, it was also soft and I liked it. Not there. As I tilted my head inwardly, my sister took my hand. She guided it to under her breasts, the area I would call her ribs. Sweat gathers there. Oh, I see, so breast had an underside. It was a concept I wasn't familiar with. Having cooled down from the unexpected revelation, I was able to calmly lift her ample breasts and wipe the sweat that had gathered beneath them. My sister, still facing away from me, slowly put on her fresh nightclothes. Then kneeling, she fumbled with her underwear. She didn't seem to mind my gaze at all. I wrapped her discarded clothes in the towel. I would give them to the maids in the laundry room later. My sister turned around, looking weak but smiling. That's better, thank you, big sister. I'm glad. I, on the other hand, felt conflicted. I might develop a peculiar fetish. Chapter 36, Encounter with the Chief Physician. I heard the sound of a carriage stopping outside the guest house. Seal must have returned with the chief physician. A moment later, there was a knock, followed by Seal's voice. Lady Adelheid, I have brought the chief physician. I glanced at my sister. Leticia, the doctor is here. Okay. My sister reached out her hand. I naturally took it and helped her sit up, but I wondered if this was behavior befitting a villainous sister. I would forget about that for now. She was unwell. This wasn't the time for games. Besides, I wasn't involved in this part of the story. Would a villainous sister really stay to watch her sister's examination? Leticia, I'll be leaving. No. My sister's hand grasped my sleeve, as if pleading with me not to go. It would have been easy to shake off her weak grip, yet I couldn't. Stay. Why would she want someone like me to stay? She must be feeling vulnerable because of her cold. But even so, I shouldn't be the one she wanted by her side. I've never seen a doctor before. That gave me pause. Medical care wouldn't reach the back alley. While there might be something resembling a town doctor, they were probably closer to quacks. Being sick made one feel vulnerable, and being examined by an unknown person would amplify that feeling. My sister gazed at me. Her face was flushed with fever, her eyes looking up at me. Is that not allowed? How could I say no? No, wait, I should refuse, I thought, coming to my senses. I was afraid of disrupting the scenario. Lady Adelheid. Seal's puzzled voice came from outside the door. I hesitated and then made up my mind. You must promise to cooperate with the examination. If you can promise me that, I will stay. Okay, I promise. My sister nodded. Her words were both childish and resolute. Enter. The door opened, and a young man entered with Seal. It's a pleasure to meet you, Leticia. He wore the white coat with black trim of the Royal Medical Corps of the Kingdom of Eustasia. The small brass badge, a stylized holly and laurel leaf design, also identified him as a member of the Royal Medical Corps. The round cap he wore also had a patch with the same crest. While the round cap, with its white and black trim matching his coat, added to his height, without it, he was about the same height as me, perhaps a bit shorter. However, standing next to my sister, it might be a suitable height difference. Short black hair, kind black eyes behind round glasses, he greeted her with a gentle smile. My name is Louis. I'm the chief physician of the Eustasia Royal Medical Corps. He looked like an ordinary young man, but at the young age of 20, he was not only allowed to wear the coat of Eustasia's prestigious Royal Medical Corps, but, as indicated by the brown raptor feather attached to his cap, he had also been chosen as chief physician, a brilliant talent. Since the Royal Medical Corps operated on a council system, the position of chief physician didn't hold much authority in peacetime. It was closer to an honorary title. However, he possessed both medical skills recognized by all and a sincere heart. His name, and his slightly different skin tone from what was common in the city, like Knight Commander Felix, he wasn't a pure Eustasian. There were rumors of Eastern blood, or conversely, Western blood. No one knew the truth, probably not even himself. He was from the nomadic people who traveled across borders, gathering and passing down medical knowledge, their mission to save as many lives as possible. They welcomed promising individuals, offered protection to those in need, and sometimes settled down as local physicians. Divided into groups of a few dozen, they traveled through various countries. Currently, all the countries on the continent had a treaty granting them the privilege of crossing borders freely without paying tolls. The rural villages of each country relied on the medical care provided by the nomadic people. They had a deep connection to this land, as the founding king of Eustasia had once offered them protection when they were persecuted as undesirables in other countries, laying the foundation for the later treaty. It wasn't hard to imagine that the nomadic people had played a part in this country's rise to power. If fewer people died from trivial injuries and minor illnesses, that directly translated to national strength and prosperity. It was said that the nomadic people were also involved in the foundations of Vanderwal's herbal medicine, but it was an area of ongoing research, and the details were lost to history. Chief physician Louis had settled in this country when he was about 10 years old. Despite being underestimated as a suspicious boy, he had earned recognition through his sincerity, and above all, his skill, rising to the position of chief physician in 10 years through extraordinary effort. He was clearly not someone you would call for a simple cold. "Lady Adelheid, may I begin the examination?" Yes. He held immense authority in medical matters, and, even more so than the knights, he was absolutely inviolable. The Medical Corps was an independent organization directly under the nation, immune to any outside interference. That being said, realistically, he couldn't ignore the authority of the nobles, so his demeanor towards me, the head of a ducal family, was polite. Medicine was also politics. Everything was a tool of politics. He sat down on the round chair I had been using and looked directly at my sister. "Hello again, Leticia. I'm Louis. Please relax." With the official line, the examination began. Chapter 37, The Chief Physician's Examination. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Leticia von Vanderwals." My sister responded to the chief physician with the official line. However, as usual, it was slightly different. She included her surname. Following the text log in my head, I felt like she only gave her first name in Moonlight Liberium. However, for a noble, it was proper to give their full name, including the family name. Perhaps this was a result of her noble education. Could I finally relax? After all, this event was just a medical examination. The encounter with Chief Physician Louis was comparatively subdued compared to the encounter with Prince Conrad, tied to the ceremony of recognition, and the encounter with Knight Commander Felix, tied to the writing lesson. He was a fine young man, and his status was no less impressive than the other two, but he wasn't the type to make young ladies swoon. While he sometimes seemed unreliable, he wouldn't be the chief physician of the Eustasia Royal Medical Corps if he truly were. Besides, judging him by my Vanderwal's family head standards was a mistake. "Excuse me, I'll check your forehead." The chief physician reached out and placed his hand on my sister's forehead to check her temperature. Palpation was the standard practice of the nomadic people. They believed that no matter how much medical technology advanced, and no matter how sophisticated the tools became, healing should be done with human touch. I understood that. I understood, but... "Please open your mouth and stick out your tongue." Leticia stuck out her tongue as instructed. Even I had never seen her make that face. "Let me see your wrist." The chief physician checked her pulse, just like Seal had done. Somehow, this felt different from when Seal did it. "Now, let me listen to your heart." Chief physician Louis took a stethoscope out of his black leather medical bag. It was an expensive item, the kind only the Royal Medical Corps used. Eustasia's medical technology was renowned as the best on the continent. Even those from the nomadic people didn't shy away from using the latest medical instruments. I knew that, but Louis placed the stethoscope on Leticia's ample bosom over her nightgown. I trusted him. He was a sincere physician. He was also the only one of the 3 capture targets who wasn't on bad terms with me. However, I couldn't help but think that for my sister's examination, Vanderwal's family physician, a woman who fit the image of a kind, elderly lady, would have been better. There were female physicians in the Royal Medical Corps, and if it weren't for the event, I wouldn't have specifically requested the chief physician. Besides, he was a surgeon renowned for his godlike surgical skills. His specialty was surgery. After listening to her heart for a while, moving the stethoscope slightly, he removed it from my sister's chest and looked at me, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Lady Adelheid, this is a medical examination. Yes, I know that. This wasn't good. I was acting like a concerned older sister. As I watched Leticia obediently undergoing the examination, the text log describing her inner thoughts played in my mind. Having the stethoscope pressed against my chest made me blush. I hope he thinks it's because of the fever. This was the first time a man had touched me like this. Perhaps noticing my gaze, he, Dr. Louis, smiled gently. While it seemed like she was confusing the fluster of a medical examination with romantic excitement, it was part of the plot. A young woman, feeling vulnerable due to her illness, developing a slight crush on the kind, handsome doctor who cared for her. And then I realized, wait, the chief physician wasn't noticing Leticia's gaze and smiling. I tried to figure out what was interfering with the event, and I immediately realized. It was me. Leticia was looking at me. While her face was indeed flushed, perhaps due to the fever, she didn't look particularly embarrassed. Perhaps it was because I had made her promise to cooperate with the examination. Since she wasn't giving him the "I'm embarrassed, but I can't help but look" kind of gaze, it was only natural that he wouldn't give her anything more than his usual doctor's smile. Wait, was this okay? The other 2 seemed to have entered a high favorability route despite the deviations. Leticia was currently dazed from the fever, and her somewhat melancholic, fragile air was, well, it was like seeing a new side of my sister, which made my heart race. But I couldn't see a future where the chief physician's favorability towards her would increase. Anxious, I looked at Leticia, and my sister, though looking weak, gave me a reassuring smile. What was I supposed to do when she smiled at me like that, concerned about me? There are no other abnormalities besides the high fever. Please rest, and you should recover soon. I will insist on it. He glanced at me, his eyes cold. He probably found it unacceptable that I, the head of a noble family, had left my sister, even if only a half-sister, in this condition. He was a sincere man with a strong sense of justice who prioritized his patients. And then I realized my fatal mistake. He was supposed to persuade me, the villainous sister, to provide a more suitable environment for her recovery, but it was already taken care of. I'm sorry, Chief Physician Louis. I apologized inwardly to the 3rd capture target. I had probably ruined all of his key scenes. Chapter 38, Harsh Words. Seal, I will see the chief physician out. You stay with my sister. Yes, ma'am. Leaving Seal with my sister, I escorted Chief Physician Louis, medical bag in hand, out into the hallway. The air in the hallway, devoid of the knotholes that subtly warmed the attic room with heat from below, was noticeably colder. Chief Physician Louis, thank you for your time today. Although condescending, I did offer my thanks. While it didn't turn into a heart-pounding romantic event, it was a medical examination, as he had said. So, perhaps it couldn't be helped that I, slightly flustered by my sister's illness, had preemptively done everything I was supposed to do reluctantly after he instructed me to. There were no absolutes when it came to illness. Lady Adelheid, I had thought that your ruthlessness was due to political considerations. Oh, this wasn't in the text log. Leticia had no way of hearing our conversation in the hallway. But it seems I was mistaken. I had been slightly hopeful. Due to his position as chief physician, he held greater authority than I did, as the head of the Vanderwal's family, in medical matters. I hadn't expected him to confront me so directly with such harsh words. This was promising. She admires you, you know. That was the extent of my detached, observational composure, like watching a board game from above, until I heard his words. Leticia admired me. Don't be absurd. I tried to dismiss it, but he pressed on, unrelenting. It was probably her first time seeing a physician. She must have been nervous, wary, and yet, she obediently underwent the examination. Do you know why? I knew, of course I knew. It was because you were there, because she believed you were there for her. Because I was there, because she had made a promise with me. The chief physician continued, as I hesitated, searching for the right words. Doesn't it pain you to leave your own sister, who admires you so much, in a room without even a fireplace? Of course, it pained me. Even so, I would do it. That was my role. So I laughed mockingly. She's a child born out of wedlock, a product of infidelity. She wasn't responsible for that. I understood that much. Even if it was a way to deny her mother and our father. I had wanted to grow up as sisters born from the same mother, without anyone pointing fingers at us. Even so, your sister has been recognized by His Majesty as a member of the Vanderwal's family. Yes, I'm simply behaving as a noble should. To be precise, I was simply behaving as a villainous sister should. I wanted to direct any complaints to the unseen playwright. Confining your own sister to a freezing attic room doesn't strike me as proper behavior for a noble. His gaze was direct. The gaze of someone who believed in justice, and in order, in ideals. I liked that gaze. Because it was something I couldn't hold on to. You're quick to sympathize with those who catch your attention, aren't you, chief physician? Hi. I scoffed, trying to appear as mean as possible. In the back alley where she lived, rooms without fireplaces are common. Even those with fireplaces often couldn't afford firewood. In that case, a room without a fireplace was better, since there were fewer drafts. If you look down at the Capitol at night, the back alley, excluding the red light district, would probably be shrouded in darkness. While the Vanderwals distributed food and winter clothing as part of our charitable work, it was ultimately just a temporary fix. I didn't believe that living in the slums was inherently bad, but it was also a fact that, on average, there was a higher concentration of criminals there. I understood that in the back alley, crime was a realistic option for survival. I, too, was a criminal, in a way just state-sanctioned. How many of those living in that district weren't guilty of squatting? Surely His Majesty is aware of the existence of the back alley, the slums. A dumping ground abandoned by the government, that was the back alley. Criminals flocked there, establishing their territories, and as a result, maintaining a certain level of order. It functioned, albeit in the worst possible way, as a safety net. The residents of the underground were surprisingly compassionate. While those in dire straits were sometimes targeted, most were taken in and given food and work. Even if it was a recruitment tactic by criminal organizations, even if the work involved illegal activities, still. Perhaps the emergence of such districts was a historical inevitability, but with enough time and money, they could be eradicated. In the long run, there was nothing good about having slums. I had considered eliminating that district, after learning that my sister lived there. First, I considered taking her away. Then, I considered taking this opportunity to begin treating this festering wound in our country. But my sister needed it. She needed the title of From the Back Alley for the future. An event, a situation would arise that required action from those in power, but where the words of nobles wouldn't reach. My sister would resolve it, using the Vanderwal's name and the bonds she forged with the capture targets. However, if she were a noble by birth, her words wouldn't reach the ears of those who needed to hear them. She had to know the realities of the back alley. She had to know the suffering of the poor more deeply than anyone, and retain enough kindness to reach out to them even after gaining power. And at the same time, she had to be in a position to convey their voices to the nobles. How casually they set such expectations. Such a burden, such saintly behavior. Did fate demand such a thing from a single girl? Even so, Chief Physician Louis said, his face contorted with frustration. The Royal Medical Corps dispatches physicians in case of epidemics. Despite your motto, ideal medicine is preventative medicine. It's about not getting sick in the first place. That's laughable. If an epidemic were to break out in that district now, you wouldn't be able to contain it. I laughed, but I was the same, no, worse. I was only acting for my sister's sake. The Vanderwal's power was limited, and the Vanderwal's purpose was to maintain the nation, not to save the poor. The back alley has existed since before I was born. It can't be eradicated overnight. But I will eradicate it before I die. This chief physician, he could probably do it. I didn't know if my sister would be by his side then. If this chief physician followed his convictions, staying true to his path, as the game's script dictated, then the slums would disappear from this country. I'll be looking forward to it. I laughed sarcastically, trying to sound as villainous as possible. It was a problem created by fate. If only they had created a happy country. A country with no problems to solve, where people could simply enjoy romance. Chapter 39, Someone to Rely On. When I returned to the attic room, Seal was just about to leave. Has the chief physician left? Yes. I nodded, and the chief physician's words echoed in my mind. She admires you, you know. His words still pricked at me like a thorn. Did I really appear that way? Was that how I came across? I felt inadequate. Seal leaned closer, peering at my face. Lady Adelheid, are you feeling unwell? What? No, not at all. This wasn't good. I'm glad to hear that. Since Lady Leticia has a cold, please take care not to catch it yourself. I understand, Seal. I smiled. It was nice to have someone care about my well-being. Did Leticia have someone like that? During her time in the back alley, did she have someone she could show her vulnerability to, someone she could trust and rely on completely, someone like Seal was to me? I suddenly imagined it. A scenario where I lived with Leticia in the back alley as her older sister. That me wouldn't have everything Seal had taught me. Could I still act like Leticia? Her circumstances, while common in the back alley, were considered a hardship in Eustasia. My sister was innocent, yet simply because such a district existed, because her mother had lived there. Simply because she was poor, she had been born into those circumstances. It was the negligence of us nobles, the ruling class. Without Seal's teachings, I wouldn't be me. And Leticia, too, was shaped by her past, so such an imagination was a pointless fantasy. But even if I were a hopelessly incompetent older sister without Seal's guidance, if I could be with Leticia, if there were no guillotine, no events leading up to it, and naturally, no encounters with the 3 high-ranking capture targets, if we could simply live together as sisters. How? Lady Adelheid. Seeing the concern veiled beneath Seal's restrained demeanor, a concern only I would recognize, I mocked my own weakness. How pathetic. I had decided to walk this path. I had accepted it. I had decided to protect the future presented by this ridiculous fate, the scenario of Moonlight Liberium, because it was a future where my sister would be happy. Otherwise, her past would be nothing more than a wound inflicted by fate. Seal, I'm going to check on my sister. Yes, ma'am, I'll give instructions in the kitchen. Seal bowed and then looked at me intently. Lady Adelheid. Yes. Do you remember our promise? Yes, it's a promise with you. I would never forget. Before I became the head of the family, I made a promise with Seal. Seal's education had made me the successor to the cold-hearted Vanderwals, the wall lizard, who considered ruthless political decisions to be commonplace and watched over this country from the shadows. But I had my own desires. Having been born a noble and enjoyed its privileges, I had obligations, duty and loyalty. That was the code of the nobility. Even so, my strongest motivation now wasn't duty or loyalty. Duty and loyalty. Those words had become a part of me, but if that were all, I wouldn't have so readily accepted my fate. I had simply come to love my sister, a girl I had never met who had done nothing. I had simply learned the story of her future. Then, that's good. Forgive my impertinence. No, don't worry about it. If it weren't for my promise to Seal, I wouldn't be doing this. I felt a little bad for her, who always prioritized me as her master. But this was my wish. Objective 1, the final ball. Objective 2, the guillotine. If I only had one life to live, I wanted to live it for my adorable sister. And for my adorable sister, I would willingly die. I simply wanted to see Leticia smile. By the way, Lady Adelheid, please bathe with Lady Leticia today. You usually bathe alone, but it's unsafe for her to be alone while she's sick. What? Bathe with my sick sister. I didn't know about such an event. Official scenario, do your job. Chapter 40, 2 in the wings. There are varying opinions on whether one should bathe when they have a cold. However, the most important thing is the individual's condition. Bathing isn't recommended if they have chills. I asked my sister, still in bed, as casually as possible. Leticia, are you feeling any chills? No. If she didn't have chills, a bath to warm her body might be beneficial. However, her own preference also mattered. Giving up on subtlety, I asked directly, do you want to take a bath? A bath, I've been sweating, so yes please. Bath time it was. I briefly considered foisting it off on Seal. Our family's policy was that nobles should be able to take care of themselves. Even though, as a ducal family, we were in a position to be waited on by servants, it was unacceptable to rely on them for everything. However, even I sometimes had Seal help me dress. Also, since it was difficult to thoroughly dry my long hair, I asked for her assistance with that. While I felt a bit spoiled, long hair was an important symbol of status for a noble, so I considered hair care part of my duties as the head of the family. While long, lustrous hair was once considered a prerequisite for beauty, Leticia was adorable even with short hair, so that standard was a relic of the past. Even so, chatting with Seal while she took care of my hair was a precious habit from my childhood. If it was due to illness, like Leticia today, there was nothing wrong with accepting help from a servant. However, Seal was responsible for both overt and covert operations and was probably even busier than I was. If she assigned this task to me, it was probably something I should do. Especially today, since I had neglected my duties under the guise of caring for, monitoring, Leticia, it was difficult to refuse. Realizing that I wouldn't be able to take a break like this without Seal, I felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. I informed my sister of the conclusion I had reached. Then, take a bath and warm yourself. Okay. My sister nodded weakly, barely moving her chin. Then, she looked anxious. But I'm a little uneasy. Could someone? I'll be there. Leticia blinked. I'll be bathing anyway. I averted my gaze. I braced myself for her reaction. When I looked back, Leticia was smiling weakly. Even if it's just by the way, I'm happy. Why was my sister so adorable? I almost confessed. Big sister is always thinking of you first and foremost. Dangerous. That would deviate from the scenario. At the same time, her subdued demeanor made it clear how much the illness was affecting her. Compared to her energy during the dance and writing lessons, she seemed lacking. I couldn't tell her that, though. Let's go, Leticia. I picked up her wrap. As Leticia got out of bed, I draped it over her shoulders. Clutching the wrap, she said, "Thank you." Then, looking at me intently, she hesitantly added, "Big sister." I shouldn't allow such informality. I should correct her, as usual, saying, "Call me elder sister." Leticia in Moonlight Liberium only called me elder sister. There were no scenes in the scenario that portrayed us as close sisters. This mansion, including myself, the head of the family, was merely a stage prop for granting the protagonist noble status. I was a petty villain, conveying the darkness that came with nobility through sarcastic, mean-spirited behavior. A nuisance, there to contrast with Prince Conrad, a royal, and Felix, a knight. Or perhaps a supporting role to make Chief Physician Louis, who showed a common touch despite his high status, appear more appealing. But some things weren't told on stage. It was only natural that the protagonist and villain, destined to clash and confront each other on stage, could be close friends belonging to the same acting troupe offstage. This current moment, not depicted in the official scenario, was a preparation period, the time between the fall of the curtain and the start of the next scene. This moment, where the two of us were together, was like being backstage. I didn't know if that interpretation was correct. I wouldn't make any mistakes on stage. I would reproduce the official scenario as faithfully as possible. So please. Leticia naturally took my outstretched hand as if in answer to my silent prayer. The feeling of my sister's weight, as she leaned on me, was comforting. And I felt like a real big sister, the kind Leticia called me, the kind she looked up to, even though all I could do was pave the way for her. Seeing Leticia so frail and listless filled me with rage towards fate, even if she would eventually find happiness. Alone in the back alley. Struggling with an older sister like me. Facing hardships even after gaining noble status. At the mercy of fate. Even so, if she could find happiness. That was enough. That alone was enough. I shouldn't wish for anything more. Chapter 41, Bathing with a Sick Person. The kingdom of Eustasia was a land rich in water. It possessed volcanic regions that also served as natural borders and was blessed with mineral resources. These were among the reasons our nation had become a powerful one. While much of its vast territory consisted of lean soil, making it unsuitable for food exports, its abundance of water had allowed it to avoid severe famines. Abundant water and volcanic regions. The combination of these two had given rise to a unique culture in Eustasia. Hot springs, many major cities in the north in particular, had flourished around hot springs. While sanitation was a factor, the warmth was paramount. Some experts even claimed that Eustasia wouldn't have survived its long, harsh winters without this mysterious phenomenon of warm water naturally welling up from the earth. Now that the continent was largely at peace, hot spring resorts were also popular tourist destinations. It wasn't that other countries had no hot springs at all, and public bathhouses heated by firewood were becoming more common. However, the cost of heating such a volume of water to such a temperature solely with firewood was staggering. It was understandable that public bathhouses were more prevalent in the southern countries. High temperatures, the demand for a way to cool off, water that never froze even in winter, and a stable supply of firewood from fast-growing trees. These three factors combined to create a luxury unavailable in the northern parts of the continent. However, the north had its own luxuries, unavailable in the south. Having a private hot spring, in particular, was a luxury afforded only to established noble families and wealthy merchants in Eustasia. Due to the existence of hot springs, all hot springs were required to be registered under Eustasia's Water Resource Management Act, also known as the Hot Spring Act, and were treated as public property. However, the Vanderwals, along with a few other families, had been granted special privileges in the early days of the kingdom's founding. Back then, before complicated laws existed, when might made right, the fundamental principle shared by all nations and peoples on the continent. Incidentally, while digging new hot springs was possible, the excavators were only granted priority management rights. They could exercise the right to operate public bathhouses or hot spring inns or sell those rights for profit. I tried to clear my mind by recalling the history of hot springs in the Kingdom of Eustasia. While the servants also used the Vanderwal's hot spring, since there was only one bath, it was currently divided by time slots. Nobles, female servants, and male servants. However, I had never bathed with Leticia. I usually bathed alone, enjoying the spacious bath all to myself. And now, I was here with my sister. I sometimes bathed with Seal. If Leticia weren't my half-sister, or if she had been acknowledged at birth, I might have bathed with her more often than alone. So, there shouldn't be anything strange about this. And yet, I glanced at Leticia as I finished undressing, my long silver hair tied up and a towel wrapped around me. She was slowly taking off her nightclothes, her movements sluggish from the fever, and placing them in a laundry basket. Why was my heart pounding? I handed Leticia a towel. At least cover yourself, it's indecent. Oh, okay. As I opened the door to the bath, the sound of rushing water, da-da-do-do, grew louder, and the faint smell of sulfur intensified. The hot spring water was collected in a reservoir and then channeled to various locations through ceramic pipes. It was also piped to the washing area, making it convenient for the kitchen maids, who could use hot water even in winter, as I had overheard them say. There was also an open-air bath, but since Leticia had a cold today, we would only be using the indoor bath. The existence of an open-air bath at the Vanderwal's mansion was a remnant from the first head of the family, who loved the open-air bath that had existed since before the founding of the kingdom, even after the political climate stabilized enough to build a luxurious indoor bath, or so they said. The Vanderwal's mansion, with its vast grounds and high walls, was one of the few places in the increasingly populated capital that could still maintain an open-air bath. Leticia and I walked across the stone floor, intentionally textured to prevent slipping even when wet. The indoor bath was filled with steam from the constantly flowing hot spring water. I felt a slight sense of relief at the limited visibility. We were both women, sisters, and my sister was sick. I didn't have to criticize myself for what I was thinking. I naturally extended my hand to Leticia. Having been raised as a noble lady, I was trained in the etiquette of being escorted and also in the etiquette of escorting. In situations like this, one was supposed to lightly hold onto the offered arm. And Leticia leaned against me, pressing her chest against my arm. This noble young lady hadn't been trained in the etiquette of being escorted. The soft skin pressed against my arm was hot, and her usually lifeless eyes, now burning with fever, gazed at me intently. What was she thinking? We were both women, sisters, and my sister was sick. It was rude to even think that the feel of her skin, her warmth, was alluring. "Leticia, you're burning up." She responded with a single syllable and nodded, seemingly exhausted, then continued to gaze at me with a dazed expression. What did she find so amusing about looking at my face? This was going nowhere. I gently guided her to a chair in the washing area. Then, I dipped a wooden bucket into the flowing hot spring water and poured it over her shoulders. Leticia flinched. "Now that you've rinsed off, soak in the bath slowly." "Okay." After quickly rinsing myself, I led Leticia to the bath. And then, worried about letting her enter alone, I supported her as we both slid into the spacious tub. A tingling warmth spread from my perpetually cold toes. "Ah. Huh." We both sighed, our shoulders relaxed. I realized they had been tense. As I sank up to my shoulders, the gentle warmth seemed to melt away the stiffness. I was almost always tense. I didn't think I could handle being the head of the family without the hot springs. Looking at Leticia beside me, she remained in the same position as when she first entered, her shoulders relaxed. I gently placed my hand on her shoulder and prompted, "Soak up to your shoulders." "Okay." Leticia's childish demeanor was a refreshing change. She was probably too tired to think clearly. From another perspective, this was likely close to her true self without the energy to maintain a facade. And yet, for some reason. "Hee. What are you smiling about?" Leticia lifted herself slightly and moved closer to me. This sister of mine, why in this spacious bath? Was she trying to get closer to me? Our shoulders touched, and I couldn't help but stare at her. Water droplets trickled between our skin, returning to the bath. "Such a big bath, I've never used one alone before." Leticia murmured softly. "Leticia, have you ever used a public bath?" "Hardly ever." Leticia shook her head. "Because it's expensive." The standard fee for a public bath was about 3 copper coins. Public baths were an important part of the public infrastructure for sanitation. Most used hot spring water and received government subsidies, so the price was quite low compared to other countries. And yet, she called it expensive. But they had jobs cleaning the baths, everyone took turns, and you could bathe before cleaning, so they weren't dirty. She struggled to speak, her body heavy with fever. Her words were already slurring. "I understand, you've had a hard life. I just lived my life." My sister leaned against me, our shoulders still touching. I could feel her body tense up. Then, tears welled up in the corners of Leticia's eyes, and I panicked. "Who made my sister cry? So don't call me a rat." Me, I gritted my teeth. The derogatory term, rat, a metaphor used to denigrate those born and raised in the back alley. The stage script written by the unseen playwright. The words meant to pierce my sister's heart. Words I had chosen, of my own volition, to use. Leticia had been putting on a brave face, smiling it off, showing her strong side. Just like I always acted as the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals, despite the weight on my shoulders. But were there truly people who weren't hurt by such words? Being insulted, being looked down upon, and not being hurt by it. Were there such people? I won't say it again. I gently placed my hand on her shoulder. "Leticia von Vanderwals, you are a daughter of a ducal family, and the protagonist of this story. I know you're striving to be a lady worthy of that position. This world was the stage of Moonlight Liberium, no matter what anyone says. I knew of her efforts, past and future. If anyone says anything to you, tell me." I smiled faintly. I will show them the power of the Vanderwals. Only I was allowed to bully Leticia. There were no such scenes in the script. Only I, the villainous sister, was allowed to bully her. Everything else was just noise, disrupting the play. I wouldn't let these amateurs change the future. Objective 1, the final ball. Objective 2, the guillotine. I wouldn't forgive anyone who hurt my sister, not even myself. The mean older sister was going to the guillotine anyway, so it was fine. In the story, all sins were meant to be judged. "Okay, big sister." The tension in my sister's shoulder, pressed against mine, eased. This scene wasn't in the script. But this play was long. It had to be performed for almost an entire year. So, just this once. A scene where we could relax a little. Wasn't that within the performer's discretion? Leticia, I'll wash your hair. Really, is that okay? Of course. I won't if you don't want me to. No, I want you to. I definitely want you to. A spark returned to my sister's eyes. I felt a little intimidated. Then, please. All right. As I washed her hair, my sister murmured, I feel like I'm missing something really important right now, but I can't quite think. It's just your imagination. What was she thinking? Chapter 42, A Childhood Promise. I was in my bedchamber, I was exhausted. I had been worried about my sister, who was suffering from a cold, and bathing with her had been emotionally draining, though it was also enjoyable. I absently stroked the empty bed beside me. I recalled the moment when my sister, frightened by the thunder, had jumped into my bed. Leticia had been warm. It had been a long time since I had slept feeling someone's warmth. The only people I had ever slept with were my mother and Seal, and even that was when I was very young, because I was a noble, and our family crest was a gecko. Our ducal family's nickname was the cold-hearted Vanderwals. As the first in line to inherit the Vanderwals title, I couldn't afford to be complacent. However, Seal was a strict but dependable tutor. If it weren't for her, the thought sent shivers down my spine. I had made it this far because of her. Because of her, I had become the head of the family. I recalled the conversation I had with Seal before our bath. I had made 2 promises with her. The first promise was from my childhood. When my noble education began, I intertwined my pinky finger with my beloved governesses and promised, I won't disappoint you. The second promise was from the day I became the head of the family, about 4 years ago. After my father's death, I inherited the title, and after the mourning period, I hosted a gathering at the mansion to celebrate my inauguration. Among the guests was Prince Conrad. While His Majesty didn't attend, as befitting a ducal family that supported the Kingdom of Eustasia, the first prince, Conrad, offered congratulations and celebrated the transition of power. Some expressed concern that the successor to my father, who had succumbed to illness and passed away suddenly, was a young woman of only 18. However, their concerns were meaningless. I was the only daughter of the Vanderwal's ducal family, the eldest child and the officially recognized first in line of succession, and most importantly, I had Seal. She, who had managed the shadows since my father's time, held a position arguably more powerful than my own. While the shadows were officially under the direct command of the Vanderwal's family head, in reality, the authority of a leader like Seal was unparalleled. It wasn't just her official authority. It was natural for subordinates who risked their lives to admire a leader they could trust. I had received training as the next head of the family, worked alongside my father, and even issued orders myself. While limited to relatively safe intelligence gathering, I did have some field experience. Even so, I was still a novice. I had virtually no proven achievements to earn anyone's confidence. The true test was yet to come. Peace for Eustasia. That was the Vanderwal's duty, the essence of our loyalty to the nation. However, many of my subordinates, while understanding this philosophy, weren't motivated by ideals alone. There were many who couldn't live any other way. I had a responsibility. I had to constantly prove myself worthy as their leader. I always carried a heavy burden on my shoulders. Congratulations again on your inauguration, my lady. No, Lady Adelheid. After the inauguration party, Seal and I were alone in my office, adjacent to my bedchamber. We sat facing each other across the heavy desk. Thank you, Seal. When it's just the 2 of us, you can still call me as you always have. Sensing an unfamiliar formality in her personal congratulations, I felt a pang of loneliness, but Seal shook her head. No, it's a matter of propriety. It would be problematic if I made a mistake. I see. She was right. Lady Adelheid, I promise to provide you with my full support as your assistant head of the family, to fulfill your duties as the head and bring peace to Eustasia, duty and loyalty. I know all that, Seal. As the head of the family, let me make a promise in return. I will not disappoint you. That was my promise. The top-tier education and luxuries I had received were for this moment. I was the head of one of only 3 ducal families in this country. Lady Adelheid, I have served you since the day you were born. Yes, that's right. I'm truly grateful. Thank you. As a reward, could you grant me one, just one, personal request? She rarely showed her personal side. I felt like she had been more open when I was younger, but at 7 years my senior, she had grown up much faster than me. While I considered her the closest person to me, our relationship was, first and foremost, that of master and servant. And now, she was making a personal request. Ask me anything. I can't promise until I hear it, but I'll do my best to fulfill your request. Yes, we made a promise a long time ago, didn't we? I nodded. Yes, I won't disappoint you. How did I do as a ducal daughter? It was a childhood promise. I was no longer a daughter. From today onward, I was the head of the family. The head of a powerful, noble family, bearing the weight of this house, responsible for the servants, including Seal, the people of my territory, and above all, the future of Eustasia. I have never been disappointed, my lady. Adele, you are my pride. Seal. My heart warmed at the way she called me, using the name she had used until today, despite the formality. The nickname I had only allowed my parents and Seal to use. I want you to make another promise with me. What kind of promise? Well, I would make any promise with her. There's one thing I failed to teach you, my lady. Something important. You failed to teach me. I furrowed my brows. My noble education had long since ended. Of course, I was still a novice as the head of the family, but Seal herself had said that I would naturally acquire the necessary skills through experience. You were too perfect, my lady. Contrary to her words about failing to teach me, what came out of her mouth was praise. Chapter 43, A Promise with Seal. Seal called me perfect. As a young lady, I supposed that wasn't bad. As the head of the family, it was an unknown. I have never been disappointed. You tackled every challenge without giving up and always exceeded my expectations. You're embarrassing me. The praise continued. If that were true, it was because she was an excellent teacher. Had I been a good student? So, just one thing, this is a selfish request of mine. She walked around the desk, knelt before me in my chair, and took my hands, enveloping them in hers. Her light gray eyes, darker than my blue ones like the pre-dawn sky, held a serious glint. She tightened her grip on my hands. Even if it means disappointing me, please, always keep the option of following your heart. Seal. My heart. I was bewildered by the unfamiliar words. It was certainly something she had never taught me before. You are allowed to be selfish. You are allowed to pursue your desires. You are allowed to follow your heart. You are the head of the Vanderwal's family, but that is merely a title, a position. It is not, it cannot be, all that you are. All that I am. All that I am. Being the daughter of the Vanderwal's family, the heir, and from today onward the head. Everything up to this point had been for this. She had raised me for this. If you find your own happiness, please, please don't kill your own heart. Seal. And yet she, the person I trusted most, said she had failed to teach me this. You know, I don't have anything I want to do. What a boring person I was. What did I used to like? What did I like? What I want to do, my desires, I can't think of anything. I couldn't remember the last time I had made a decision based on personal preference. If I had to say, it was Conrad. I disliked that prince. We weren't compatible. However, even that dislike was within the acceptable range for our positions. Once he peacefully succeeded to the throne and became king, I supposed I could interact with him professionally. He would likely do the same because it was necessary. There was a scale within my heart. On one side, I placed the peace of Eustasia, and on the other, cold logic that deemed human lives, even affection, worthless. Even myself, even Seal, whom I considered more important than myself, were merely weights on the scale. That was what it meant to be the head of the Vanderwals. It's my fault. I relied too much on my students' excellence. I'm a failure as a teacher. I chuckled. If you're a failure as a teacher, Seal, then no one can call themselves a teacher. It wasn't Seal's fault. I was the one who hadn't learned. Seal, I still don't understand what you mean. I don't know how to do what I want. Perhaps I hadn't been such a good student after all, but I was willing to learn. When that time comes, I'll remember. I have the option of following my heart. I was Adelheid von Vanderwals, the new head of the Vanderwals family, peace for Eustasia, duty and loyalty, and even then, on one side of the scale in my heart, I'll place my responsibilities as the head of the family, and on the other, my promise to Seal. I gently squeezed her hands in return and gazed into her kind, light gray eyes, the the kind I could look at forever. Is that all right? Yes, my lady. Seal smiled. Her long, lustrous black hair was tied back, but she also wore a hairpin in her left bangs. It was a silver piece, shaped like a six-petaled flower, nothing too expensive, but she always wore it. Because I had given it to her when I received my allowance. Just as the navy blue ribbon I always used to tie back my hair was a gift from her. We released each other's hands and stood up. Seal was taller than me, slender, with curves in all the right places, and toned. I was a little envious. Had I already stopped growing? Seal said wistfully. This is the last time I'll be able to call you that, isn't it? You can still call me that when we're alone. She shook her head. It's a matter of propriety, Lady Adelheid. Seal's serious expression was familiar, comforting even, but I felt a slight pang of something missing. May I be selfish just this once? Anything at all. Will you show me that smile again? Was I smiling just now? Seal looked puzzled. She touched her cheeks. You were wearing a natural, lovely smile. Oh. Her bewildered expression was quite rare, and I pressed on, feeling a surge of excitement. So, about that smile. I apologize. It seems to be difficult. Oh, I see. That was a shame, but perhaps someday she would show it to me again. Would I have found my own desires by then? I must have fallen asleep. I felt like I had been dreaming of the past. Perhaps it was because I had been thinking about my promise with Seal before I went to sleep. I sat up in bed and looked around, but Seal wasn't there. She shouldn't be. I was an adult now, the head of a noble family. Unless I had overslept drastically, Seal wouldn't come to wake me up like she did when I was a child. Even so, I murmured to her. Hey, Seal, I think I found something I want to do. Something I wanted to do, something I liked. Someone precious to me. I would follow my heart, and I would follow fate. She would probably be angry, because even though I had found something I wanted to do, I was still suppressing my own heart. But my sister was adorable. The scale within my heart was broken. Or perhaps it was functioning perfectly. Because the only option that balanced my sister, Leticia's happiness with my responsibilities as the head of the family, was to follow the scenario of fate. So this was my selfishness, the desire I held, the wish I had made, peace for Eustasia, duty and loyalty, and above all, happiness for my sister. Engraving that in my heart, I got out of bed, even if there was nothing I could do. I wanted to be by my sister's side while she was sick. Chapter 44, My Sister's Recovery. Leticia was bedridden for 2 days. On the first day, after her bath, I left her in the care of the maids, trying to appear as indifferent as possible. On the second day, I stayed by her side, but Seal took care of her bath. As a ducal daughter, she shouldn't be completely dependent on the servants. However, a high-ranking servant in a ducal household was often more refined and trustworthy than a lesser noble. I was referring to Seal, of course, and today, on the third day, seeing Leticia at the breakfast table, it seemed her cold had completely subsided. Perhaps due to her reduced food intake over the past few days, her cheeks were a little hollow, and she looked slightly thinner. But her complexion had improved, and she no longer looked unwell. When our eyes met, she smiled. HMPH, you've finally recovered. I spoke as sarcastically as possible, as if I hadn't noticed her smile. Of course, inwardly, I was sighing with relief. Thank goodness she's better. Fate was on her side, but I knew that things didn't always go according to plan. Anything could have happened. When a family member was ill, a lingering anxiety remained, no matter what I was doing. It was the same with my mother. Now, Leticia was my only remaining family. Seeing my sister suffer was difficult for me as her big sister. Especially for me, the villainous sister, who was far from being a good older sister. Because I felt like I was to blame. Because I felt like a despicable criminal, an accomplice to fate, tormenting my sister. And because it was pathetic that, despite my position, I still felt hurt when criticized, revealing my soft heart. Thank you, big sis. Call me elder sister. I corrected her sharply. Being ill is a sign of poor self-discipline. That was half true, half false. Some illnesses were preventable. If you weren't living in hardship, getting sick was something to be ashamed of. But everyone got sick sometimes. Everyone had a different constitution and different luck. And this time, it was a cold ordained by fate. It couldn't be helped, even if everyone else blamed her, I wouldn't. I expect you won't make such an unsightly spectacle of yourself again. Even so, I had to say this. I had to act this way. Yes, elder sister. My sister sat down and bowed her head. While it might seem obvious, choosing my words carefully was crucial, since, surprisingly, a relatively small portion of our conversations consisted of predetermined official lines. I was trying to emulate villains from novels and plays that would make the reader think, "Wow, what a jerk," and root for the protagonist, but I wasn't sure if I was doing it right. Lost in thought, I was reassured by the new maid's exasperated murmur. Leaving her in that room in winter, without even a fireplace. I agreed, tell me more. However, even for a new maid, it wasn't appropriate behavior towards her employer. I could overlook gossip among the servants as long as it didn't spread too far, but voicing it within earshot was unacceptable. You there? If you have something to say it clearly, and be prepared to stake your job on it. I smirked. The new maid paled and fell silent. She seemed to realize how careless her words had been. Just as I was about to say something more villainous, Leticia stood up. Was she going to defend me? My sister was so kind. The mean, current head of the family, disliked even by the servants, and the kind, future head of the family, beloved by the servants, it was a good contrast. Seal, who was fiercely loyal to me, wasn't here, and these small moments were surely important. I tried to appear as cold as possible, hiding my inner expectations from my sister. Go on, Leticia. Elder sister took care of me the whole time, please don't speak ill of her. Wait, Leticia, you're supposed to defend her. The new maid, flustered, looked back and forth between my sister and me before retorting. But my lady was bedridden for 2 days. Exactly, I nodded inwardly, cheering on the new maid. When I caught a cold in the back alley, I'd sometimes spend 3 days in bed with nothing but water. I recovered pretty quickly this time, actually. I didn't know what kind of life she had led in the back alley. But the ability to recover from a cold in 3 days with only water, no medicine, and no nutritious food, was that normal? Perhaps she had some kind of blessing from fate, but it seemed more like the resilience and recovery methods of a wild animal. In a room like that, she contacted the royal palace and summoned the chief physician. Unable to find the right moment to interject, I watched the scene unfold, holding my breath. The other maids did the same. She's always so harsh to why. Elder sister is always thinking of me. She helped me change my clothes when I was sick, wiped my sweat, led me to the bath, washed my hair, dried me off, dissolved medicine in lukewarm water for me, and even cooled down my soup and fed it to me. Leticia, something was wrong. I had Seal prescribed medicine that would also cloud her memories of the cold. It should have worked. Why did she remember everything in such detail? Yes, elder sister. Inwardly, I felt like things were deviating significantly from the original plan, but I couldn't bear to hear any more detailed accounts of my caregiving. I had simply treated her the same way Seal had treated me when I was sick as a child. Thinking back, perhaps it had been a bit childish. I suddenly wondered how Seal and my sister would treat me if I were to catch a cold now. That's enough. Make sure I never have to do that again. Yes, you mean take care of your health. So positive. That was what I meant, actually. Would my meanness even have any effect on such a positive sister? Compared to the average noble lady, I thought I had led a hard life. But compared to my sister, my hardship seemed insignificant. Her mental fortitude was that strong. However, during our bath together, I realized that wasn't the case. Along with the small anecdotes from her time in the back alley, which only I knew, not the prince, the knight commander, or the chief physician, I realized that she wasn't some heroic figure with a heart of steel, impervious to pain, just because she was the protagonist. And yet, this story demanded that of her. A heart of steel to endure the torment. The spirit of a saint. I, who wanted to protect her more than anyone, was her enemy. My role was to embody the ugliness of aristocratic society. As the villainous sister, I was the mean half-sister, a haughty young lady who doesn't understand the kindness of others. But for now, the sickbed event had successfully concluded. The first stage of her noble education was nearing completion, and free action would soon be unlocked. In the game, this meant going to meet the capture targets, conversing with them, raising their favorability, and taking actions to trigger events. In reality, it meant that my sister had been deemed to have mastered the basics of noble conduct, and her education, previously confined to the mansion, would now include interaction with other nobles. Either way, my sister would be allowed far more freedom than before. From now on, Leticia would decide her own course of action. My opportunities to interact with her at the mansion would decrease. Would I get enough Leticia time? Let's eat. Do you have any appetite? Yes, I'm fine, elder sister, let's eat. I returned Leticia's gaze as she watched me, imitating my table manners. And then, Leticia, my sister, smiled faintly, just enough to avoid breaking etiquette. Chapter 45, New Navigable Map Unlocked. With those words, the protagonist's range of action expanded in Moonlight Liberium. The introductory events for the capture targets were over, the basic noble education was considered complete, and from this point, the game truly began. Or rather, from the Villainous sisters' perspective, this was a milestone, a point where a burden was lifted. From here on, it was the protagonist who would be acting, not the Villainous sister. While I still had events remaining, the important romance events would unfold without me. In terms of romance, I was purely a nuisance. Not just because I was the villain, but even as her older sister, I doubted I'd be involved in any romance. Whether or not to grant my sister freedom of action was my decision. Some foolishly doting noble parents kept their daughters sheltered from society. Personally, I found it ridiculous, but it was their prerogative. I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about social gatherings myself. The Vanderwal's family's connections with other families were based on requests, favors, or leverage. There was no affection. It was often detrimental. If the head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals took a liking to someone, many wishes would be granted. Just like I was currently favoring Leticia. While it was true that I had the excuse of following fate's script, even without it, I would likely use my authority to bring her happiness. I wasn't sure if I could restrain myself within reasonable limits. What if Leticia desired such things? What if she grew accustomed to luxury, forgot her time in the back alley, and became a foolish noble? If that happened, I was responsible for my sister's future. I would make her a true noble. I would make her loved by all. With that resolve, I decided to let my sister go. Even now, I wanted to hug her, be kind to her, spoil her. I wondered if, by doing so, she and I could become true sisters, before such warm feelings could grow any stronger. I wanted to lock them away, cage them, throw away the keys, keep them hidden for my eyes only. I wondered if, by doing so, she would look at me, only me, before such dark feelings could grow any stronger. I addressed my sister, fully recovered from her cold and back to her usual self, at the breakfast table. Leticia, I deem you to have acquired the demeanor befitting a noble. At least, the basics. I should let her go, before the darkness in my heart consumed her innocence. From today onward, you are granted freedom of action. No matter how lonely it made me, an older sister shouldn't restrict her younger sister's future. Freedom of action. Leticia tilted her head. In the game, you could simply move to a location by pointing at it on the map. Just like a simple board game that didn't consider terrain or unit strength. But in reality, you needed a means of transportation. You are permitted to use the carriage, to be accompanied by servants, and you will be allocated funds. In the game, it was date money. To buy clothes from Tailor, buy books to study, go to the theater in Moonlight Liberium, a romance simulation game, everything was tied to romance. Buying clothes was to impress the capture targets. Studying was to show off your knowledge to the capture targets. Going to the theater was simply a date with a capture target. As the head of the family, I could have denied my sister this freedom. I could have forbidden her from going out, restricted her funds, cherished her like a songbird in a cage. I surely could have, but Leticia wasn't suited for a cage. My sister belonged in the open sky. I was a bird of prey, more suited for cloudy skies or the dark of night. Even sisters were different. I didn't want to blame it on our different mothers, so it was probably my own personal issue. My mother was a delicate woman, suited for the brief moments of sunshine during the cold winter months. Leticia, your actions from now on will be evaluated. Behave in a manner that does not disgrace the Vanderwal's family. Duty and loyalty. Yes, elder sister, duty and loyalty. From today onward, she would think and act for herself. Away from her overbearing sister's watchful eye, she would deepen her relationships with the capture targets and nurture her romantic feelings. That was the correct scenario in Moonlight Liberium. I'll do my best. Leticia clenched her fists, seemingly making a resolution. She was a young woman of marriageable age. She must have things she wanted. And above all, she probably wanted to escape the suffocating presence of her mean older sister. So I can be with elder sister. I had a vision of a birdcage being opened, but the little bird refusing to leave. A vision of it even perching on my shoulder or hand. My heart was weak. I was ashamed of my own weakness. To cling to such a fantasy. She must have taken my words. If you don't want her returned to the back alley, you'll have to work hard, seriously. Who would abandon her? Who would cast her aside? My one and only sister. I have business outside the mansion. Ask Seal for further details. Okay. I stood up and left the dining table. Elder sister. Leticia called out to me. I turned around silently and my sister smiled. Have a good day. I'll be waiting for your return. Why did she waste such a beautiful smile on me? Without responding, I turned away and left the dining hall. I stopped in the hallway, after confirming I was alone, and covered my mouth with my hand, as if to suppress the welling emotions. I closed my eyes tightly, trying to kill my heart. But the remnants of those unsuppressed emotions left scars on my heart. I opened my eyes and looked at the door behind me. Why did my sister? Why did she smile at someone like me? Chapter 46. How to use freedom of action. Waiting for me in the white marble entrance hall when I returned home that afternoon were Leticia and the plump, elderly, red-haired maid. Now that I thought about it, she was the one I'd tasked with looking after Leticia when I first assigned her to the attic room. Welcome home, elder sister. Leticia, greeting me upon my return, wasn't new. While I was always happy about it, I didn't understand what my sister gained from it. However, today was different. Leticia, what are you wearing? I put on a stern expression. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I used every ounce of my willpower to suppress the urge to grin. Oh, this? I didn't want to get my usual clothes dirty, so I borrowed this. A simple black dress. A white apron dress with frills at the shoulders. A white maid's cap perched neatly on her head. It was the Vanderwal's maid uniform, in other words, a maid outfit. Modest yet neat, and according to the younger maids, a bit plain. However, it was a universally flattering design, suitable even for older maids like the plump, red-haired one currently standing behind Leticia. On my sister, it had enough destructive power to crush my heart. Dirty. Why would you? Since you gave me freedom of action, I wanted to do something for elder sister. Leticia smiled, and I noticed the package she was holding to her chest. Wrapped in white cloth and tied with a pink ribbon, what was it? I used the kitchen and baked cookies. At the bakery I worked at, we also made and sold sweets, so I learned how to make them. This was an unexpected way to use her freedom. My sister, looking up at me with her head tilted slightly, offered me the package of cookies. Will you accept them? It felt like a confession. That thought sprang to mind unbidden. Her adorableness was overwhelming, like a scene from a romance. Her slightly teary eyes, her nervous expression, all were devastatingly cute. I could almost see flower petals scattering around her, a message window popping up despite my non-protagonist status. As expected of the protagonist, she would charm the men who held the future of our nation in their hands, wrapping them around her little finger. But how should I respond? I didn't know about this event. This close sisters kind of event. Well, as they say, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I deliberately chose a proverb that discouraged scrutiny or complaints about a gift, implying that I wasn't particularly impressed. Even so, when I took the package, Leticia's anxious expression transformed into a bright, blooming smile. Inwardly, I was so elated by my sister's unexpected gift that I wanted to ask her for a dance right then and there. But if I did, I would probably just make her dizzy again. Perhaps my love was too heavy. However, refrain from appearing in public dressed as a servant in the future. Nobles had a certain standard of decorum to uphold. Servants and nobles were different. No, they had to be different, even if in reality there was no such difference. We had to draw a line, make it visible. Yes. Leticia's face fell. It was only natural for her to be dejected if her gift was received without enthusiasm and even met with a reprimand. What a horrible person I was. I deserved to be executed. Leaving that for my future self to deal with, I raised my hand to comfort my dejected sister. Just then, the elderly maid, who had been standing behind us, stepped forward protectively. "Hey now. There's no need to raise your hand at her for something like this." She misunderstood. I sighed and tried to explain, but the words caught in my throat. What should I say? I was just going to pat her head to comfort her because she looked sad. That wouldn't work, would it? Seriously, that wasn't behavior befitting a villainous sister. What was I thinking a moment ago? Why did I reach out my hand? I, the villainous sister, had no right to do such a thing. I raised my hand higher and swatted the maid's cap off Leticia's head. Ow. Leticia clutched her head. The pin that had secured the cap to her hair clattered against the marble floor. Seeing a single strand of blonde hair caught on the pin made my heart ache. My sister had been hurt. I had hurt her. In such a trivial moment, not even part of an official event, even if it was just a single strand of hair. I had hurt her. You. This is a Vanderwal's family matter. How do you intend to conduct yourself after I'm gone if you can't even maintain proper decorum? I slapped away her hand, which had reached out to grab my arm, and glared at her. Leticia, smoothing her hair, murmured, "After you're gone." Oops, I misspoke. What do you mean? You have no future in this house. It is out of sisterly affection, even if we are half-sisters and a noble's duty. I am responsible for your education until you are married off to a suitable family. While my sister was presentable enough to be introduced to any family, this dilemma of wanting to keep her all to myself because she was too precious. You intend to use your sister as a political pawn. Stay out of this, Bella. You and I see things differently. The plump, elderly, red-haired maid Bella stared at me wide-eyed. My name. I know the names of the servants employed in this house. Of course, it wasn't out of any affection for the servants. It was simply a necessary precaution for the head of a family with secrets, who could only employ those with verifiable backgrounds. It would be dangerous not to know the names, faces, and physiques, gaits, manners, speech patterns, and family structures of the servants. I silenced Bella, who seemed about to speak, with a cold glare. She was one of the most senior maids. She was well liked for her plump figure and kind, compassionate nature. She was one of the reasons our family, despite being known as the cold-hearted Vanderwals, had a relatively high servant retention rate. She was a valuable asset. I could even say I trusted her. At least enough to entrust her with the care of my sister, who was likely anxious in her unfamiliar surroundings. However, she and I saw the world differently. She had a close, loving family, a skilled craftsman husband who would sometimes complain but also subtly brag about her, and grown children with families of their own. Since she lived nearby and commuted, I had seen them. They sat around a large table, the curtains open to let in the sunlight, laughing and enjoying each other's company. It was a picture-perfect scene of the peace and tranquility of Eustasia that I had sworn to protect. Something I didn't have. All nobles are political tools. Both Leticia and I were merely tools, cogs in the machinery of fate. Like parts that moved the pocket watch, I always carried in my breast pocket. Even so, my sister had been given a good role. I looked at Leticia and murmured, "Duty and loyalty." My sister didn't respond. She simply stared at me silently. You have more important things to do than this. You carry the Vanderwal's blood, after all. I abruptly turned away and headed towards my room. Chapter 47, to my dearest elder sister. The sound of Adelheid von Vanderwal's disgruntled footsteps faded as she crossed from the marble floor to the carpet and finally disappeared altogether. Leticia, still in her maid uniform but without the cap, murmured, looking down. Does elder sister dislike me? Nah, I think a little better of her now. She's not usually unreasonable with the servants, you know. The plump, red-haired Bella picked up the maid's cap, dusted it off, and handed it to Leticia. What do you mean? She's got a point. She's worried about your future. After all, other young ladies start their education much earlier. Then Bella grinned and pointed in the direction Adelheid had disappeared. And look, she took the cookies. Oh. Despite calling it this dismissively, she hadn't thrown the package away or given it back. She was still holding it. Bella patted Leticia's shoulder encouragingly. I hope your feelings reach her. Yes. Leticia closed her eyes, clutching the maid's cap in her hand as if in prayer. Back in my room, I first made sure the door was locked. Then, my mood shifting, I practically skipped to my desk and eagerly unwrapped the package. A present from my sister? I was truly elated. I had struggled to maintain a neutral expression and a steady gait until I was alone in my room. While I wanted to keep it forever, it was just cookies, as she had said. The rational part of me whispered, "Why are you so happy about something so cheap?" But it seemed I was easily pleased. Was this really appropriate for someone raised as a ducal daughter, now the head of the family? That was precisely why I was so susceptible to heartfelt gifts. When I said heartfelt, I meant gifts with hidden compartments containing gold coins or cryptic messages. White cloth, pink ribbon. Compared to the heavy boxes from upscale shops, it was a charmingly simple package. I usually left the disposal of such wrapping paper, boxes, and ribbons to the maids, as I knew they held competitions for them, but this I would keep. The cookies were wrapped in crinkled tissue paper, and on top of it lay a small card. The message, to my dearest elder sister. What did my sister find so dear about me? While the inexplicably high praise made me anxious about the future, I decided to consider it one of her subtle charms that would win over the capture targets. What a thoughtful sister, to include such a sweet message with a gift for her mean older sister. I took out my letter box from my desk drawer. Made of ebony with intricate carvings and gold inlay, it wasn't for work, it was for personal correspondence. It held letters from my mother during her illness. A letter from my father containing advice for the future head of the family, which he had intended to give me upon my inauguration, and letters exchanged with seal when we had a brief period of exchanging letters. It held precious, private letters. Prince Conrad's congratulatory letter for my inauguration, on the other hand, had been tossed into the work letter box, which was numbered by date. I carefully opened my personal letter box and placed Leticia's message card on top. Replaying the words, "Dearest elder sister," in Leticia's voice in my mind, savoring the sound, I unfolded the tissue paper and examined the cookies. How elaborate. I had handled the package a bit roughly, so I was worried they might be broken, but they were fine. Not just the standard round and square shapes, but stars and even hearts. The heart shapes made me feel a strange sense of foreboding, and I laughed it off. What was she thinking? I took a bite, and a gentle crunch was followed by the sweet taste of butter and sugar spreading through my mouth. Delicious. They were simple butter cookies, but that made them all the more difficult to perfect. If you weren't careful with the oven temperature, they would quickly burn. While butter was readily available, refined sugar, once a luxury, was now commonplace and inexpensive. That was one of the spoils of war the kingdom of Eustasia had won. The fact that I could eat this now was a direct result of the prosperity built by our predecessors. I had inherited that. I had a duty to increase it, improve it, and pass it on to the next generation. Duty and loyalty. Peace for Eustasia. What those words brought about were these small moments of happiness. Perhaps it was also because I was tired from being out. I couldn't stop munching on the cookies, my hand reaching for a different shape each time. I wanted some tea, coffee, or warm milk, but I couldn't bring myself to call a maid for such a snack, especially after my harsh words earlier, so I continued to eat the cookies alone. That being said, there weren't that many. I ate them at a rapid pace, and finally, only one remained. It wasn't that I had saved it intentionally, but I picked up the heart-shaped cookie and gazed at it. Suddenly, tears welled up in my eyes. The weight of my fate, unable to simply enjoy the cookies my sister had baked for me, hit me hard. I felt a profound sadness. I quickly popped the cookie into my mouth, trying to dispel the sadness with its sweetness. Bitter. If I had simply thanked her properly, would it have tasted like this? The color of the cookie hadn't changed. It wasn't burnt, and yet it tasted incredibly bitter. Chapter 48, Snowy Morning. Waking up in my bedchamber, I noticed the unusual quiet. Realizing the reason, I slipped out of bed, threw a robe over my shoulders, and went to the window. My room was on the second floor, partly for security reasons. As a bonus, it overlooked the garden, but the high walls obscured the view beyond. The sky visible from the window was a clear, beautiful blue. However, the whiteness and brightness of my view had nothing to do with that. It snowed. A heavy snowfall, rare in the capital. It must have snowed heavily last night. I opened the window, and the cold air brushed against my cheeks, waking me up further. Below, the servants were shoveling snow. "Oh, elder sister." It was quite puzzling why, among the servants shoveling snow, I could see the Vanderwal's most prized treasure, the first in line to inherit the title. Frankly, it was beyond my comprehension. Resisting the urge to stare blankly into the distance, thinking there are things in this world that are beyond my understanding, I decided to face reality. Leticia, what are you doing? Shoveling snow. That much was obvious. The slightly oversized, thick beige wool sweater and the white muffler with pom-poms, probably borrowed from the servants, looked adorable on her. The slightly baggy trousers, her first non-skirt outfit since the riding breeches, also suited her well. And in her hand, a snow shovel. Shoveling snow was supposed to be the male servant's job, but only female servants surrounded her. Perhaps my surprise showed on my face because Leticia continued. Most of the commuting servants couldn't make it today because of the snow. I see. Certainly, aside from those who lived nearby, like Bella, the commuting servants were absent. As for why the future head of the family, a noble young lady, was shoveling snow, I decided to accept it as just another Leticia quirk. I thought it was one of her good qualities. Unlike me, Leticia was well liked by the servants and fit in with them, but surely they wouldn't make her shovel snow. So, she must have offered to help. That was probably how she earned favorability points. Indeed, seeing her in unusual attire, effortlessly working alongside the servants without a hint of sarcasm or complaint, was sending my favorability towards her skyrocketing. But it felt somehow distant, as if there were an invisible wall between us. Elder sister, why don't you join us? The vague melancholy I had been feeling vanished instantly. The red-haired veteran maid, Bella, wearing a wool sweater twice the size of Leticia's, not her usual maid uniform, frantically grabbed my sister's shoulder. What are you saying? You want the head of the family to shovel snow. It's all right, Bella. Elder sister is very open-minded. It was whispered, but I heard it clearly. Bella was probably right. However, Leticia continued to wave at me with a smile. Where did she get that mental fortitude? In all of Eustasia, Leticia was probably the only one who would call me open-minded. Strange, I was supposed to be mean to her. Why could she invite the current head of the cold-hearted Vanderwals to shovel snow of all things so casually? Then, her expression clouded over, noticeable even from this distance. Oh, but someone like elder sister has probably never shoveled snow before, right? She finally realized, however. Don't underestimate me, I'm an Eustasian woman too. Seal had trained me in all sorts of things. Heavy snowfalls like today's occasionally occurred in the Eustasian capital, but it didn't usually accumulate this much. But she said, there was a possibility I might have to flee through snowy regions. I wasn't going to complain, since I had acquired many useful skills thanks to her training. I was grateful to Seal. However, I wondered what kind of situations she had envisioned to warrant such training. I was the head of the Vanderwal's family. Our family had ancestral wealth and authority. I had undoubtedly received an education befitting my position. However, now, even if I were no longer the head of the Vanderwals, I felt like I could survive. If it was just a matter of living quietly, somewhere far away, alone. And what if I wasn't alone? I felt like I could even provide for my sister. Leticia, down below, tilted her head, looking at me, speechless. Bella and the others seemed nervous. I chuckled. I'll get changed and come down. Wash your necks and wait. Then I grinned. Bella and the others paled. Leticia smiled brightly. Okay, I'll wash my neck and wait. She was disarming me. I had heard that in the eastern countries, they had a delicacy made from poisonous fish, detoxified by removing the internal organs. I felt like I was being slowly detoxified. I closed the window and walked slowly towards my bed. Then, I jumped into the covers and groaned. My sister is too cute. I buried my face in the pillow and cried out in a muffled voice. I lay still, slowly counted to 5 and then sat up. This wasn't an official event or anything. I got out of bed, straightened the covers, and opened the closet where my outdoor clothes were kept, the clothes I wore for discreet inspections, concealing my identity as a noble. After a moment's hesitation, I chose a wool sweater similar to the one Leticia was wearing, except it was black. It wasn't that I wanted to subtly match with her or anything. Absolutely not. It was simply a practical, active outfit for shoveling snow. I made excuses, even though I didn't know who I was trying to convince, as I chose my clothes. Opening a drawer, I noticed 2 pairs of fluffy earmuffs. One was beige, probably the original color, and the other was dyed black. From my older sister's perspective, the sudden drop in temperature made her look cold. Leticia's cheeks and ears were red. Ew. I hesitated, then picked up both earmuffs. Oh, elder sister. The female servants in the garden looked slightly nervous. Well, that was only natural. While having one more person would lighten their workload if that person was the head of the family, especially the Vanderwal's family, it would undoubtedly increase their stress. But my sister had invited me. If they wanted to blame someone, they could blame Leticia. Feeling refreshingly unburdened by this convenient shifting of responsibility, I successfully ignored their subtly resentful glances. I threw the earmuffs at my sister, who greeted me with a smile. Whoa. She looked startled but caught them reflexively. Here's a present for you. This. Leticia tilted her head, looking adorable. Are these earmuffs? Yes. I had an extra pair, so. Leticia's face lit up. She eagerly put on the earmuffs. I'm happy about the matching present. Look closely. Yours are beige and mine are black. They don't match. They're matching, but in different colors. Leticia wouldn't budge. They were probably made in the same workshop. Indeed, the black earmuffs I was holding seemed to be the same design as hers, just in a different color, so she was right. But why would she even point that out? Unless she was happy about it, why else? I silently put on the earmuffs. My sister was so cute, it was painful. Chapter 49, Shoveling Snow. As I took the snow shovel from Leticia and began working, the tense atmosphere eased. It was hard work, after all. They must have decided that even the head of the family was another pair of hands. Some of the commuting servants, having braved the snow, gradually arrived, but those who lived further away were still absent. The shared carriage wouldn't be running in the snow. It was best not to expect them. We prioritized clearing the area around the entrance, in case of visitors, and the paths to the firewood and food storage. I left the main road in front of the mansion to the other servants. While I wasn't ashamed of it, shoveling snow myself wasn't exactly the image I wanted to project, especially not outside the mansion. It was fine for the servants within the mansion to see me like this. Of course, I trusted that none of our servants would be foolish enough to gossip about such a thing. Our family, being a ducal house, offered good wages and decent treatment, but we were still known as the cold-hearted Vanderwals. I was starting to wonder if Leticia truly understood that. Well, this should be enough. Let's stop shoveling snow for now. We have other duties within the mansion. I plunged the shovel into the snow and declared an end to the snow shoveling. Everyone was sweating and breathing heavily. I clapped my gloved hands together, brushing off the snow. Leticia's forehead was beaded with sweat, and her cheeks were flushed a delicate red. She was cute even when flushed. While I was also tired, I tried to maintain a cool composure. Everyone, you've worked hard. I'm sure you're all sweaty. You're permitted to use the bath. Go in order of seniority. A wave of surprise rippled through the servants. Also, inform the kitchen staff to upgrade today's meals. They can prepare whatever they like, except alcohol. A subdued but unmistakable cheer went up. Good, good. However, don't get too carried away. Remember that this isn't a holiday. Whether there will be a next time depends on your behavior today. I didn't forget to add a warning. Seal, I leave the arrangements to you. See to everything. Yes, Lady Adelheid. Seal bowed impeccably. How was she not sweating? And she was in her usual maid uniform. She seemed capable of surviving even in the harshest winter regions of Eustasia, all by herself. Lady Adelheid, is it all right for the other servants to bathe first? They can clean the bath while they're at it. I'll leave it to you. I can bathe later. Seal bowed again, then joined the other servants, giving detailed instructions as they entered the mansion. Leticia and I were left alone. It felt strange to enter the mansion with everyone else. Huh? Leticia sighed. She clutched the front of her sweater and fanned herself. While it didn't reveal any skin, the gesture made my heart skip a beat. Noticing my gaze, she smiled. That was a good workout. Yes, I suppose it was. I nodded. Physical activity sometimes helped clear my mind, and now was one of those times. Perhaps it was because I had a lot on my mind lately. Leticia, despite her exhaustion, was still smiling brightly. Leticia, you're energetic. My sister tilted her head, looking puzzled. Huh, I'm exhausted. You don't seem. Well, if I don't shovel snow properly, I won't have anywhere to sleep tomorrow, will I? Huh. The house I used to live in would probably collapse if we didn't clear the snow off the roof. It was practically abandoned. No, I'm sorry, Seal, but I don't think I could handle living in exile. I didn't have that kind of resilience. After all, what I had undergone was training. For Leticia, it had been life, fundamentally different. Besides, shoveling snow was a well-paying job. It was temporary, so it was first come, first served, but brothels paid especially well, so it was a popular job. Leticia, that wasn't something a noble lady should be talking about. Due to the nature of my work, I knew the madam of a certain high-class brothel and could even bypass the usual procedures. The ladies there were so kind. They'd say, "Come see us if you're ever struggling to make ends meet when you're older." Was that kindness? Or recruitment? If Leticia worked at a brothel, I would become a regular. No, I would probably shower her with bags of gold coins and become her patron. Perhaps, just a possibility, but perhaps even Leticia's mother. Maybe that's what Mother did. I was speechless, unable to find a response. Chapter 50, A Place of Comfort. I didn't know how Leticia's mother made a living. Therefore, I couldn't rule out the possibility that she worked at a brothel. While there was no comparing which was worse, a father frequenting such establishments or a mother working in one, either way, if it were true, it would be incredibly awkward as half-sisters. I also have dealings with such establishments, and I understand the circumstances of those who work there. I was in a position of power, the one who did the utilizing. I would probably never truly understand them, just as they would probably never truly understand the weight on the shoulders of the Vanderwal's family head. But I couldn't be so detached as to be unmoved by their circumstances. So, even if your mother worked in a profession you might not approve of, there's no need to be ashamed. I considered being mean. However, even a seemingly heartless, villainous sister had her limits. We had both lost our mothers and our fathers. I loved my mother, and I was sure Leticia did too. If I did anything to tarnish that, my sins would be beyond even the guillotine's judgment. Leticia, I don't know what your mother did. I'll be honest. When I decided to bring you into the family, I investigated both you and your mother. But I found nothing. That's all there is to it. I couldn't find any trace. Is that so? I wonder what Mother did. I don't know. There's no way to tell. There was no way to confirm it now. When I learned of my sister's existence, I searched through the remaining family documents. However, my father hadn't left any records about Leticia or her mother. The passage of time had veiled everything in the mists of the past. However, I had another hypothesis. I suspected Leticia's mother might have been one of the Vanderwal's shadows. Perhaps she had been working undercover in the back alley, quietly and inconspicuously, for the cold-hearted Vanderwals. There was no comparing which was worse, a father having an affair with a prostitute or a father having an affair with one of his subordinates. As a daughter, I wanted to take issue with the former, and as the head of the family, I wanted to take issue with the latter. Either way, it seemed that even my father, who I had always seen as cold, strict, dignified, and worthy of both fear and respect, had his secrets. Leticia spoke, "What if?" But then she stopped, "What if?" I prompted her. She hesitated, then looked at me intently. Her blue eyes, the same color as mine, were filled with anxiety. What if the investigation had found something? Would you still have acknowledged me as a Vanderwal's relative? I answered immediately, "No." "Big sister." "Call me elder sister." This exchange was becoming routine. "I don't like you." It was a lie, but also partly true. I wanted her to stop messing with the gears of fate with her cuteness, and I wanted her to follow the official scenario a little more closely. She was the protagonist, after all. Leticia looked downcast, but I pretended not to notice and continued. I can't imagine what father was thinking. I sighed, my breath misting in the cold air. The lack of records meant he was guilty in his daughter's eyes. Even if there were records, explaining the circumstances behind his relationship with Leticia's mother, I would still be angry. As his daughter, he would probably be guilty no matter what. If Leticia had been my full sister, if we had grown up together in the same mansion, if I could have showered her with affection, how happy I would have been. Perhaps I would have grown up a little more normally, but that past didn't exist. Such shared experiences weren't allowed between my sister and me. Even so, we are sisters, connected by blood. Elder sister. Make yourself useful. I smiled as sarcastically as possible. Balance was important. Yes, I'll do my best. As her older sister, I felt like I could forgive my father's sins, because he had left such an adorable sister in this world. I had a feeling that, whether or not my mother forgave him, she would have loved Leticia. Even though there was no such scenario, all three of our parents were gone, taking their secrets with them. I, too, would probably die with secrets of my own. We're a strange pair of sisters, aren't we? Fate had made us sisters. She would be gifted with happiness, and I would be sent to the guillotine. I could accept that, because my death had meaning. Yes, we are. Leticia gave a wry smile. That smile also had its own unique charm, and I wanted to hug her. Achoo! Leticia sneezed. Even her sneezes were cute, but I urged her towards the mansion. Come on, let's go back inside. You can take a bath after that. Yes, elder sister. We talked as we unwrapped our mufflers. While I was holding back on my meanness, we seemed like normal sisters. The next official event I would be involved in was in spring. While it seemed like we had plenty of time, considering the density of events, there weren't many left. From now on, the story would be woven between my sister and the capture targets. The villainous sister was just a spice, not invited to the main romance. She had apparently used her freedom of action, in her own unique way, to visit the royal castle on the first day. While I wasn't worried about Prince Conrad or Knight Commander Felix, whose favorability seemed high, I was concerned about Chief Physician Louis, whose scenes I had stolen. However, it seemed she had interacted with him to thank him, and they had talked afterward. I tried to subtly inquire about the topic of their conversation, but she wouldn't tell me. According to Leticia, it was various things. I wanted to know what those various things were. In any case, she was surely accumulating individual events. However, she didn't seem to be pursuing any particular person at the moment. The romance was still a free-for-all. I removed my gloves and flexed my hands, which were stiff from gripping the shovel. Leticia did the same. And then she took my hand. Our slightly sweaty hands touched. Leticia, what are you? Let's go home, big sister Adelheid. Home? Had this mansion become my sister's home? Had it become a place of comfort for her, who had lost her mother, lived alone in a single room of a dilapidated, almost abandoned house without even glass windows, a house that would likely collapse under the weight of snow, and worked jobs a noble lady would never do, surviving tenaciously? Had it, I decided not to pull away from Leticia's hand as she tugged me along. After all, the future was predetermined. I wouldn't let anyone change the ending, not even myself. I had less than a year left. So until spring. Wasn't it within the performer's discretion to spend the intermission like this? As I opened the front door, Leticia looked back at me. She was wearing a soft smile. Seeing that smile, I felt like everything, past and future, was worth it. As we walked down the hallway, hand in hand, Leticia stopped, as if she had thought of something. She turned to me with a mischievous smile. By the way, since we're here, why don't we take a bath together? Go bathe by yourself. I wished she would stop tempting me. My sister laughed brightly again and pulled my hand. End of Volume 1.